Good morning from a Bristol which has barely a cloud in the sky. Morning from Ian Randall. Welcome to day 3 of Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. It looks definitely to be a batting day, and Gloucestershire rallied strongly yesterday, particularly through Danny Lamb and Ajit Singh Dale. And before we welcome Dan Whiting, who is also here with us, let's just hear what Ajit had to say at the close last night after his career best 52 and a maiden first-class half-century.
Ajit, first of all, we've got to start on your maiden first-class half-century. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. The focus when we were batting out there was just about the points, really. And then I looked up and I was a bit surprised also to see my score creeping to 50. But yeah, no, just happy to get the batting points and put our bowlers now got a good opportunity to go hard tomorrow.
And that half-century for yourself, that was combined with a chunky partnership with, first of all, Danny Lamb and as a man actor towards the end as well. How important do you think that extra 120, 130 runs is to the overall situation here?
Yeah, no, I think it's taken the game from a position where, when I first walked in, I think they were probably slightly on top. Us winning the toss and batting first, you don't want to be bowled out under 300. You want to get a decent first innings score, and just with how the wicket was, I feel like it's starting to do a little bit more as today's played. So I think, yeah, we're now in a position where we're probably just on top, and we're really optimistic going into tomorrow's day. With the view of trying to bowl these guys out as quick as we can.
And how important is it to bat first on a wicket like this? You did mention that you think it might do a little bit more as the match progresses. So how key was it to bat first today?
Yeah, no, I think if you look towards the end of the game, I think it's going to be a really difficult wicket to bat last on. So, Lammy had a few balls which reared off a length, hit him on the gloves. So it's already doing a little bit more than at first on day 1 yesterday. And I think our spinners also were coming to the game, so yeah, it's exciting to win the toss, bat, and get a decent score. We're now in a good position going into the rest of the game.
Well, look, congratulations again on your score today, Ajit, and yeah, good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, the headline on one of the websites yesterday was Ollie Price's birthday best boosts Gloucestershire, but I think, Dan, that Ajit Singh Dale's batting was equally meritorious.
Yeah, it was the tail. I think I described it as wagging like the happiest of Labradors, I think. But it certainly did, didn't it? Danny Lamb was superb. I thought Ollie Price's innings, though, set the platform for that, because I thought the wicket got easier. When Ollie Price was batting, I thought technically he was outstanding. I thought that he played the ball very late. I thought he played it under his head. And when the ball's zipping about and moving about, you have to play it late. And Ollie Price did exactly that. Be interesting to see how this wicket plays out here today. I think it might have flattened out possibly. I don't know. I mean, I have been wrong in the past on many an occasion, but I just hope not, for the sake of the game. I hope it's, there's a flurry of wickets and runs as well, and I hope we get closer games than something that's sort of going to die out for the next 2 days.
Yeah, Leicestershire obviously have got to try and get as close as they can to the 3-6-8. Budinger and Patel will open up. Gloucestershire have only had 5 overs with this new ball, so it does still have plenty of hardness about it. The seam will still be prominent, and those are the figures yesterday for Tom Price and Ajit after his batting efforts yesterday. We'll be with you in about 5 minutes for the start of day 3.
shot. Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
A very, very dry looking Seat Unique Stadium ahead of day 3 here in Bristol. You can see the drainage channels that are used to help or keep the ground playable in that sort of wet spring that we've had this year. But now those channels are so visible, it does make the outfield a little bit bumpy for those fielding in the deep. And just, Dan, a question that I think we debated with our good friend Ed Seaborn before the start of play today. You've indicated that the pitch might be flattening out. So we don't know yet, really, do we, whether it's going to be unresponsive and unhelpful to Zafar Gahar, or whether the Leicestershire spinners would have thought, actually, we should have bowled better on that.
Yeah, we don't know yet. We don't know at this stage. I just feel that I think it will be responsive, but it's going to be very hard to spin a side out twice on this. I think you need something with a little bit in it for the paceman as well. Whether it's crumbled in the heat, you know, like say like the Warwickshire pitch did at the end of last season when Tom Price got his 8 for 27. You probably want something like that, but you never know. I mean, day 3 is the fulcrum of the game, isn't it? It's the day where fortunes ebb and flow.
It's the moving day.
It is the moving day, yes,
and
we'll see what happens. But they had a very good shout last night for Sol Budinger off Ajit Singh Dale, which was very close. I thought it possibly just pitched outside leg stump, which probably saved Budinger's skin, because the Gloucestershire boys were adamant that it was out.
Ajit was off on a lap of celebration, wasn't he?
He was halfway to the city centre. He was down the Gloucester Road and sort of a couple of times around Broadmead Shopping Centre.
The one thing I would say is that would Zafar be bowling slower than Parkinson or Rayan Ahmed did yesterday, and might that make a difference?
Yeah, I think he bowls slower naturally. I thought that they probably pushed it through a little bit too quick, but we saw that even when they did push it through quick, that, you know, the surface was responsive. You know, you saw Miles Hammond got one that fizzed back through his gate, And I think that, you know, I don't think it's sort of really about that. I think it's more about, because I think you'll get the purchase off the pitch, whatever pace you push it through. I think it's about, you know, getting it above the batsman's eye line and tempting. Bit of temptation, Ian. You know, it's been the death of many a person over the years, hasn't it?
Umpires on the way, Paul Baldwin and Graham Lloyd. And Leicestershire openers to follow. Gloucestershire, of course, captained by Graham Van Buren, back and fit again to take his place in this game, having missed some cricket because of a thigh injury. But the Leicestershire boys would have wanted today to say, right, bowlers, we hope we don't have to ask you to come out and perform any duties today. They'll think it's a batting day, and we've seen 1 or 2 days over the last couple of seasons here where really I hate to use the I won't use the word I might have used there. It's been a real grind for the bowlers to get anything out of these wickets. Now then, we don't know yet, because that obviously Gloucestershire batted across 2 days, one of which was pretty fragmented. And even in the first hour yesterday, when Chris Wright was hooping the ball about, it was hard to see 368. But gradually, as the ball got softer, those down the order were able to work the ball around against the spinners. Not really much really aggressive batting. Lamb did hit 3 sixes in the end in his innings, but there was a lot of manoeuvrability of the ball yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was one for the connoisseurs yesterday, wasn't it? It was quite a slow-moving day in the end, but you know, it's still that's what county championship cricket is like at times.
Gloucestershire will say, you know, we got 3 batting points, and we had a little dart at Leicestershire last night. Ultimately didn't produce anything, but they have got, for the first time really this season, runs on the board in a game where they've now turned a bit of scoreboard pressure onto the opposition.
Well, we saw a wicket first ball of the day yesterday. Are we going to see one again today?
Ajit Singh Dale to open us up then from the Ashley Down road end.
That's kept a little low.
Yeah, that hasn't got it very much. I'm surprised that Patel actually wanted to play at that. Bear in mind how wide it was. It's probably a good second set of stumps, that, outside the off-stump, and it kept low. Taken by Bracey. So
they're having a laugh together, Ajit and Rishi Patel, I think. They're good contest.
It will be, I'm sure, Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price and Danny Lamb in the slips. Singdale to Patel. That's a good ball. That's just held its line and drawing Patel forward, which is what he wants to do.
Shaped, didn't it? Shaped.
And after a really good day yesterday and a night's rest, you would hope that Ajit is good for a lively spell this morning.
His team need one. His team definitely need one. I'm looking forward to watching Zam Akhtar as well. I think he's a real talent.
Ajit back at the end of his run, which would be probably well beyond the 30-yard circle if there was one. Punched down the ground by Patel. Straight to Graham Van Buren at mid-on. So a right-left-hand combination for Leicestershire at the top of the order, but they're right-handers right down to number 11, assuming that's where Josh Hull bats, and that's where we think he'll bat. Emails are open throughout this third day, as they have been throughout the match. You can get in touch with us, opinions, questions, pointers, discussion pointers. There it is at the bottom of your screen. Patel.
You missed donations out there, Ian. You missed donations, yeah. Yeah, we'll accept food, drink, or just cold hard cash.
I think cold towels would probably be.
We'll take a cold towel today. Yeah, we'll have that. An ice lolly, we'll take that. It's going to be a warm one. It's going to hit 29 degrees here in Bristol later on. Pray for Randall.
Day for the hat. Here is Ajit in, and Patel just stays firmly with a back foot in his crease, doesn't move. Just gets the angle right to push that out into the offside. Van Buren at mid-on. Dent at mid-off, and Zaffa at point, the only two players. In fact, Zaffa's almost perpendicular to the stump, so really Dent is the only man in front of the wicket on the offside. Tom Price down at long leg in front of the smaller of the two scoreboards. To Patel, that's clipped again to Van Buren, but good stop from him. So McIntyre is at mid wicket, and he will now go out to deep square leg for Tom Price, because it's a left-hander on strike, Sol Budinger, and the opening over of the day was a maiden.
Interesting, because Budinger was very circumspect last night. We saw him last year for Nottinghamshire, where he just went ballistic, didn't he, from ball one. He just went absolutely berserk. And I was having a nice chat with a very nice gentleman from Leicestershire in the Thatcher's Bar this morning, and he said he just bats like that in 4-day cricket as well. So I wonder if we'll see him try and, you know, take the bowling on this morning. I hope so. I hope so.
There wasn't much to be gained from trying to do that in 5 overs last night.
No.
Will he be the dasher this morning? And it will be Tom Price, unsurprisingly.
Here is Price, first ball of the day from the pavilion end. He's got a little kick in his action, hasn't he, Tom Price, halfway through his run-up. Gives it a little, sort of puts the turbo charge on. Turbocharged Tom.
Miles Hammond is in the gully out of that wide shot where you can see the 3 slips. But that wide shot just shows how dry this ground is.
Price into Budinger, who plays that into the onside. There probably was one there, but they're being a little careful, and Graham Van Buren gets the ball and hurls it into James Bracey. Yeah, David Payne having a walk around there in the outfield. I think Zaffa would probably have liked him in the side, because he'd tear it up outside the off stump of all those Leicestershire right-handers. Or Matt Taylor would have done his Price. Oh, that's a good delivery. Budinger fishing for that one outside the off stump.
There's a little bit of bounce there as well. That, having had Ajit at this end, bowl the one, albeit the first ball of the day, was reached Bracey on the second bounce. There's a little bit of carry there.
Good morning if you're listening in from Leicestershire, if you're having a pork pie in Melton Mowbray, if you're in Market Harborough, Colville, Hinckley, Ashby de la Zouche, Loughborough. Good morning. Price to Budinger, just clips that one off the hip, and that's the first run of the morning.
I don't wish to be unkind here, but I did find this as a funny story. Former place of employment of mine, we had a Canadian come into the office, and he said, I said, oh, have you been anywhere to UK before? Oh yeah. He said, I lived at a place in the Midlands somewhere. He said, Luga Baruga. couldn't have been further from the actual pronunciation.
Anyway, you all watching Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire.
Yeah, I just couldn't get it.
Price to Patel, who gets up onto his toes and defends that authentic opening bat. Patel, solid, good player.
I mean, that is one of the wonders of the English language, isn't it? That some places in particular, where the spelling is nothing like the pronunciation.
Price. Patel just tickles that one round the corner. Ajit doing the fielding. Well, I mean, they've got Albuquerque over there. I mean, you know. Figure that one out.
Yeah.
James Healy bringing you the pictures here today.
As always,
James
Healy, brackets 39. as he would be quoted in most written publications. It's strange that, isn't it? How sometimes in sports copy, it's always felt necessary to mention somebody's age. Strange that. Ajit Singh Dale to Patel.
We have an email, the first of the day.
An early one.
From Rich Powell, who says, "Morning Ian, morning Dan. Very enjoyable day's play yesterday, despite the interruptions. Here's one for stats fans. In the Gloucestershire innings, there were 3 players who made their personal best first-class score. Ollie Price's 85, Ajit's 52, and Zaman Akhtar's 18 not out. Can't imagine this happens too often. It would generally have to involve players recently starting their first-class career like Zaman. Your quest today, should you wish to accept, it is..."
Ajit Singh Dale in, down the leg side this time, so clipped away by Patel. It was a pretty risk-free shot, and they'll only take one. Tom Price onto it pretty quickly, down at long leg, quite wide down there.
It is our quest, and Rich Power has set as a challenge, and we like a challenge, Rich. When was the last first-class match this happened for Gloss?
No, that's for the winter. that's
Ian Randall will be having an answer for you, Rich, by about
February
11:15 this morning. Rich is expecting a hard day of toil for us in the field today. Well, thanks for your email. I would hazard a guess. What about the first game after the Second World War?
Singdale in. That's a good delivery. That's just the angle you want to be bowling to a left-hander over the wicket.
Got to be a chance there, isn't there? First game after the Second World War. Probably a few debutantes there.
I'm just trying to read Richard's email again. Personal best, first-class score. So yes, that's not for Gloucestershire alone, but for a player playing for any team. So you might find.
He's asked for when it's happened for Gloss.
Yeah. You know, somebody who's maybe played one game for another county and then come here. That's a real stump, quite wide. And Budinger did not think that was going to go behind square on the leg side. He was trying to crash that through the covers, and he got a thick inside edge.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Zaffa having an early bowl at Budinger. I think he'll take him on. And I think
if he does hang around for any length of time, he will score quickly.
Oh yeah. Ackerman's a good player for Leicestershire. Really good player.
But he's not played an awful lot of first-class cricket, Sol Budinger. Patel. Just front leg respectfully forward. You know, these two, Budinger's, it's only his 10th first-class match, so still very much early stage of his career. And Patel, this is only his 27th, so that's, you know, barely 2 full seasons of cricket for Patel, and he's the senior partner, and that's, you know, 2 full seasons with, you know, consistent selection. Not often a young player has that early on. Nudged it for a single. It's a sharp one. Graham Van Buren tries to throw the stumps down at the striker's end. He misses, and Budinger is home. And I kind of get that Leicestershire won't want just to hang around here. They'll want to make the Gloucestershire bowlers feel that, no, this is a road to bat on. Or that's the mental message they'll be trying to give them.
Oh yeah, they'll be looking to knacker them out today, without a shadow of a doubt.
And just to confirm the overs position today, we are still catching up on time from the first day. Obviously we lost some time yesterday as well, so lunch will be at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock.
Price. Ian Patel defends. That just bounced a little higher than normal. Price does hit the splice, pardon the pun, at times. He gets a little bit of extra. Holds a heavy ball at times. Yeah, that one there, Patel's just taking the bottom hand off.
So in your alliteration class, you have Price rolling the dice and hitting the splice, do you?
Twice. Here he comes past the umpire. Just strays onto Patel's legs, who works it square the wicket, only to find Zafar Gahar for no run.
Is Chris Dent fielding in a... Oh, he's not. He's not fielding in a sweater today. It must be... It must be warm if Chris Dent is only in his Gloucestershire shirt.
Patel defends again. Out to Graham Van Buren, mid-on.
Actually, you know, we talk about the players in this heat. You have to also think about the umpires as well. I mean, they're out there for, you know, they have to keep mentally sharp over 104 overs in a day.
I've got a better suntan umpiring than when I played, because when I played I was out for nothing, so I spent half the game back in the shade of the pavilion. As an umpire, you're out there for the whole game. Short, and that's only just gone over. Chris Dent. Sorry, Graham Van Buren it is. But not by a lot, was it?
No, see how he sort of picked that up from outside the off stump. It was...
He crossed it a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to drop as short as it did, and yeah, I'm not even sure that, you know, 6'7" Josh Hull out of the Leicestershire team would have caught that, but the point was still made. He didn't time it.
He'll be full of confidence though as he defends that one into the offside. He'll be full of confidence though. He's had a really good season. The boys, where he plays his club cricket at Potter's Bar Cricket Club, they call him the Bishop of Leicester, because all his hundreds in the county championship have come on Sundays, and they say he only goes to work on a Sunday. So let's see if you can keep the boys at Potter's Bar quiet, Rishi. Short, and that's pulled. Patel's got hold of that one, and it's gone all the way for 6. Latched onto that one very quickly.
I know there's nobody out on the leg side there, so you'd say that was
a shot to nothing,
risk-free shot, but
yeah,
he's just picked that up as if it's a tennis ball.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a very good player. 38 for none after 9. Patel on 22. Buttinger's on 11. 100 overs left in the day.
Yes, and as you can see, Leicestershire have been batting for 9, so if they were to bat all day, they would bat for 109 of their 110 overs, with obviously full chance of getting the full batting points. Look up, I think Patel obviously one of the highest scorers in the championship this season. I think he's actually the highest. I'm not sure, because Kieran Carlson may have gone past him with that 100 yesterday. So I think that's what Carlson's numbers are. So he is on 633 runs for the season with 400s, and Patel started this innings on 568, so that knock from Carlson yesterday has taken him past Patel. I don't think there's anybody with any more than that, certainly in the second division. Singh Dale into Budinger, who plays him quietly down to Tom Price. That was an interesting line from David Bedingham at the close of that Durham game yesterday against Glamorgan. So he got an unbeaten 100. And Glamorgan had been really well placed on the first day before a clatter of wickets towards the end of their innings. And Bedingham said he thought that Glamorgan had, quote, thrown a good position away.
It was Ollie Robinson, I think it said that, wasn't it? I think it might have been Ollie Robinson.
I'll check
that.
that.
Do you see the stumping that Ollie Robinson was out to as well from Chris
Cook?
Superb.
Here is.
You can see Patel looks in good touch. To add to his 300s in the county championship, he also got one in T20 last night. So whilst one Rishi may have had a miserable couple of months in Downing Street, another one's making hay up at the Upton Steel ground in Leicester.
Yes, it was Ollie Robinson's interview. That's quite right. With Martin Emerson last night. Singh Dale still with the 3 slips and Hammond in the gully. There's almost a little bit of a Jimmy Connors grunt at the delivery stride with the Jeet, isn't there?
Yeah.
Wimbledon, of course, just around the corner. Probably start. I'm trying to think. I'm not 12, 19. Probably doesn't start on that. Probably starts on the 26th, I would think. Wimbledon. That's generally last week of June, first week of July, isn't it? First Ashes test on Friday. A lot of media gathered at Edgbaston today. I think it's one of the media days. Clipped in the air, but past Van Beeren and away to wide straight mid wicket for 4 by Patel. Akhtar is at mid wicket, but there's a reasonable gap between where he is and because he's quite deep, almost allowing Patel the single, and where Van Beeren is at mid on, so never a chance to either of them. There's a thought now. Yes, I'm going to pull Hammond out of the gully, move Danny Lam across and try and plug that gap for Patel with Hammond in as a short mid-wicket catcher. Leicestershire did this a bit themselves when Gloucestershire were batting. Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end. And that's going to be 4 more, punched away by Patel behind square. And he's got to 30 pretty quickly. And Leicestershire got from first gear into 4th pretty sharply here down this morning, or at least Patel has. 47 for no wicket.
Graham Van Beeren will be like Boris Johnson racking his brains how to remove Rishi.
Well, he's got 2 other seamers. Nice line. He's got 2 other seamers with Danny Lam and Zuman Akhtar and Zafar, and on a day like this, it's exactly why you would need 5 bowlers, isn't it? Because it's going to be potentially tiring work.
Yeah, I think it.
Short spells might be the answer.
Might be time to get the spinners on already, possibly. Here's Tom Price to Budinger. Oh, just drop that at his feet and run well. That's good running between those two.
Just a reminder of what Leicestershire have got to come. Lewis Hill at 3, skipper, and then Colin Ackerman and Peter Hanscom 4 and 5. That's where they will expect, or those 5 they will expect to deliver the body of their runs. Rian Armin is a positive middle order player. And then Scriven, Wright, Parkinson and Hull 8, 9, 10, 11.
Price, slightly curved run. That's well bowled. That turns Patel a little bit.
Don't know whether actually Ahmed and Louis Kimber at 6 and 7. Not sure who might come in first out of those two. Might depend on the situation of the game.
Who?
Kimber and Ahmed.
I think Kimber will. Kimber will come in ahead of Ahmed, I should imagine.
Depends on the situation of the game, I suppose, to some
Yeah.
degree.
Yeah.
Those in the shade in the upper deck of the pavilion, probably the welcome ones at the moment.
Yes, very much so. Price in, and Patel goes quite a long way across his stumps, doesn't he? Probably why he's quite strong through the leg side, but he does go across quite a long way. I wonder if Price is looking to slam one into his pads here.
Hopefully, and we haven't seen any evidence of this so far, the repairs that the ground staff were doing at the close last night to where the front foot of the bowler at both ends was landing has been effective, haven't it? Tom Price yesterday was having a little bit of trouble with that at the pavilion end.
Yep.
And any kind of movement is unnerving for a bowler, particularly a pace bowler. A spinner, you might be able to get away with it, but a pace bowler certainly wants secure ground where he's landing that front foot. And there was a conversation we had, it might have been with one of the S&C staff at Cheltenham last year, about the pure physics of how much weight is being put through that front foot repeatedly.
5 times your body weight, apparently.
It was very, very high, very, very high.
Price into Patel, who just nibbles that one around the corner. Danny Lamb's warming up. I wonder if we're going to see him.
And that's where the sports science is a banner that can have so much written beneath it, but the actual, you can have effectively, I want to say energy, but the whole dietary side is one thing, and then you've got particularly say with the bowlers, this whole physics thing of the forces being put through their body.
Price to Budinger, who defends that completes the over. 49 without loss off 11 overs. Leicestershire, I think, are looking to score quickly, looking to be positive, and possibly, if they think that they can score 400, 450, because Durham did. We had 500 runs in a day nearly here, didn't we?
We did.
Against Durham.
Yeah.
So if they're thinking, right, we can maybe score 400, 450 here, that will give them 500. That could give Gloucestershire an awkward day tomorrow, couldn't it?
But if they do bat big, they have to think about the balance then between overs to bowl Gloucestershire out on the last day and lead, because they wouldn't want to get to a situation where they have to bat again and they're left with a kind of ridiculous chase. Ajit in, that's pleasantly driven, that'll be 4 more. Nice shot from Patel. Didn't really play that with any expansive backlift at all. It was a little push more than anything else, and the pace of the outfield did the rest.
That is a gorgeous shot.
Everything in the right place. Just a check drive, really. And Chris Denson, he's quite wide at mid-off, but nothing he could have done about that. I'll come back to that game at Cheltenham in 2019, talking about short chases in a moment. Clipped again by Patel. Past Hammond. I say past Hammond. It's a great bit of fielding, actually. He tries to throw it at the bowler's end, almost behind himself. Did well to release the ball. They've picked up 1. And Leicestershire, who started the day 23 without loss, have added 31, better than a run a minute at the moment. So yeah, that game at Cheltenham in 2019, Gloucestershire were left to chase 48 in 8 overs to win the match. That was a situation where they batted big and Leicestershire were trying to see the game out, and then you get the balance right. Once they get their noses in front, then you've got a double effect in terms of It's overs and runs that matter. So they would want to get enough to not need to bat again. Singh Dale to Budinger. He likes that expansive drive on the offside.
Yeah, he certainly does.
Doesn't always time it though. That was another one that was miscued. He's had a couple of those. He's had a very fine cut inadvertently to fine leg, and that one has gone out very thin on the leg side. I would have thought, Dan, that if they want to bat big, they will want to get 550. Give themselves like 170 lead. That didn't get up very much. It was short from Singh Dale. Budinger tried to pull it, and the bounce completely deceived him. Yeah, so 170 lead with 2 sessions, say?
Yeah, it could be awkward. Could be awkward.
That's the sort of equation where you'd only have one new ball then, though. I still think that Leicestershire might think if this pitch is fairly flat, their best chance is almost to score quickly, but maybe get bowled out. And then say to Gloucestershire, well, come on then. You know, if you fancy winning the game, you've got to set it up. Is spanked away by Budinger. Has he timed it enough to get it to the rope? He has. Even someone as sharp as Chris Dent in the chase can't haul that in.
It's time to get the spinners on, I feel. Said this a couple of overs ago, and these two obviously love it coming on. It'll just be
I suspect
a different angle, different pace.
I suspect. I mean, sometimes, this happens in club cricket as well as first-class cricket. If the captain is kind of I'll come back after this ball from Ajit, which is clipped away by Budinger. Look for 2. Oh, it's gone up past Zafar. It's gone for 4. Well, attempted diving stop from Zafar. He couldn't quite reach it. Again, that was little more than a clip from Budinger. And Leicestershire this morning have raced to 62.
Yep, 39 this morning.
No wicket.
39 in half an hour.
Price 6 overs for 27, and Ajit Singh Dale 6 overs for 34. Yeah, so Graham van Buren as captain and as a perfectly legitimate bowler, but do captains tend to under bowl themselves? And that's why I don't think we necessarily we'd see Graham very early.
I think we'll see Graham, but I think we should possibly see Zafar. And I like the bowling of Ollie Price as well. Here's Danny Lamb going to bowl his first ball in first-class cricket in Gloucestershire colours, and that just strays down the leg side.
Looks like he's got a different shirt on from yesterday. The one that was covered in dust when he was batting.
That'll be in the wash, Ian.
Yeah. Somebody will have made up another one.
Yep, if you're in the... It really was covered as well, wasn't it?
It was.
If you're in the club's marketing department, you'd be on the phone to stain removal company, wouldn't you, to try and get sponsorship of Danny Lamb.
Do you think he is... I'll ask you after this ball.
Just keeping Patel on as bowling. Good line and length here, Danny Lamb.
Is he filling the gap left by Ryan Higgins? Is he the same sort of player, or is he a more functional, less flamboyant version?
Here he comes. I mean, Tom Price, I thought, is that figure. I think he's the man. They've obviously bumped him up the order to number 7, so they obviously feel that he's capable of filling that slot. But Danny Lamb is a similar sort of player. I think Price is younger, possibly more explosive a talent as well. Here's Lamb to Patel. That's absolutely imperious from Rishi Patel. That is a gorgeous shot. It's not even a half volley. He just leant on that and it raced between extra cover and mid-off. Let's have a look at this.
He's played a couple of those actually. Even the straighter ones. It's the check drive, isn't it? Not the full follow through, not the full expanse.
He looks in magnificent touch. He really does.
And in fact, just looking at Lamb head on as we are, I mean, obviously from your pictures you got from behind the bowler's arm, I would say he looks a little bit more championship cricket wise, a bit more like a Benny Howell pace.
That's down the leg side. Great take from Bracey. Stayed low.
And we know that
66 for none.
Benny has a tremendous record in white ball cricket, and there is the tumble yesterday from Danny Lamb that caused him to have that shirt which would have gone in the wash last night. That was when he was batting with Ajit, as you can see. But so far this morning, no joy for Gloucestershire, and we're going to see Zaman Akhtar, so a double change. And this young man, obviously, if you haven't seen much of him before, came through the South Asian Cricket Academy. That's where Gloucestershire found him. He had played a bit of second 11 cricket at Essex and at Derbyshire last year.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. You know, it's another route for these guys into the game, isn't it? As you know, certain leagues have not been, or certain counties. I'll come on to it after this ball.
So here is Zaman Akhtar from the Ashley Down Road end, and there's a nick there. There is first ball, and Budinger goes. Oh, what a start for the young man. Easy catch for James Bracey. Bit of a loosener, it's quite wide, but we know that Budinger likes to have a chase at anything outside the off stump, and just about everybody heard that, Nick. So Budinger has to go. He's out for 21, and Leicestershire are 66 for 1.
Gloucestershire needed that. Definitely needed that. And Akhtar comes on and does the business with his first ball. Yeah, what I was saying is, you know, the South Asian Cricket Academy has been a really sort of good route into the game, hasn't it? I think Chahal at Yorkshire, I think he's come through that route. There's a lad at Kent as well who's come through that route, Zaman Akhtar, and it's really good to see. I think Shoaib Bashir might have come through there as well.
Well, he was at Woking College, wasn't he? The spinner at Somerset. So. Not sure about that, but the point is made, and here's a different question, controversial question perhaps, but academies are expensive to run.
Yeah.
Is there an argument that says for all of the Tom Prices and Ben Charlesworths and James Bracey's that you find, could a county that found money difficult to generate, or the ECB money is reduced, or sponsorship becomes harder to pull into the club, would some teams, I wonder, consider saying, right, we're not going to have an academy, we'll just try and pick up anybody who hasn't made it at the wealthier clubs and give them an opportunity elsewhere, because sometimes that's what happened. If there are more players in your position, and you can't get in, then you've got to sidestep that route and go to a different county.
Yeah, I think so. I think, certain.
Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire skipper, in at number 3. So Akhtar bowls to him. He's clipped on the bounce with Dent at short leg.
That's how Craig Overton was out yesterday.
Good stop. Well,
that's a bizarre decision.
We could talk about that, but we probably oughtn't on a Gloucestershire stream. But if you've seen the pictures of his dismissal at Chelmsford yesterday, there's only one conclusion we can come to. From Akhtar to Hill, it's on the thigh pad, and Dent is in there for Akhtar at the moment.
Nice shape there from Akhtar.
And that was that the umpire at the bowler's end must have had their view blocked by the non-striker. That was the only solution.
But in that case, you don't give it, do you?
No.
In that case, you do not give it.
That would have been the only solution that you could have come to. Ball clearly appeared to bounce in front of short leg. Hill waits again for Akhtar, and again it's played into the ground, and Dent makes a half stop. He is mustard in that situation. He's just a good reactionary fielder, Chris Dent. You put him anywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting to see no Charlesworth in there.
He's quick over Charlesworth at first slip, you see.
Yeah.
But Dent's quick over the ground.
But Dent was in the slips and dropped one, didn't he, against Durham?
So Akhtar to Hill, just squares him up a bit. He got a bit too far round for that. But the bowling change has done the trick here for Graham van Beeren. Leicestershire off to a bright and breezy start. I think that Akhtar did, or was... Again, and Hill defends. In the Durham game, generally he was used in quite short spells. Whether that might be a little bit extended here, him having had one game, and perhaps got a little bit of the feel for the level, because it would have been a higher level, obviously, than he'd ever played before. And applause, particularly from the spectators here at the Ashley Down Road end, for Akhtar. One wicket in the Durham game came in the second innings, and here, one wicket in his first over.
Yeah, certainly is. Lewis Hill, he's a good player, averaged just shy of 39 last year, 503 runs from 13 innings, no not outs, 800 runs with a high score of 104. Ackerman just behind him, Rayhan Ahmed just behind them, and then Ben Mike, who's now gone to Yorkshire, followed by Scriven. Azad, who I think has gone to Northants, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's Lamb. Short and wide.
Yes, Leicestershire released.
I lost that. Where did that go?
Well, it went out to extra cover, second bounce.
Okay.
Yeah, Leicestershire obviously lost, you say, Mike to Yorkshire, Azad to Northants, and they released 5 other players at the end of last season.
Here's Lamb. Just straying onto Patel's leg stump, and he nudges him through the onside for a couple.
And just to extend that point about, how difficult finances can be sometimes. They released, so 2 players signed for other counties. They released 5. They gave a pro contract to Josh Hull, and they only signed Budinger and Matt Salisbury, who's from Durham, who's not playing in this game.
However, Lamb, it's just gone back down the pitch. However, it is so important to keep the 18 counties. You look, Gloucestershire are one of the small guys, Leicestershire are one of the small guys, and they talk about, there being a cull, and they're saying, yeah, the East Midlands would be ripe for it because there's Northants, there's Notts, there's Derbyshire, etc. in there. And Leicestershire are often quoted amongst those who should go. And without Leicestershire, Rayhan Ahmed would probably be in Nottinghamshire 2s now. So they've given him an opportunity and he's become an England player. Oh, that's well left. That hasn't missed his off stump by much. So it's hugely important. Again with Worcestershire, Josh Tongue has come through their system. And it is hugely important that all 18 counties, because it's great to see that these players now are coming through Leicestershire or Worcestershire and getting into the England side. And I think it's a massive, massive must that all 18 counties are kept on. Short and wide, and that's cut away. Patel helps himself there.
I mean, interestingly, and we could obviously, there's been so many chats. If you've sat at a cricket ground talking about the structure of the county championship over the last 3 years, I'll bet any number of ideas have come up. There is the one with the 3 6s, which I am not against, but you've got to find a way in 2 phases to get to 14 games, meaningful games.
Oh, that's well bowled. Thick inside edge. He's going to get 4 runs. Yeah, Akhtar can't. Oh, sorry, it's Ajit Singh Dale. Can't quite get round there and cut the boundary off. It was travelling, actually, and that's 50 for Rishi Patel. Well batted. That's a really good innings. Some lovely shots there.
9 fours and a 6.
Yeah, the one down to the scoreboard and down to the club offices through the covers was the shot of the morning, without a shadow of a doubt. But Rishi Patel looks in absolutely splendid touch.
56 balls, I think, if my computer is right. But the latest idea I did see earlier this week was somebody suggesting that you have the 18 counties and then you invite Scotland, Ireland and Holland to join in, and you have 3 divisions of 7 with 12 games. Now I would rather keep 14, but at least it would be meaningful. Akhtar in, oh that's sharp. That's caught Lewis Hill maybe on the grill there. Had him on toast, you might argue.
I'm just reading about Lewis Hill here in the Cricketers Who's Who of this year. And it's got a surprising fact about you. He was targeted by armed robbers twice while working at his local newsagents. He's from Hinckley, 5'8". Now, I don't know about you.
Right, Hill's going to need a drink here because they may need to just check that he is okay. One of the Leicester physio team has come out to see him. Was that on the grill or was that on his chin? I wonder.
I think it's on the hand, isn't it?
No, the way he pulled away after that delivery, it's just a conversation, as you can see, and there will be a drink. Yeah, he's just this really did come up quite sharply. We'll perhaps try and show you that delivery again shortly, but there is, he'll just replacing the helmet, so they obviously don't feel there's any issue with the headgear. Sometimes they,
I think you see him on the hand.
I think it's further up than that.
Well, maybe it's in the throat sort of region.
Yeah, it's
ouch.
yeah, he's I say they've not replaced the head guard, so obviously happy that maybe it didn't actually strike that. It's an awkward one. So what would Akhtar's thought process be, I wonder? Fast Yorker next. Here he is from the Ashley Down Road end. Oh, it's a good ball. It's not a Yorker, but it's a good one.
Akhtar's bowling beautifully, isn't he?
Yeah, quite a willowy figure. There's not much of him, really.
Another one who's played club cricket in the Hertfordshire League, plays at Bishop Stortford. Rishi Patel, Potters Bar, Ajit Singh Dale, North Mims.
There is Singh Dale, quite central in the crease. And it's just simple disciplines, really, from him at the moment. The ball that got his wicket was quite wide and needed to be chased by Budinger. That was Budinger's view anyway, even though it was the first ball he'd seen of Zum Akhtar. But he got the nick and he profited from it. But he's busy in his work, and that one's a bit wider and let go by Hill outside the off stump.
What Akhtar does, if you look at him here, he's moving the ball both ways at a reasonable pace, and I think he's got a big future ahead of him. Only his second game, made his debut against Durham in the last home game here.
Shuffles a bit at the start of his run, but he's quickly into his stride. And Hill defends.
And he looked rather nervous, didn't he? The first two spells that he bowled, he looked short and wide and nervous, and I was thinking, you know, and then he came on that third spell and I thought, I can see now why they've given him a go. But, you know, you can understand that. It's understandable to have a few nerves.
I'll come back to Robbie Joseph's work with him in a minute. That's a good variation. Tried the Yorker, didn't beat the defences of Lewis Hill, but Akhtar with a lively introduction. And I suspect, Dan, too, that when you've got somebody who's come out of a situation where he's been tried at a couple of teams and he hasn't got in, and somebody's given him a chance, the improvement, the grade of him, the grade on the rate of the graph of improvement can be pretty steep early on. You can make quite a bit of headway with a raw talent like that quite quickly, I would think, in certain simple areas.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen enough of him to know how raw a talent he was when he arrived here. I know from speaking to a few guys around the Hearts League that they rated him extremely highly. Played in the national counties in recent years for Cambridgeshire and for Hertfordshire. Bishop Stortford is right on the border of Essex and Hertfordshire, up near Stansted Airport, sort of that direction. And it's not too far away from the Cambridgeshire border either. Here's Lamb. That's well fielded there by Akhtar. Diving away. He's a good fielder as well. I noticed that in the game against Durham. And
took a couple of catches too in the one of the T20 games as a sub fielder.
Yeah, and he looked all right for his 18 not out yesterday as well, didn't he? So he can do all the disciplines well. Here's Danny Lamb. That's driven firmly back by Patel, but can't get it through.
You say where Bishop Stortford is. This will be the only comment about this. They will play in the National League North. Is that right, next season?
Yes, they will.
I think that's right.
They've appealed and it's been turned down.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not happy.
It's a long way from there to Blythe.
South Shields. North Shields, is it? Oh, that's well bowled by Lamb. That's one of the first full shots Patel's played.
So I wonder if he will continue. I mean, he obviously has quite a good range of shots. Whether he will be the attacking end of this partnership, and Hill will be the more measured share of it.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Only find Chris Dent at extra cover though. There's a lot of big trips for Bishop Stortford towards the northeast as well. You've got, I think, Scarborough, Darlington.
Yeah, Blythe. That was the other one I thought of.
Blythe. Somebody else up there as well. That's a nice shot. They're going to come through for one, even though Dent parries it and it goes to mid-on and Tom Price hits the stumps, but Patel gets home.
I was surprised they took the one on that misfield actually.
Yeah.
But he was clearly confident enough that it had spilled too far. And Van Buren going to make some changes as Lewis Hill comes down to face Danny Lamb for the first time. We're just going to look at matters around the country in the other games. This is day 3 everywhere. I see one correspondent debated whether to check out of his hotel this morning. He was following in one of the teams away from home. But
we're allowed to name him.
No, I think people can probably guess.
Lamb comes in and
he decided against, he said in the end. So Division 2 scores first. Derbyshire's 5th wicket pair still together against Yorkshire. They lead by 46 at Chesterfield. They were 4 down. They were 17 for 4. And Lewis Deploy and Haider Ali have now both made hundreds. Haider Ali 145 not out. Deploy 118 not out, and Derbyshire lead by 48 with 6 wickets left. Durham batting on against Glamorgan, 451 for 6. They lead by 61. And Worcestershire are all out at Hove for 410. That's a lead of 62 over Sussex. Sussex 36 without loss, so they still trail by 26. So promising. So a couple of pretty good games brewing up elsewhere. This one, because of the time lost, a little bit behind. Patel facing Zumachta now from this Ashley Down Road end.
Yorkshire have been regular visitors to Chesterfield, haven't they? Because it's not a million miles away from Sheffield over the border.
No.
So it's in the north of Derbyshire. And Nottinghamshire often used to play Yorkshire at Worksop as well. But unfortunately the miners' strike. I'll come on to that after this ball.
Akhtar was full and clipped straight to Ajit Singh Dale. Gloucestershire have gone down to just 2 slips in a gully now, but they've still got now Dent at mid-wicket, but he's not really at a catching mid-wicket. He's a little bit too deep there, I would suggest, to be a catcher. He's really on the single. We'll get Dan's thoughts on the minor strike in a moment. Here's Zumachta with a leg side delivery that's clipped all the way down to Tom Price at long leg.
Yeah, well, they used to play each other at Worksop up until 1984, and if you remember, the Nottinghamshire miners returned back to work, much to the chagrin of the Yorkshire miners, and I don't think they played there since because there was such sort of, such a fractious relationship between the Notts miners and the Yorkshire miners that they stopped that game happening at Worksop.
Well, Hill's just got maybe a fly in his eye there.
And again, Worksop's not a million miles away from Chesterfield either. It's up in that north of Nottinghamshire. In fact, Joe Root went to Worksop College.
So Akhtar in and Hill defends. Cry of no as the ball dribbles out to Ajit Singh Dale. Yes, in fact, so much so you say Chesterfield is close to Sheffield. Chesterfield actually as a venue, as a town, comes under the remit, under the BBC remit of Sheffield. It's not, it isn't considered to be in the patch of Radio Derby. Hill into his pads this time. I think, in a sense, it's almost a shared club, so that the majority of the coverage is done from Sheffield, but Radio Derby kind of do take an interest, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Lewis Hill got 100 here at Bristol in 2021 in the county championship.
So Akhtar with 3 slips for Hill, but only 2 for Patel. One successful bowler for Gloucestershire this morning. His first delivery edged by Budinger to James Bracey for 21 when the score was 66. And Leicestershire started the day on 23 without loss, so 55 added. 55 in 57 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, Lewis Hill, Leicestershire, born and bred, Came via the academy, been with the county ever since. 31 years old now, 32 I think he is. 32 years old.
Only 3 overs for Danny Lamb, and the call for Zafar Gahar by Dan Whiting has been answered.
Yeah. It's the dulcet tones of Terry Blake on their PA.
I don't think we'll see the seamers bowling much more than 6 overs at a stint today.
No. He's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel. Played for Essex in their championship winning campaign. I think it was 2017. Didn't play much for them, but he definitely played a couple of games for them. Anyway, he's going to be facing Zafar Gahar. Patel defends. So you've got Ollie Price at first slip. You've got Ben Charlesworth in at short leg. Zaman Akhtar is just, I know it's Danny Lamb just at backward point there.
And already, even after 2 balls, I would say that Zafar is bowling more slowly than Parkinson was from that end yesterday.
Yes, he is, yeah. Zafar in. Patel goes over the top. He's got hold of that one. In fact, that's gone into the second tier of the pavilion.
Bounced down and thrown back by a man in a grey shirt.
Yeah, he's not messing around, Rishi Patel. So you've got Danny Lamb at backward point. Out in the deep. Got deep cover. Chris Dent's at extra cover. Tom Price is at mid-off. Graham Van Buren mid-on. Akhtar is at short mid-wicket. And a deep backward square is Ajit Singh Dale. Just having a look at the ball at the moment. Probably.
It's only in its 19th over, so I know it's had a couple of fairly severe biffs, but
I saw on social media yesterday that one of Will Smead's sixes the other day, I'll come on to it after this ball. It's well bowled. One of Will Smead's sixes that went into the car park actually took a massive chunk out of the tarmac of the car park before bouncing over the fence and into the gardens. It was that towering one. Here's Zafar Gahar as Patel just opens the face and runs that into the offside.
well, I think Danny Lamb may have done a bit of damage to a piece of cladding at the Ashley Down Road end yesterday.
Yeah, I think
with one of his sixes.
Yeah. But then Gloucestershire have played here since about 1875, haven't they? So, you know, you buy a house next to a cricket ground?
Yeah.
Well, it's all very idyllic. Sometimes you have to be prepared for some damage. So that's spun. Goes through to Bracey. That completes the over 85 for 1. Yeah, sometimes you have to be prepared for a bit of damage, especially if the skipper says to Ian Randall, can we have a couple of quick overs from the top end, please, Ian?
So, yeah, there might be 2 overs, but they wouldn't be quick. They're going on 5 and over here, Leicestershire, or very nearly, as you can see, 4.47. Akhtar to continue. This is when being a captain can be an unenviable job. It looks like the pitch is not going to give you a lot of help. You've got to keep all the bowlers and fielders' spirits up, keep everybody on side. Akhtar in, edged and caught. He's got a second one. That's Ollie Price with the catch. And Patel has to go. He's been taken out of the gained by a good low catch from Price. Made that look very comfortable, actually. And Actor has a second wicket, and Gloucestershire have a second wicket, and that will improve their spirits too. 85 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good wicket. Patel's looking dangerous. And Ollie Price catches pigeons in there at slip, doesn't he? He's got a really good pair of hands and makes no mistake. Actor has been the pick of the bowlers by a long, long way. He's actually made the ball go both ways at pace, and the movement's late as well. And if you don't know which way it's going as a bat, you're in trouble.
Patel out for 59.
There's Actor 2 for 1.
70 balls and 9 fours and 2 sixes, so a very aggressive strike rate. And here is Colin Ackerman for Leicestershire at number 4. 32 years old, getting close to 10,000 first-class runs in his career.
And this guy has got a beautiful cover drive on him.
South African born, but he's actually qualified to play for Holland, isn't he? Is that right? Did I get that right?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's played 22 T20 internationals for the Dutch.
You know Paul van Meekeren pretty well. Pressed to make his first ball from Actor, which he just a feel bat on ball, nudges out into the offside.
He was part of that partnership with Vian Mulder, which was 477. Ackerman got 277. I think it was Leicestershire at Hove, which can be very flat. But Gloucestershire will want to see the back of him pretty early.
Actor down the leg side. Ackerman onto that quickly. That will probably go for 4. There's no chance of Tom Price cutting that off. That's raced away. And you may have only seen one delivery previously, but when you can spot when there's a risk-free boundary available, he was onto it. Actor with both wickets this morning from the Ashley Down Road end, and Ackerman again defends. So this is Actor's 4th over. He might quite like an extended stint here, the way things are going for him.
Why not? He's 2 for 5 off 3.4. Graham van Buren just giving the ball an extra bit of a shine, and then having a word with his bowler. So the third slip's coming out again. And Lamb going to backward square. 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Extra man on the leg side then for Actor. Again, that's directionally better. The response, if he has bowled a bad ball, is he's pretty good to pick things up again and get his directional radar back in the groove. But the one thing about that Price catch, and it may be just a deceptive thing, but he appeared to have a lot of time to take it. Actor in, and Ackerman again defends, and he was so unhurried, and that I think is possibly because, good applause for Actor at the end of that over. His figures 2 for 5, as Dan said. Is that because his technique is to start with his hands almost on the floor, so they're only moving one way? Some players start with hands on their knees, or maybe hands in the catching position at knee height. He started with his hands almost on the ground, so that they've got very short distance to move to actually take the catch in the first place. Here's a rerun of it. He's very low, and he stays low. That's the trick, isn't it? Is to stay low, because once you come up, it's very hard to get back down again. So, like wicket keeping, The longer you stay down, the easier it is. Here's Zafar. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Lewis Hill. This game's moving on at pace now. It's good.
Take a look at that. Didn't bounce a lot.
That's just played past Charlesworth at short leg, who juggles. He thought about a single, but Ackerman's leaning on his bat. Plays that into the onside.
Patel's innings, I know he's out, but he's given the day a bit of an express start, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, he definitely has. Looked to be positive. It's good. That's swept. Can only find Ajit Singh Dale around the corner on the 45.
It is an extended day today, 104 overs, making up time lost both on Sunday and Monday.
Zafar. Hill defends. Play down to the onside. That's a maiden. We don't have many of those in the game, full stop, actually. Chris Wright bowled a few. There haven't been many.
Bowled 10, actually.
Yeah.
And the other Leicestershire bowlers only bowled 12 between them. But the spinners only bowled 1. The spinners bowled 1 in 44 overs and 4 balls. In fact, no, 49 overs and 4 balls. There were only 3 because Ackerman bowled 2 in his 5, but Parkinson and Ahmed only bowled 1 between them. And that was why we posed the question at the start of play today, was that because the pitch wasn't helpful, or because they perhaps didn't allow it to be helpful by bowling a bit too quickly almost? Well,
yeah, I think they did bowl a little bit too flat.
And now watching Zafar on it, it's interesting that he is already. It looks a lot gentler from Zafar at the far end. There's our email if you want to get in touch with us during the commentary. Questions, thoughts.
There's us up there.
Short one this time from Zaman Akhtar.
Who we described as Pinky and Perky? Abbott and Costello?
Who were they?
Abbott and Costello.
Right, yeah.
Kyle Abbott opens the bowling for Hampshire.
Yeah. Sean Abbott as well. He's not a bad player, is he?
Yeah.
Akhtar again. And Ackerman lets that go outside the off stump.
Absolutely gorgeous day here in Bristol. Here at the Costa del Horfield. Not a cloud in the sky. Going to be 29 degrees.
That is warm. And that almost as Ackerman again plays that back defensively up the pitch. There are
There we go.
our 2 friends from that well-known puppetry programme.
Waldron Statler and Waldorf, isn't it?
That's right. I've never known who was who actually. But yeah, they always had a view from the one of the boxes side onto the stage, didn't they? Those 2.
Yeah.
Our box is in a great position, to be fair. We're right behind Zaman Akhtar as he bowls again, and that's let go by Ackerman through to James Bracey.
There's Bert and Ernie from there, wasn't there, as well? Do you remember Bert and Ernie?
I don't remember them.
Yeah.
So MATCHDAY past Graham Lloyd, or down the leg side. Well taken the second bounce by James Bracey. Had quick. Right, that might be it, I think, for MATCHDAY for the moment. There's an indicator at the end of that over. That might be it for him. He's bowled 5 overs from this Ashley Down Road end. He's got both the wickets to fall today, both the openers, one caught behind and one caught in what I would call a very orthodox catch at second slip.
There's Bert and Ernie bringing you the commentary here today.
Neither of our hair looks like that. What we do want is the shot of those two gentlemen from the States.
Yeah.
That
Zafar in.
Who turns that round?
And forgive me, the two gentlemen from the States, this was a social media shot.
I think they're baseball commentary.
Was it baseball, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Baseball rather than baseball.
That's swept, fine, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Leicestershire move into the 90s. Strong lineup here, Leicestershire.
Yeah, when you and I had a chat on, we often, you might surprise people to know that Dan and I do often chat between cricket. It's generally about cricket, to be fair, as well. I think
sometimes we talk about
other stuff, yeah. But your line was Leicestershire packed their team with batting. That was your line, wasn't it?
Yeah, they do. They've got quite a deep batting lineup. Zafford throws that one up even higher.
And that was before the squads were selected, we should say. Three saving one on the leg side.
Zaffer in. That's gone for 4 more. He can sweep, Mr. Hill, and he likes to sweep.
So how does Zaffer think about trying to stop that area of scoring? He's having a chat with Graham van Beeren here about what he thinks. Is there going to be a man back? Yes, there is. They're going to leave Ajit Singh Dale back now at deep square. How will Hill counteract that?
Oh, Zafford trying to sneak one through his defences. Hill's equal to it. Have a little chat about Ayleston Road, which our visitors in Leicestershire will know. As Hill defends, that completes the over. Leicestershire used this. It was their old headquarters from 1901 to 1939. And it's a lovely ground. It's got a real sort of like Art Deco pavilion, and they played all of their first class fixtures there from 1901 to 1913, and then they used Loughborough as an outground, and then the ground in the First World War was requisitioned as a base for military training and headquarters of the Leicester Town Rifles. And it actually hosted 396 first-class matches, and then became, in the Second World War, it was a quartermaster's depot for the American 82nd Airborne Division. The ground was damaged by German bombing. All the stands were sort of smashed up a little bit, and then they returned the county back to Grace Road.
So Tom Price to come on from the Ashley Down Road, and Jack Taylor's on the field, and he's fielding at first slip, so I wonder whether Ben Charlesworth has just gone off temporarily. Not sure. I think he's gone maybe to put on some extra kit, as he's been fielding at short leg. I think he's got a clip there of some sort. He's gone to get some extra short pads. Maybe here's Tom Price back for a first stint at this Ashley Down Road end. So Jack Taylor's in at first slip temporarily at the moment. Both these two, as you can see, still in single figures, but just getting their bearings in terms of the day. But Leicestershire say a brisk first hour and a quarter on the scoreboard. Price past umpire Lloyd, and almost thick inside edge from Ackerman. Really, the thick inside half of the bat there could have dragged that on. But this ball now in its 24th over, so some of the hardness will be going. I did suggest to Dan this morning that first 20 overs would tell us quite a bit. She really would love to split these two. Price in, that's let go by Ackerman. Yes, I don't know Leicester that well, but I got a suspicion that that Ayleston area is not far from the rugby ground at Welford Road.
Yes, it's more city centre than Grace Road. Yeah. You've got the football ground not far from there as well, haven't you? It's over the road, or not far.
Price in, and again Ackerman doesn't get that where he intended to. Skids out on the leg side. Fielded by Lamb. They do get a single out of it. Not quite got his bearings yet, Ackerman. Picked off the one boundary from, I think it was Zumaktas, the second ball he faced, but hasn't quite timed it apart from that. Yes, Leicester would be one of the few complete that thought after this ball from Price. Just let go by Lewis Hill. How many other cities would have two teams in different sports that might get north of 20,000 for a home game? Wouldn't be that many.
No.
You've got, if you kind of assume that football is one of them, you've got to think of a second sport where you get 20,000 or more for a home game. Leeds might be one with the Rhinos. That might be close.
And Headingley, they get more than that for a Roses game, say for T20, wouldn't they? Well, no, they only holds about 18,000, doesn't it, Headingley?
End of Price is over. First one of a new spell. He bowled 3 last night from the pavilion end, 3 this morning, and now 0 for 28. So McIntyre with both wickets in his spell from this end of the ground, and Ben Charlesworth is back on. Maybe it was a change for his bowling boots, because he's going to have a bowl. Zaffar's only had 3 overs, and this is now the 6th bowler that Graham van Buren has turned to. 6th different bowler he's turned to.
Yeah, I saw Charlesworth having a good bowl this morning. We spoke about Chesterfield earlier, and on the 15th of September 1975, Chris Balderstone, who played for Leicester, finished on 51 not out against Derbyshire at Chesterfield.
And then went to play football somewhere, you're going to tell me?
He did. After the close of play, changed into his football kit to play for Doncaster Rovers, 30 miles away. They drew 1-1 with Brentford. Thus, he is the only player to have played league football and first-class cricket on the same day. He then returned to Chesterfield to complete a century the following morning and take 3 wickets to wrap up the title. I mean, that's boys' own stuff, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, that's Tom Price hat-trick and 100 on the same day, kind of.
It certainly is,
kind of level.
Jim Coombs was another one, wasn't he, of that era? Played football.
Kept goal for Aston Villa.
Yeah.
Had a
Carlisle, was he at Carlisle? Balderstone was at Carlisle, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Ben Charlesworth. Just strays onto Ackerman's legs, whips him through the onside.
Jim Coombs was what we might call a CEO or a kind of managing director at Lancashire for a long time, wasn't he, when he finished playing?
Yes, he was. Yeah. Phil Neal, Dennis Compton, Arthur Milton.
A couple of emails which we'll get to if we can during this over. One of them from my friend.
Ooh, that's a bit of lift there from Charlesworth.
Tom from the Rain Stop Play blog. Talk of the miners' strike, he says, reminds me of the time I was accused of being a flying picket. Not the musical one. A few friends and I made the midweek dash to Bristol City away at Mansfield, in Nottinghamshire of course, during the strike. Time was tight to get there for kick-off. As we pulled off the motorway to head into the town, the police pulled us over and quizzed us. It was seemingly more logical for us to be a picket than to go all the way to watch Bristol City.
Charlesworth there, that's a good delivery. That's made Lewis Hill sniff that one, and he's jagged his head out the way.
He said, eventually we persuaded them out of our case, made it to the match, happy to say it was worth it, as City won 1-0. Yes, that Mansfield area would have been right in the heart of that Nottinghamshire coalfield. And Paul Hibbard on the email makes a comment about, was it Ernie and who?
Burton Ernie.
Burton Ernie.
Charlesworth in, and that's full. Hill just whips him through mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple here.
Paul says Dan would definitely be the mischievous one, brackets Ernie.
Gee, Paul. Gee, Paul.
100 up.
100 up, yes.
For Leicestershire.
Well batted. Comes up in the 25th over. They're going at 4 and over. Charlesworth comes in, approaching the crease. Hill just gets up onto his toes and pushes that into the offside. Chris Dent does the fielding and they come through for a single.
Come back to something you said earlier on. A day of free scoring and a good number of wickets will do the game as a whole no harm at all, will it?
No, certainly won't.
It may make for a better day tomorrow, actually.
That's down the leg side. Is that caught? Has he strangled him down the leg side?
Bracey's taken it, but there's no interest from Paul Baldwin at all.
No, none at all. Charlesworth was interested. And the slip called and we were interested. Let's have another look here. I think it's flicked the pad, actually. Well, you can't really tell from here, but the man that matters is Paul Baldwin, and he said not out. Jimmy Ormond, he was a man who played for Leicestershire. Came back one winter, having sort of not seen the club since September. Came back in March and came back about 4 stone heavier, I believe. I don't think they were overly impressed with him.
Did he go to Surrey?
Did he go to Surrey, yeah.
Tom Price from the Ashley Down Road. What was a late call for a single? Goodness me. Ackerman answered it. The throw argument to the wrong end, but certainly Lewis Hill was interested in the single and Ackerman was right on his heels. Chris Dent threw it towards the stumps that he could see. And Hill was always the favourite there, but just a quick word between the two batters. I'm not surprised about that. I think the throw goes to the other end. Ackerman is in real trouble. He's on strike now and defends up to Graham Dunbeer. And thanks to Tom and to Paul for their emails. Remember at the start of this round of games, everybody had played 6 other than the bottom 2, who are playing each other, of course, in this round. So it will be halfway for all the teams apart from Derbyshire and Yorkshire once this match is complete. Tom Price in once more. That's pitched up, hit into the ground, and good stop on the bounce by Miles Hammond in the covers.
Leicestershire are rejuvenated a little bit, aren't they? Haven't played in the top division since 2003, and they've had some.
That feels a long time, doesn't it?
20 years, yeah. They've had some miserable times. I mean, 2013 and 2014, they didn't win a game in the Championship. And the last side to do that before them was Northamptonshire, just before World War II.
Christed's being pushed back at square leg, now almost to the boundary there. Price in short, that's crunch through the offside. There's no point Hammond chasing that. So the fielder goes out deep on the leg side, and the ball is dispatched by Ackerman away on the offside.
Yeah, Tom Price missed the last one against Durham, failed a fitness test just before the game. Good to see him back in the side. Once he gets some overs under his belt, he'll be the handful that we know he can be. Got a lot of time for him as a cricketer. And Ollie.
They are potentially the core of the future of Gloucestershire. Well, we might say about the core of the future, the core of the present as well. But they're still, making their way really. Probably the first season where Tom in particular has come into it with some expectation against his name. I don't think that really happened at the start of last season, but it grew as his performances improved as the season went on. Clipped away nicely again through Ackerman through the mid-wicket areas, straightish clip on the leg side, a long chase for Chris Dent, and they'll take a comfortable 2. And his return long to James Bracey. 40 minutes to go until lunch. We have lunch today at 1:10 slightly extended morning session, slightly extended afternoon session until 4 o'clock, and 104 overs in what I suspect will be a completely cloudless day here in Bristol. Most of the forecast I saw last night said you'd be very, very unlucky just about anywhere in England to catch a shower today. So
that means we're going to cop one then, doesn't it?
You hope not.
Charlesworth to Hill. Getting some bounce here, Ben Charlesworth.
I was sometimes.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Costerdale Horfield.
It's a very deep blue, that, isn't it?
Azure?
Oh, yes. An azuri blue, you might argue.
Goes through to Bracey, no run. It looks bluer on the TV than it does in person.
Actually, just thinking here, we were talking about cities that would get 20,000 for 2 sports on a regular basis. You'd be close to being in one in Bristol. If that barrier was 15,000, you'd say definitely yes. I don't think the Rugby Club and City quite get to 20 each.
Cut, but can only find Chris Dent, who's now at backward point. What did Newcastle Rugby get?
Oh no, they'd be under 10,000, more like 6.
Hill leaves that one alone. Well, I can't think of many.
No.
London and Birmingham.
So where's the second sport in Birmingham that's going to give you a?
Well, you'd get it for T20, wouldn't you, at certain Warwickshire games? You get it, I think, for...
Yeah, so City averaged last year 20,334, so they do break it. I suspect the rugby club don't quite.
Charlesworth to Hill, who defends. Well, Nottingham Panthers ice hockey team get it.
I probably wouldn't quite get that.
What about Poole Speedway? $109 for 2. Ackerman on 12. Lewis Hill also on 12. They're good players, both these guys. Ackerman especially can often be as difficult to get out as a band's second album.
Tom Price in. Always thought to be the problem album, isn't it, the second one?
Certainly is.
Price from the Ashley Down Road end. Looks, it doesn't look to be much. The odd one is just climbing a little bit, but as a rule, the batsman, your point yesterday about letting the ball come to them, if they stay, quite deep in the crease, then there appears to be a lot of time for them to play the ball. I've tried to get a Bristol Bears average crowd to go with that City one. Outside the off stump. So in the year before last, the average crowd was 17,915. They did break 20 in terms of the highest. So it's going to be very close to that 20 cusp. We might be a little bit either side, but yes, you've certainly got it. Certainly got it there.
It's interesting what you say there about staying in their crease, because Peter Hanscom, who I believe is due next in, he tends to go quite deep into his crease, and it's been his undoing in England when the ball's zipping about.
Price of this slightly arcing run. Oh, that's played into the ground by Ackerman, but it's missed his off stump, and Ollie Price comes up to do the fielding. He and Ben Charlesworth in the slips at the moment. Now it's all that Charlesworth's run, and this isn't a marker for everything, but his run would be longer than Danny Lamb's.
Charlesworth?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's all about rhythm, I get that. Price in once more, again Ackerman defends. Scoring has slowed a little bit since Patel was out, but Leicestershire still not far off 4 and over overall. And these two will know that there's still quite a sizable deficit, 259. It is a good day to bat. Warm work for those in the field. And it may be a question of laying the ground now and cashing in later on. That's a phrase that Richard Dawson always used to use. Don't necessarily think you've got to go chasing the game in the first session or even the first 2 sessions. You can make that ground up when the ball is soft and the attack is weary. There are the bowling figures so far. Zumachter with the 2 wickets in his spell from this Ashley Down Road end earlier today. One with his first ball, and then the important wicket of Patel with a very smoothly taken catch by Ollie Price at second slip.
Charlesworth approaching the crease. Hill defends.
He's very upright, Ben Charlesworth, when he runs in, isn't he?
Yeah, certainly is. Now, I want to tell you about a game between these two sides. In 1985, in August 1985, where they played each other at Cheltenham College, and they thought that it was going to be washed out. It was Sunday, August the 11th, 1985. As Charlesworth comes in, Hill defends, and they thought it was going to be washed out. So David Gower, being the man that he is, has cajoled a few of his teammates into spending some time around the hospitality tents at Cheltenham. And because this rain was coming down in biblical proportions, they thought there was going to be no play whatsoever until at about 4 o'clock, much to their horror. It's cut nicely there by Hill. He's going to get 4 runs there. Races away. Nice shot. 113 for 2. So much to their horror, at about 4 o'clock, the umpires popped their heads through the tents and said, we're going to start in 15 minutes and it's going to be a 10 over game. And they were absolutely hammered. I believe one of the Gloucestershire fielders was hit doing the warm-ups, trying to catch the ball, which just went straight through his face. That's a nice shot. He was a bit nervous.
Straight through his hands, presumably.
Straight through his hands, hit him in the face. And Andy Stovald, who was on the ground, as I think he was just there with his family, was the only one sober. So they press-ganged him into playing. He got 47 not out in that game. David Gower came in, tried to sweep the first ball for 4 and fell over. And it wasn't a bastion of professionalism, as Hill gets one there. Scores in that game, so Leicestershire got 77 for 8 off their 10 overs, and Gloucestershire ended up 70 for 2 off their 10. The Leicestershire line-up that day: Peter Willey, Nigel Bryers, Charlesworth into the wicket. That's shaped nicely. Bracey's taken that in front of Danny Lamb at first slip. David Gower, James Whittaker, Mike Garnham, Gordon Parsons, Phil de Freitas, Paddy Clift, Russell Cobb, Jonathan Agnew and Les Taylor. Gloucestershire were Andy Stovald, Richard Ellis, who played for Middlesex, Kevin Curran, Ian Payne, Bill Athy, Tony Wright, Jeremy Lloyds, Jack Russell, David Graveney, Courtney Walsh and Gary Sainsbury. Sure, if any old players are listening in, they recall that story.
Was that a last ball finish? You just scroll down that card down. The player's just taking, or the batsman just taking drinks at the moment. So it looks like that was a last. Oh, so they got 70 for 2 off 7 overs.
10 overs.
Yes, but they only took it was 10 overs, so it looks like it was a last ball finish then.
Second last ball, because Leicestershire got 77 for 8. So yeah, they were they needed. Oh, I don't know.
Well, go to the top of that board.
Umpires that day were Mervyn Kitchen and Roy Palmer.
That's the result. Leicestershire won by 7. So, yeah, Gloucestershire ended up 2 wickets down, and you end up short in a chase in 10 overs. That's unusual, isn't it? Tom Price to continue. And that's carved away, chopped away, past second slip for 4 by Lewis Hill. That was played. He's played some shots in the Gloucestershire innings where those were soft-handed shots. That was played very firmly, very deliberately. He was convinced he was cutting that into the ground, close to him, and therefore never a chance. And with some force, it ran away down to the third man boundary.
Wasn't far away from Ollie Price there.
But with the exception of Zaman Akhtar, not a great deal happening for the bowlers this morning. The gully's going back in. Danny Lamb to try and stop that chop from Hill. Now into the 20s. Almost a first, second and fourth slip, in fact. Very fine field adjustment by Graham van Beeren. Price again, and this time Hill lets that go. Leicestershire got to lunch 2 down. Dan, would they say, yeah, we're all right with that?
Yeah, they would. They can win into lunch 3 down. I think Gloucestershire might say we're all right with that.
Not just.
I think the rate of scoring's probably helped. I mean, they've scored 95 runs so far in this morning session.
Question of whether one of these two, or Hanscom, you suspect, is able to go big. That's a better line from Price. Didn't do a lot, but it was just in that fifth stump area, which forces the batsman to think about playing at it. If we even say played inside it.
Yeah, it's well bowled. I think he just went a little wider on the crease there, Tom Price.
Zafar and Ajit Singh Dale on the leg side in front of square, but that's a little bit shorter, a little bit almost tennis ball bounce there. It just kicked on a little bit off the surface.
Yeah,
a bit loopy to James Bracey.
Yeah, Bracey, a man who went to university in Leicestershire, went to Loughborough. Played in the same side there as Sam Cook, now at Essex. Good bowler.
Price spinning himself a catch as he gets back to the end of his run. Running towards the pavilion. And again, with that fourth slip back in, Graham van Beeren trying to stifle that area for Hill, forcing him to play elsewhere.
Yeah, he's a deflector, isn't he, Hill? I'm not sure much has gone in front of square. He's swept very well, swept the spinners, and he's cut pretty well.
Not the tallest. Waits now for Price. And again, pushes that out to Dent at cover. End of Tom Price's over. 10 overs he's bowled for 39. 3 spells there. Ajit Singh Dale 6 overs for 34. Danny Lamb 3 overs for 15. Zafar 3 overs for 15. Ben Charlesworth 3 overs for 9. And Someone after 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5. Will we see him again before lunch? Possibility. We're going to see Zafar again though now, back from the pavilion end, as Gloucestershire try and wrestle a bit of control back here. Leicestershire not running away with it by any means, but they're laying down quite a good platform here. They've got a reasonable start. It's a good day to bat, and you have to chip away at the wickets column. I suspect today they won't come in a glut.
Here he is from the pavilion end. That's just nudged around the corner. Ackerman seems to have been on 12 for ages. He's now on to 13.
AJ's been in touch on the email and says, he just says, ignore me if you've mentioned this already, but I'm pretty sure that Tigers get 20,000 on occasion for the rugby. Indeed they do. We were just discussing about the fact that, you know, Leicester is unusual in that they would get 20,000 at the King Power and 20,000 at Welford Road.
That's just defended.
I was saying that Bristol would be close to that. The rugby maybe just under that as an average, and City just over it. But there aren't many cities that do.
Zafar in, and Hill defends. Right, we can have a look at Lewis Hill's wagon wheel. We said he hadn't scored much in front of square, and there it is. 21. Good sweep of the ball. That's well played actually in the end, but I thought Ollie Price was going to come round there from slip and almost caught it. Let's have a look here. Oh, it wasn't a million miles away from Ollie
he
Price.
spotted that. Ollie Price has spotted that really early, hasn't he? And tried to make up that with, you know, sort of 2 long strides and a dive, and he's nearly managed it.
Players do that now, don't they? Often they see the sweep and first slip will go running around the back of the keeper.
So Charlesworth has gone to short fine leg now for that shot. Would you have been tempted to have him at leg slip for it, or do you think it's right that he's deeper?
Yeah, I would be tempted to put him in at leg slip. Yeah, Zafar wants him finer. He's just moving him finer. Oh, is that pad first? Zafar thinks it is. Not out. Let's have another look at this. Worth a shout. They rarely get given though, do they? Hill defends.
It was yesterday morning when we arrived at the ground. Chris Dent was having a bowl, and that's very unusual. Bear in mind, it's a long time. I think he's bowled 1 over this season. Maybe in that game at Glamorgan, which was tending to be a draw, but he hasn't really had a bowl in any sort of serious situation for a while. I wonder if that was just because you would, if you had an opportunity just to have a gentle trundle in the practice sessions before play.
AJ's been back on the emails saying it's just occurred to me that listening along while working, I've completely forgotten this game was against Leicestershire, and that of course was where the conversation had actually started. I only came in for the bit about Birmingham and London. What a muppet! Enjoying the stream as always. We'll try and pay more attention. Keep up the good work. Thanks for your email, AJ. And here's Ajit Singh Dale.
Yes, so a change at the Ashley Down Road end. Singh Dale opened up this morning and now back for a second burst for probably maybe 3 overs before lunch.
We'll forgive you, AJ. We know you're at work, mate. We know you're at work. Don't do any. Go and make yourself a cup of coffee. Listening to the stream. Work is a 4-letter word.
Singh Dale in warm sunshine, and it's defended by Ackerman. I don't think they've had a no ball today. That's just been so that's been good from the quicker bowlers. They haven't lost their discipline in that way. Gloucestershire having used 6 bowlers ready in this innings. Singh Dale, hero yesterday with the bat, and it was interesting in that interview that he did at the close of play that he was almost so focused on the batting that it hadn't occurred to him how many runs he'd made. And I suppose you kind of do. I've never been in that long, I wouldn't know, but you almost completely forget about the scoreboard and just play the next ball. Singh Dale in it again. Ackerman defends.
I knew when I was on 49 you'd always want that cheeky little single, wouldn't you? You always just want to run one, open the face and run one down, just for that one sort of risk-free shot. You wouldn't have a big swing when you're on 49, put it that way.
No. So James Healy looks after us on the cameras, and he did say yesterday that if Ajit got to 50, he'd be requesting the footage of the shot that got him there, presumably for a show reel of some sort. Ackerman again defends. Have you had that request, James? Not yet, he says.
It was on Instagram. This morning I had a look. Yeah, it was on Instagram. Yeah.
So somebody else must have picked up that particular job.
He's a good lad, Adge, isn't he? He's a great lad.
But you'll only make your maiden first class 50 once, won't you?
Well, exactly, and you know, got to make your memories.
Singh Dale in, fires that almost leg stump Yorker, but it wasn't quite accurate enough. Enabled Ackerman to squeeze it out.
Got to make your memories.
Deep mid wicket. He'll pinch the strike at the end of the over. Single for him, and there is the score. 2 wickets for Zaman Akhtar, as you can see. 1 caught at first slip, 1 caught behind, and these 2 came together when the score was 85. So they've added 39 at the moment, and just frustrating Gloucestershire a bit after the openers set off at a rate of knots this morning, but Zumakhtar removed them both.
Can't mention knots when there's Leicestershire fans listening in, Ian. Oh, that's well bowled by Zafar. That's gone past Ackerman's outside. You'll have Leicestershire fans booting in their television screens for you mentioned knots. Lost a few players over the years to them. Stuart Broad. That's just nudged into the onside, 1 for 1. James Taylor.
Although now back at the club coaching, obviously.
Yeah, he was out here the other day, wasn't he? There's been a number of, I can't remember who else there's been. Hill defends. This goes to short leg. Miles Hammond's doing the duties at what used to be called back in the day as Boot Hill. Defended.
Derbyshire have lost a wicket in the game against Yorkshire at Chesterfield. That big 4th wicket stand, how many was that worth in the end? 277 it was worth for the 5th wicket. But that
Hill again defends.
partnership
off
between
Zafar.
Lewis Deploy and Haider Ali has been finally ended. Haider Ali out for 146. Lewis Deploy still there on 139 not out. Derbyshire
It's a good player, Lewis Deploy, isn't he?
94 in front, 5 wickets in hand.
Tossed up, defended. No run, just over 10 minutes to lunch. 125 for 2. Ackerman's on 15. Lewis Hill on 25. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and him, Ian Randall.
Bit of history potentially on offer at Canterbury. Surrey have got to make 501 to beat Kent. Kent
Yeah, well, they're
all
sort
out
of
in their second innings for 344.
The sort of side to go and do that as well. It's Canterbury week, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I think they was close on 3,000 there yesterday.
Yes, 501 to win. That'll feel a long way away. Ajit Singh Dale in, slammed into the ground this time by Ackerman, and Chris Dent round quickly.
They've like sort of all bands there, don't they? Canterbury, like brass bands, and it's a real occasion, isn't it?
Yes, it's.
They have a ladies' day as well, I think they do.
I
don't
think they may do.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of festivals now have a ladies' day, don't they?
Yeah.
And if you think back, how many years shall we say? 20 years. Somebody would have sat down and say, right, there must be certain markets of audience that we haven't yet managed to get to. What are they? And how can we attract them? And part of the attraction of a ladies' day at cricket is that you know it's hopefully on a nice sunny day. Pulled away this time by Ackerman to Zafar at deep mid wicket. So I just give a slightly sort of different example. A ladies' day at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival would be very different to a ladies' day in March, potentially wet, windy and rather cold at the Cheltenham National Hunt Festival.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be...
Different clothing required.
You don't want to be wearing your Laura Ashley dress to that, do you?
You could be talking about a temperature that's 15 degrees difference, 20 degrees difference possibly. Singh Dale in down the leg side, very, very faint. I don't think that's buys. He's got a bat on that. And that's 4 more, nothing James Bracey could do. It's very, very faint. Good judgment from Hill. He could work out it's the faintest little flick of the bat.
Yeah,
will bring him 4 more.
Definitely a deflector, isn't he, Hill?
Yeah. Just uses the pace of the ball.
Yes.
Singh Dale with a bouncer. Now that was fortunate because we had a flood on the table yesterday that actually houses all our kit, and that was my fault. And Dan has left a bottle of fizzy beverage just to my left.
Non-alcoholic, may I hasten to
and
add.
I've just clipped it about as fine as that leg glance from Lewis Hill, but it was just enough to knock it over. Good job the top was on. Otherwise there could have been a significant incident. That was again deflected by Hill down to deep long leg. They think about 2, but the throw is on its way very quickly.
He's great in the field, actor. He really is.
Covers the ground quickly. He's got a good arm as well. So it'll just be the one, and Leicestershire might well, in fact they've already passed it. Once they get 100 in the session, they're already past that. 108 in the session at the moment. 108 for 2 net.
Yeah, my Leicestershire notes, my research notes are coffee stained.
But they're still in your computer, Dan, aren't they? Because you keep all these things.
I do, yeah. In fact, I mean, for those listening at home, we do probably 2 to 3, maybe sometimes 4 hours research each the day before a game. As Zaffa comes into Hill, who can only get him out to the offside. And Leicestershire have come here with about, I think, 7 of the side that played in the Royal London Cup last year, which is very good of them.
Helpful.
Very good of them. Defended as well.
But sometimes you may only play a team in one format.
Yes.
So Gloucestershire wouldn't play Leicestershire in the T20.
No. No, and if that side's not in your group in the 50 overs, and sometimes don't play a side at all. That's just nerdle around the corner. I mean, luckily Gloucestershire were in Division 1 last year, so, you know, but say for instance they don't play Lancashire this year, do they?
Not in anything.
No. They play Yorkshire or anything? I don't think they do they?
In the Championship.
Oh, of course. Of course. Sorry, it's because that game was washed out here. We have got them next week, though, or 2 weeks time.
So, but they don't play Essex here in the Championship. They don't play Essex here in the T20.
No. It's just spun a little bit. Ackerman smothers it. 1-3-2 for 2. And no Essex in the 50 over competition either. Ackerman rocks back, punches that one into the offside, but can't get it past Tom Price at cover point. So we've got 6 minutes left to lunch. Probably get a couple of overs in. 1-3-2 for 2. Ackerman on 16. Lewis Hill has deflected his way to 31. Crowd soaking up the sunshine. Ice cream vans doing a decent trade.
Leicestershire would have to just see off these 2 overs. They'd feel they'd have a good platform for the afternoon if they went into the break only 2 down. Ackerman's had a bit less of the strike, but I'm sure he's no problem with that. I think your reading of the pitch possibly flattening out, Dan, might have been a good one. Both you and Ed Seaborn both said you thought that the indication from yesterday might be that yes, when the ball is new and hard, there was a bit there for the bowlers, and also when the overhead conditions were helpful yesterday, that was of considerable assistance, I think, to Chris Wright in that first hour. But
Gloucestershire going to use the tactics that Leicestershire employed yesterday with
the short
Josh Hull, the leg slip, the short leg, but the deep square hasn't gone back, so it's inviting him.
Could be the bluff. Here is Singh Dale. Not really the bluff, because it was short enough to be just worked away by Hill, not very comfortably, truthfully. He will get one more. They've bowled this is the 31st over of the morning as well, so they're okay on over rates, so maybe I'm sure they would want to get one more in after this, rather than take 5 minutes over the last one before the interval. Singh Dale, that is the short one, and ducked under by Ackerman. So the rest of the Leicestershire order, we haven't really mentioned this since earlier in the day. Hanscom due in next, and then probably Lewis Kimber, Rian Ahmed, Tom Scriven, Chris Wright, Callum Parkinson and Josh Hull. We'll try and do the lunch scores at the end of play here, because we're going to be at lunch at 1:10. Everybody else going to lunch at 1 o'clock. Round the wicket, Singh Dale, and down the leg side, Ackerman steps inside the line. He looks a very calm customer out there, doesn't he, Ackerman?
Yeah, he's been round the block. From George in Cape Province, not the clothing arm of a certain supermarket. Educated in Port Elizabeth.
Can't if anybody missed out there.
Yeah, he's having a go at it though. Gloucestershire won't mind this. You know, there's a chance he could get a top edge and put it out down Actor's throat, down the long leg. Or he might just paddle one round the corner.
A couple of lunch scores in their first division. At Chelmsford, Essex, 118 for 5, batting in their second innings. They lead by 413 against Somerset.
That's enough.
Again down the leg side from Ajit Singh Dale. That'll be his last over before lunch. Now depending on Paul Baldwin's walk to the stumps at the far end. The clock says 13:09 at the moment. Zafar though is getting ready, and we will have one more. It's also lunch at Canterbury. Surrey have lost a wicket already chasing that 501. They are 6 for 1. And at Southport, Hampshire 201 for 4 in their second innings. They still trail Lancashire by 31. And Zafar to bowl the last over before the break.
Around the wicket, and Hill is going to be in watchful mode here, wants to resume after he's tasted some West Country fare. Oh, that's tickled fine. That's half stopped there by Ben Charlesworth round the corner. Hill's going to get a couple, but that's a good stop. Charlesworth saved his side 2 runs. Zafar, can he winkle one out before lunch? Tosses that one higher, leading edge there from Hill. Gloucestershire looking for some Zafar magic. Oh, that's a great take from Bracey. Fast hands. Down the leg side. Good work. Bracey's keeping's improved a hell of a lot, I think. We spoke about this in the last game, and he... Oh, that's well bowled. Outside edge. Wide of Ollie Price, though. His last ball before lunch. Zafar's just moving Miles Hammond into a very close second slip. Oh, and there's a peel there. Nothing happening. So Leicestershire will resume on 135 for 2. Colin Ackerman will come back after lunch. He'll be on 16. Lewis Hill will be on 34. And it's been an interesting morning session. Leicestershire have added 112 this morning for the loss of 2 wickets, both to Zaman Akhtar, who bowled really well. He got rid of Sol Budinger with the very first ball that he bowled. a wide one that Budinger chased and was caught behind by James Bracey. And then Rishi Patel, who looked in fine form off the back of 300s already this season. He was caught at second slip, low down by Oddie Price. Ian, have you got the bowling figures for us?
I have 6 bowlers used by Gloucestershire this morning. Price, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 39. These include the overs bowled yesterday. Ajit Singh Dale, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 42. And then really short stints elsewhere. Danny Lamb, 3 overs for 15. Ben Charlesworth, 3 overs for 9. Savagahar, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 24. And Zaman Akhtar, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5. I wonder if he will have a burst straight away after lunch. The other scores elsewhere at the break, completing the first division picture, Notts are following on against Warwickshire. They're 19 without loss. They still trail by 397. I've given you the score at Chesterfield. At Chesterley Street, Durham lead Glamorgan by 131. They're still batting 521 for 8. And Sussex have made a good start to their second innings against Worcestershire. They're 111 for no wicket, 49 ahead. More runs there for Tom Haynes, who is 72 not out. We'll see you again in 40 minutes or just under. Go and enjoy whatever you're having for lunch. And Gloucestershire will hope to find some words of inspiration from Dale Benkenstein and Steve Snell and their skipper perhaps over the interval. They need a quick breakthrough after lunch, although as Leicestershire could be getting close to a par score by the end of the day. We'll see you at 1:50.
Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
There are the bowling figures from the Leicestershire innings so far. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. It's been a warm old lunchtime. Those ambling round the ground, many with an ice cream, it must be said. It is that sort of day, and umpires will find it warm out there. Graham Lloyd and Paul Baldwin, and the Leicestershire lower order in their shorts on the players' balcony, I would think, for the moment anyway.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I wish we were in our shorts, Ian.
That's probably not a good image to give people.
Probably not, no.
135 for 2, as you can see. Healthy run rate, deficit 233. And Leicestershire keep going at that. They'll be close to 400 at the end of their allotted overs for the bonus points, and that would give them a marginal lead. Tactically, we're still not really sure where this game is going yet. If a clatter of wickets would mean that Gloucestershire would be back in the driving seat and be dictating what happens. Remember, the first target Leicestershire have to get to is 219 to save the follow-on, but there hasn't looked like being a clatter of wickets down, has there?
No, it looks very docile out there, doesn't it? And I think this game has, unless something dramatic happens, could just play out and unfold in quite a calm fashion.
Yeah, and if Leicestershire did find that they were able to get a big score, then I think, as we inferred this morning, they probably need to get 550 to try and avoid batting again, and they probably have to leave themselves certainly 2 sessions to bowl Gloucestershire out. Whether they'd have a chance of doing that on this pitch, who knows. But Zaman Akhtar is coming back in at the start of the afternoon session. I don't think that's unexpected. We've seen one good burster in this morning. He's only had 5 overs, but in this heat it is going to be short spells, you'd have thought, for the seamers, and the question then of how effective Zafar and possibly Graham van Buren can be with their slow left arm. Ollie Price too, we might see. So 6 bowlers used already. So Colin Ackerman to take the first ball after lunch. Akhtar in to bowl to him, and that's defended out. Danny Lamb's limbering up, so I wonder whether Lamb might have a brief burst from the pavilion. And Tom Price bowled up to 2 overs from lunch at this Ashley Down road end, so it might be that Lamb would have a run from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Price is limbering up too.
Akhtar in and worked away for the first runs of the afternoon session into the leg side by Ackerman. Comfortable too, quite a big gap at mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a couple. So Leicestershire this morning, 112 runs for the loss of the 2 openers, both in Akhtar's 5-over spell. Budinger to his first ball, caught behind by James Bracey, and then Patel, who made 59, caught with a very casual aplomb by Ollie Price, I think I would call it.
Yeah, he bowls in good areas, doesn't he, Zamakda? Bowls in a decent channel. Makes the batsman play, doesn't give them much width at all.
Runs away from our commentary position, in that just shaped a little bit. In towards Ackerman. 18 he's made, 18 from 52. And Lewis Hill 34. Largely sweeping, nudging and cutting.
Yes. Yeah.
Not much driving. Each to his own. Axler again finds the middle of Ackerman's bat, but he squeezed that away to Tom Price midway to wicket. There is a run there because deep square is Zafar Gahar, 3 parts of the way back to the boundary, and with Price having ground to make up, provided the angle of the shot was right, there was always a comfortable single. There's one near mix-up before lunch where Ackerman was right on his heels to a call from Hill, but the ball went to the bowler's end. If it had gone to the other end, I think Ackerman might have been struggling, but Chris Dent understandably went for the stumps closest to him. Akhtar in, and again that nudge this time behind squares, a chase both for Ajit Singh Dale and for Zafar, and they'll take a comfortable 2. So, in fact, they might have just taken 1, I think, out after that last delivery. So Hill to 36, Ackerman 19, and Leicestershire still in the game, quite a long way behind on the board, but it doesn't look as if they're negotiating a minefield here out in the middle.
No, it certainly doesn't. We are going to see Danny Lamb take the first one after lunch from the pavilion end.
Where's the thought of James Bracey standing up to Lamb at all? I mean, we saw it with Peter Hanscom during the Gloucestershire innings, not all the time, but there were occasions where he was prepared to be right in the batsman's ear. But Bracey isn't showing that indication thus far with,
Not yet.
with Lamb.
Not yet, it might happen though. Here's Lamb just adjusting his field, starts his run, and that's driven by Ackerman.
Lack of pace in the pitch indicated by catches in front again. Hammond is a kind of short cover. Ollie Price on his own in the slip cordon now.
Yeah, he's actually standing.
Slip and a half?
1.5, but he's actually at the same level.
Same depth from
Same depth. Yeah, as James Bracey. It's just defended there. Lamb. Ackerman drives. Again, can he pick out Miles Hammond extra?
Yeah, I mean, if the wicket is flattening out, then you have to force a mistake. And Graham Van Buren's view is, right, we've got to dry up the runs to try and force this error. That's what they're trying to do by putting Hammond in there.
Lamb. Ackerman drives. Again, only 2.
So he's got a 6-3 field. On the leg side, you've got a long leg, a square leg in front of square, probably 6 or 7 yards in front of square, and a mid-on. That's it. But they're trying to force Ackerman to play into the arc on the offside.
Again, just drives to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on.
Chris Dent's out on the point boundary, but because that's the slightly shorter side of the ground, it's probably only a single out there if it went straight to Dent.
I think Actor's down here at long leg as well, isn't he? Here's Lamb. That's driven back firmly at him.
That frustration there, was that a low chance?
Oh yeah, you do wonder. You do wonder. Lamb was very slapped the turf there. Let's have a look here. No, it wasn't. He's full toss. I think it's more that he bowled a full toss at him. So he smashed it along the deck at him.
think I'd be happy I stopped it, rather than being unhappy that he rolled the forward toss. Glenn Charlesworth
You'd
has
have put
just,
your boot out here.
Glenn Charlesworth has just asked for the protective headgear there. He's going to field, I think, at short leg to Zaman Akhtar. Will he be just in front? He will. Probably just about a stride in front of square. Akhtar from the Ashley Down Road end, again swinging in, but a sharply taken single into the leg side. Not a huge crowd in today, but those that are here watching in, well, lovely conditions for a day spectating at the cricket. That's a punch down the ground. That's a lovely shot. It will be chased by Tom Price. Will he haul it in just in front of the sight screen? He will. Good bit of relay fielding, and they'll come back just for a couple. Nice shot again. Gun barrel straight, wasn't it?
He's quick, isn't he, Tom Price? I thought that's 4 runs down here. Outfield. Like glass, very, very fast.
Ackerman waits for Akhtar. And that's straight again into the stumps this time at the bowler's end without a deflection. So stumps being replaced. I was just having a chat with the umpire at the bowler's end. Is it about the ball? Yes, it is. So the usual test will be administered where the umpires have got a hoop that they put the ball through, and that has not gone through it, because I can see Paul Baldwin walking towards the pavilion with the hoop and the ball lodged in it. So it's obviously, it's gone like an egg.
Yeah.
There, and Gloucestershire quite within their rights to ask for that to be replaced. You've got to find one that's around about 40 overs old, and out comes the box.
Drop us a line on the email, keep us company. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There's the email address up on your screen.
Thanks to those who are involved earlier in the day, and indeed in this match. And sometimes you described the third day as the moving day at the start of it, which is absolutely correct, of course, because that's the phrase that's used about all the golf majors. Third day is moving day. You've had the first two with the opening pairings, and then the leaderboard starts to take shape, and then the players go out in those groups from the third on the third day, and they're redone for the fourth day. But it's still not clear, and here we are after lunch on the third day, really where tactically this game is going, and it's kind of up to Leicestershire to change the narrative, because at the moment it feels as if it's just quietly going along at its own pace.
I don't think it's down to Leicestershire yet. I think they just, they're still 240 behind, 230 behind. So I don't think, I think they'll just make it go as they want to go. They'll be looking at maybe lunchtime tomorrow, get a big lead, and try and bowl Gloucestershire out.
Defended stoutly out on the offside by Ackerman, taking quite a bit of the strike since lunch. Hill's not had a lot of the bowling. Still back at the end of his run. Sprints in, and again that's in that channel. He does have the odd one where the radar goes a bit askew, but
Yeah.
by and large, his line overall today has been pretty good. And what he doesn't do, and there have been a couple of sort of punch drives in this over, but half volleys are relatively rare from him, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
That equally isn't. It's bounced into the ground. And a good half stop. But a full stop in the end. A juggling take from Danny Lamb. Obviously on loan from Lancashire. No word yet about whether that loan is being extended or not. It was said to be an initial loan until, I originally thought it might be until today, which surely wouldn't be right. It's got to be until
Tomorrow.
He's not going to be, hauled out of the game by Lancashire at the end of today's play. But obviously he was signed initially so he could play in the T20, and he has done. Next T20 game, start of 5 in 7 from Friday.
Well, here he comes.
From Saturday, I should say. Thank you, James, for correcting me on that. Next game is against Kent on Saturday evening. So it's Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That's a challenging old schedule.
Yeah.
And then I think off to Headingley for the championship in the next round.
And a week off, and then off to Durham. That's driven.
Clothed.
Hill.
A little,
Yeah,
I
no
think.
power.
And that, as you used that word yesterday,
Clothed. Yes.
not timed. Do you? I know because you have an insatiable demand for cricket. Do you have an Ashes ticket for any play
I
during
don't.
the season?
No, I don't. Just nerdled around the corner. I'm sure I can work my way into the hospitality box somewhere along the line.
If you could do it at the World Test Championship, you could do it anywhere.
I can
He has,
whack away.
Mr. Whiting has friends in many places.
Most agreeable monkfish tail at the Oval last week, World Test Championship. Washed down with a rather delectable Chablis. Lamb. Danny, that is, not something that was on the menu.
I'm sure he'd be pleased that his sister got in the women's Ashes squad yesterday.
Yeah, and Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson from the Western Storm as well.
And Heather Knight, obviously.
Heather Knight, obviously, as well, yeah. Danny Gibson was on our stream a couple of weeks ago, wasn't she, for the Middlesex game? Angling down the leg side there.
They're really trying to limit Ackerman's areas of scoring here, aren't they, by forcing him to play in very few areas.
Yeah.
Lamb's bowling off stump or outside. He's got to go past Miles Hammond to get anything on the board.
Defended solidly by Ackerman.
So only 9 runs added since lunch.
Here we go. Danny Gibson on the left. Lauren Filer on the right.
Fresh guard being taken here by Lewis Hill. See that run rate dropping a little bit. Just trying to put the squeeze on here. Charlesworth ducks down at short leg. That is drivable by Hill. He takes the one hand off the bat. He's only going to get a couple, I think. Needless to say, Dent is first to the ball with a long chase out towards the man stand. And from the cover boundary, he hurls in a long throw.
The 28th of July is Ministry of Sound. It's a classical Ministry of Sound here at the seat you need. You can get your tickets on the Gloucestershire website, and they're selling fast. If you're procrastinating, you might miss out. So grab your tickets.
Short ball from Achter, ducked under by Lewis Hill.
There we go. Judge Jules, Seb Fontaine, Fergie.
Not Sir Alex.
Is that Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas? Not that one either. We're showing our age here, we really are. Because you know the Black Eyed Peas and Man United have neither been the same since Fergie left.
Little bit of light air traffic you might be able to hear in the background. In again, that's back to that tighter line he's generally been bowling. Tom Price fielding. Hammond has gone back into short leg. Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price in the slips. Danny Lamb in the gully. Hill very still as the bowler comes in. Pleasant drive again, but straight to Van Veeren. Skipper hasn't bowled himself yet, has he?
No, or Ollie Price, or Miles Hammond, or Chris Dent. There's a feeling we might be seeing all of them.
Well, if he gets to tomorrow, he might be. After in, oh, that's Hill took his bat away there, but that was better trajectory from Salman Akhtar. A little bit of a kick as the ball went through to James Bracey. So Akhtar's figures now as the only wicket taker, obviously the best of the bowlers. He's bowled in all 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 15. He's bowled 3 overs since lunch, so I suspect he might have more than a couple more.
Lamb to Ackerman. That's defended out to mid-off.
It's all. This is a kind of phase of the game where it's all about kind of discipline and who blinks first, isn't it? A bit.
Yeah, I think so. Told the story on day one, and I had a good chat with Paul Nixon. As Lamb comes in. And Nico was big mates with ex-Gloucestershire player Andrew Simons. They both played for Kent for a little bit. Andrew Simons, sadly no longer with us. But he got those 16 sixes
at Abergavenny.
At Abergavenny.
1995.
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled. Lamb goes past the edge of Ackerman's bat. And Nico and Simons were really close mates. They used to go fishing and shooting together. There we go. There's the goes slightly wider on the crease, just draws Ackerman in there. And Nico was known as a bit of a chirper behind the sticks. So Ackerman lets that go. And one day he chirped Simons so badly that Simons refused to talk to him, not even in a lift, when they were on their same way back to the hotel room. But Nico also told me that Andrew Simons' car smelt terrible. And apparently when he used to go fishing, he used to gut fish in the back of his car in the boot. That's just driven out to mid-on. So can you imagine the smell in his car, having gutted fish?
Well, there was
in the boot of your car. I mean,
this will probably strike a chord with James Healy. Might have heard this before. There was one particular man who kicked a round ball around during the winter for a large number of years.
Lamb! Oh, that's just dropped short of Ollie Price. Just didn't quite carry. It's a great effort. Just not quite carried to him. Bounced and just hit him on the wrist. That'd have been a worldie if he'd have stuck his hand out, and sometimes they just stick in the end of the fingers, don't they?
Well, as the one in that World Test Championship where there was so much talk about, was it Shubman Gill's catch by Cameron Green?
That's not out for me.
I haven't seen live full speed footage of that. Here's Achter back here at the seat unique, and again Hill finds a way to nurdle that down behind square, and he's got some of the bat on it.
Yeah, you're saying about someone who kicked a round ball?
Yes, so somebody kicked a round ball for probably about 20 years and had all sorts of tales about him and cars and what have you. Mr. Steve Claridge. Used to play, of course, for Leicester once upon a time. Slapped up to mid-off by Ackerman, who's just feel he hasn't quite timed it yet.
No.
I remember watching a game, it might have been a one-day game actually, a long-form list day game at Cheltenham, where Ian Cobain was going through the sort of spell where every ball he hit was in the middle, but he found a fielder. That's down the leg side. Oh, that might be 4 byes actually. I don't think Brace is going to get anything on that. Ackerman didn't either, and that was a loose one from Zaman, a rare one that's been loose from him today, to be fair. Just going for the legs.
Went on and on and on, didn't it?
Wanted to have the leg stump Yorker there, but didn't fire it accurately enough. And it feels like Ackerman's a bit like that at the moment, because if he's middling it, he's finding the fielders, and the ones that aren't being timed are piercing, and he's gone. Caught at first slip. Charlesworth with the catch, and Achter has a 3rd wicket. So the frustration of drying up the runs has its intended impact for Gloucestershire. That was going quite quickly.
Yeah, he flashed at that.
Ben Charlesworth though takes the catch, and Colin Ackerman has to go for 21, and it's 151 for 3.
What is that? What's that noise?
Attention please. This is an emergency. This part of the building is being evacuated. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Do not use the
What if it's
sounds like a fire alarm in the
maybe it's gone off in the heat. It's been set off.
Yeah, maybe.
In the heat. Let's just. So
anyway,
where has that? 1 or 2 people are going just into the thatchers just to check that there isn't something that's caused an issue there. And so Colin Ackerman has left the field of play. Peter Hanscom's come out, but the umpires just at the moment, they wonder if they're going to ask the players to go off temporarily here, because they're unsure where that incident may be coming from.
Yeah, there's been a hold up in play here.
So umpires are, well, they're keeping I suppose the safest thing to do is to keep the players on the field, because they're far enough from whatever may have occurred. It's hard to know whether that is hopefully it is a false alarm, but it has gone. That message has gone out over the PA right round the ground, and spectators coming out onto the Hammond roof garden.
Yeah, play is being held up. The umpires are just probably liaising with the security team. Yeah, because the scorers and the match referee are based in that building, so no doubt they'll be evacuated out of that room, which is why there's been an issue. No doubt BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Leicester are also being evacuated out of that building as well.
Well,
so
and one
we
assumes,
just hope everyone's all right over there.
We don't know which building it's in. It doesn't say, it just says the building on the public address announcement. So
People are coming out of the pavilion.
They
They're
are.
also coming out of the Thatcher's bar as well, which is next to the building.
yeah, so the scoreboard still says 151 for 2, but we can assure you that 151 for 3 is the right score. Colin Ackerman was out to the last ball before the alarm went off. And it's equally important, of course, that the umpires and the scorers know when the halt was called, because they have to account for the time in the game, and time lost, obviously.
Yeah, they'll be on that straight away.
There needs to be accounted for. But no play going on in the middle at the moment. You can see the gloves and batting helmet of Lewis Hill, and his bat as well. He's left it at the bowling stumps end of the ground, where Zamakhtar is bowling his over, and interestingly that Richard Latham from the written press here today, taking the opportunity to walk round the ground, I think with Dale Benkenstein, during this enforced break. Maybe a chat about, well, who knows what at this stage of the season. But the umpires, it's almost like a scene you might see in a club ground on a Saturday afternoon, with players sat in the middle having a drink, umpires heading off towards the pavilion, but they're there not because somebody needs treatment to a broken finger or something in a club game, but here because the fire alarm has gone off, and therefore play in the middle has been suspended, with the hope that everybody can be removed maybe from the pavilion. There are 3 or 4 people on the first floor outside, but everybody else looks to be out of the building and down in front of the Thatcher's bar.
Yeah, we'll give you updates as soon as we get them as well. As soon as we've got any updates, we'll keep you updated at home. We just hope everyone's okay over there in that part of the ground, and that it has been triggered by the excessive heat here in Bristol today, perhaps, and it's nothing more.
As well, the process is ongoing. I'll just update you from scores elsewhere, where cricket is continuing to be played. In the First Division, Essex have declared 170 for 7 in their second innings against Somerset. That leaves Somerset 465 to win. Surrey are chasing 501 to beat Kent. They're 24 for 1. Hampshire are narrowly in front against Lancashire at Southport, 256 for 6 in their second innings. They lead overall by 24. And at Trent Bridge, Notts are following on against Warwickshire, bowled out for 155. They're 45 without loss, and they still trail by 350. and 71. Derbyshire might just be making things a bit awkward for Yorkshire at Chesterfield. 372 for 6. They lead by 130 overall. Durham building a big lead against Glamorgan. 568 for 9 they are. They're 178 in front. And Sussex 147 for 2 against Worcestershire at home in their second innings. They lead by 85. All the games are in day 3 as we are here.
If you're just joining us, we've been delayed here by a fire alarm, I think it is, which is some sort of emergency alarm, which has evacuated the main pavilion. Players have just gone off. That alarm now has gone off, so I'm sure that we'll be starting again shortly, and play can resume in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. Yeah.
Looks like
it's a false alarm.
So it looks as if the heat, maybe the heat has set that sensor off. And
I'll tell you one man on fire, and that's Akhtar, 3 for 16 off nearly 9 overs.
And his last delivery was the one that dismissed Colin Ackerman before that alarm went off. But spectators at the pavilion end of the ground just making their way back either into the Premier Club, onto the roof garden, or indeed onto the Hammond roof seating. And players and umpires, I'm sure, will be out shortly. Gloucestershire at lunch were -1 on the over rate, so nothing that can't be made up. Ackerman would have been annoyed to get out, I think, but in a way, and I use this word in a cricketing sense, his innings was strangled, wasn't it? And then Gloucestershire got the wicket they wanted.
It was, but he gave a chance. There was 2 balls before, I think, to Danny Lamb, and it just dropped short of Ollie Price. Players there are down on the ground. Maybe they're just having a lie down. James Bracey. Chris Dent. And I think it's Graham Van Buren, isn't it?
No, Dent on the right, I think. So the far figure
Is it Lamb?
might be Lamb. Then Dent, you could see the 15 on his back, and James Bracey.
Yeah.
And the
They're
umpire.
face down. It reminded me of, I played a game many years ago, and this swarm of bees came across the ground, and what you're supposed to do is do not run in any circumstances. You're supposed to just lie on the ground, face down, and let them harmlessly float over the top of you.
Difficult to do that, though, isn't it?
What you
Do you not
don't
think?
want, what you don't want in that situation, is for the queen bee to land on your jock strap, because the swarm will then follow. Anyway, the umpires are on their way back, as are the batters.
And the batters now will include Peter Hanscom, I'm sure. Number 54, which we may see when he turns round, we may not. Every likelihood he is expected to come in at number 5.
Yeah, it's Hanscom.
And Saman Akhtar, almost as it was spotted yesterday, that yes, we made a lot of the career bests for Ollie Price and Ajit Singh Dale with the bat, but because he'd made a 0-0 in his one previous appearance, 18 not out was also a career best for Sam Akhtar with the bat yesterday, and 3 wickets for him.
Yeah, Hanscom, 2 Test hundreds. 20 tests for Australia, average 37.
So Hanscom batting outside off stump, I would suggest. And getting firmly in line to his first ball.
Yeah, he goes deep into his crease.
Yeah, I thought initially he was almost taking asking for a leg stump guard, and then you look up and find he's shuffled right across.
Mm.
Your scoreboard on the screen.
He's a fidgeter, Hanscom at the crease.
He's accurate. The one on the ground is not quite caught up yet. Outside off stump from Sam Axter. The end of an elongated over caught because of that fire alarm. Thankfully a false one, and not as serious as the helicopter landing on the ground last year?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, September 2021 against Durham, I think it was, wasn't it?
Axter has 3 for 16 from 9 overs. It's a good effort.
Yeah, Hanscom's got this idiosyncratic movement when the bowler comes in where just opens the face of the bat miles outside off stump. Hill's going to face anyway, but you'll see it when Hanscom faces. As long as Hill doesn't run him out. Lamb in, and Hill plays that one out to mid-wicket. There's the helicopter. Great Western Ambulance. Landed here against Durham. September 2021. Lamb. Keeping it full to Hill. I know he's a nerdler, he's a nudger, he's a deflector.
That whack wheel was interesting to look at earlier on from him, wasn't it? Which James put up.
Yeah.
In terms of where he is scoring his runs.
Just whipped away there by Hill. He's only going to get one. Goes down to Axter at long leg.
He is an accumulator,
Yeah.
isn't he?
Yeah. Right, so here's Hanscom. Watch what he does where he puts the bat, touches the ground miles outside the off stump and opens the face. It's this sort of bizarre movement that he's got. Keep your eye out for that if you're watching at home. So
7 games at Gloucestershire as an overseas.
yeah, there we go. There it is.
And now with his 5th different county. I'd never been in England before he came to Bristol. Then spells at Yorkshire, Durham, Middlesex, and now Leicestershire. Have followed.
It's bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. That movement. Have you?
We had Marcus North, who is Director of Cricket at Durham, with us on the stream during the championship match here, and I'm wondering how many counties had he played for
6
in England? 6.
Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, Durham, Glamorgan. Hill punches that into the offside. Can't get anything for it. That completes the 45th over. 153 for 3. Hill's on 42. Hanscom having just arrived at the crease is on 1. Axter doing the damage.
So in order: Durham, Lancashire, Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, Hampshire, and Glamorgan. Durham 2004 was the first one, and Glamorgan in 2013.
Great bloke, Marcus, wasn't he?
Yes, and you could tell he's a proper thinker about cricket as well. 153 for 3. Pitched up this time. Almost a half volley from Zaman Akhtar, but there's a chase away for Van Buren. He'll take 2, and Hanscom will settle for that. Didn't play that again too expansively. Just relied on the timing more than anything else at this early stage. Timing and placement. Akhtar from the Ashley Down Road end. Drags that down a little bit, but not excessively short. Hanscom defends.
It's really starting to heat up now. The mercury rising in the thermometer.
Hill's been out there for 2 hours and 8 minutes. Freeze 42. There's Kimber probably due in next for Leicestershire, then Rian Ahmed, and then you're into the all-rounders and the bowlers. And cutting back a little from Zaman Akhtar, 46th over with this ball. Actually, not with this ball because they've changed it once. But Tom Price just trying to help a little bit with the front foot area there by dragging a little bit of the surface dust back into place. Not timed by Hanscom. I'd like to have forced it. You know, doesn't like the sound of that bat.
No.
Wants to change it. Whether that was the shot that did it or whether it just doesn't feel right in his hand, I don't know. But he's already asked for another one. Worked into the onside. That is a very odd mannerism, isn't it? Very strange. 155 for 3. So Zaman has bowled 5 overs now in this spell. He has taken a wicket and there has been a breather because of that fire alarm incident. Overall, he's taken 3 for 18. I wonder whether, because he's had the wicket, they might have one more over, but I think after that, there may be a fresh injection of a new bowler at this end.
Yeah, I wonder if Zafar might have a go from this end. He tends to prefer the pavilion end here. And where your camera is located. But we might see him bowl from the end where you can see James Bracey.
We've had a very subtle comment from a correspondent on email who said that perhaps the alarm going off was the audible celebration of a bonus point.
And you never know. You never know.
Thank you, James 39 from Bristol. As he's known. He does have other names, but they're probably not broadcastable. Nice clip from Hanscom.
Lamb in, that's a good Yorker. Hill keeps out.
Charles was asking whether he wants to be, whether he needs to be moved from his. He's at short third man here, isn't he, at the moment for Hanscom? Slightly curious position.
Nice shot there from Hill. Timed that one, but couldn't get it past Ajit Singh Dale.
A slip and 4 saving one on the offside for Hill here. Not giving him an in-out field at all.
Short and wide, and that's cut away, but only can find Zafar at deep point. Danny Lamb's being quite accurate. See if he can get his first wicket. Hanscom defends. End of the over, 158 for 3.
Lewis Hill's got 1 century this season. It was 162 not out. So that's quite a large portion of his runs. Signed a long-term deal with the club in April. His effort wasn't in a winning cause, it was winning one of the earlier draws. And I think, as we suspected, Zuma Akhtar has, after 5 overs, been given a breather, and Tom Price is coming back. Dan's just getting his laptop into a slightly more sheltered position because that sun is starting to come round into our commentary box. Tom Price in and worked away by Hill behind square, and Zafar comes into field. He's quite deep there, so there was always a single. 158 for 3, so 23 added in 50 minutes since lunch. Leicestershire gone from a run rate that was,
take off 10 for the alarm.
top 10 minutes,
I'd say.
Yeah, possibly so. But the run rate was right up around 4. Now it's down to 3.3. So Gloucestershire have dried up the runs. And Price to Hanscom, who defends. 1 wicket to fall since lunch. That of Colin Ackerman. Sharply caught in the slips off Akhtar for 21. Price in the first over of a new spell. Hanscom quite happy to get in line. Textbook defensive shot.
Helicopter just going overhead.
Charlesworth, I think he's still at first slip. That's worked away by Hanscom for a single. Again, behind square, so Zafar does the fielding. Yes, it is Charlesworth at first slip. He took the catch to get rid of Colin Ackerman. Graham Van Buren's been at mid-off most of the day. Akhtar, wicket taker at mid-on. Price in, and again going back is Lewis Hill. Still think we have not had a no ball today, so Gloucestershire have done.
Don't put the mockers on it,
No,
Ian.
no.
Don't put the mockers on it.
It's but there hasn't been a no ball in the innings at all.
Yeah, Price Bowl one last night.
Actually, there have been two. Forgive me. Ooh, down the leg side. A cry of catch it. It was only, I think it was only a faint cry of catch it, really. So I think only those, but very close. That didn't include the bowler were interested. Here's Smith. Here's a Price rather, just trying to entice Lewis Hill with the hook. Couldn't do it. And Hill remains top scorer so far in the Leicestershire innings.
Here we go.
Rishi Patel.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end. Cries from the pavilion of Ooh Ah Zafagahar coming out. .160 for 3.
It's been a day of, understandably, when you're trying to work your way down a top order, which isn't giving you any cheap wickets, it's going to be a day of multiple bowling changes.
Yeah. Certainly is. But Gloucestershire can just winkle out one now. See if they can get rid of the durable Hill or Hanscom. Oh, that's a leading edge. That's span. I think Hanscom does that, you know, so he can see where maybe his off stump is, so he can leave whatever's outside that area, possibly. Be interested to see why he does it. So he defends that one. The batsmen do have little, the batters do have little idiosyncrasies, don't they?
They all do.
Chris Tavares used to walk away to square leg every ball. Oh, thought that had bowled him there. That can't have been far away.
We haven't got 2 hours to discuss Steve Smith's idiosyncrasies.
No. No.
Here's a second look at that.
Ooh.
And just straightened enough.
Steve Waugh's red handkerchief. Dropped into the ground. Or Marnus, he's got a few. There's a lot of unzipping and undoing and doing up the Velcro of the gloves as well, isn't there? That's cut away. Hanscom's going to get 4 runs there. Beats Danny Lamb at backward point. Zaffa just giving a little bit too much width and dropping it short. And the Australian punishes him.
It was Mystic Dan who at the start of the morning, well, sort of 10:30 anyway, when we'd all arrived and down to grab the first coffee of the day, said, I think this pitch might be flattening out.
Short and wide, and that's cut as well. Hanscom finds the gap again and goes in between Lamb and Price. And Gloucestershire could do with another wicket here.
Well, they've almost, until Gloucestershire were 8 down, whenever Leicestershire needed a wicket yesterday, they found one. Generally it was only 1,
Yeah.
but it was at 8 down where the real resistance from 2 batsmen came. Obviously Ollie Price had made his 85 earlier in the day, but Lamb and Singh Dale then put that century 9th wicket stand together.
But you need a wicket, you go to Tom Price. He's the man. See if he can work his magic.
From this Ashley Down Road end, one more single to Hill. Leicester supporters will know all about Lewis Hill's style of batting. Nothing flash, just accumulating, just trying to tick the score along. Doing a very important job for his team here. Hanscom, very experienced alongside him. He's got into double figures. Even he might be finding the heat though out there. Five men saving the single for Tom Price. Hanscom again defends up to Zaman Akhtar at mid-on.
What's been strange with this sort of heat wave that we're having is that it tends to be sort of 3 to 5 o'clock that is the hottest point of the day, isn't it? They talk about going out in the midday sun, but I think it's from now until 5 that it just gets, you know, serious.
Price again on the leg stump this time, and out to short wind wicket. Danny Lamb's there.
Graham Van Buren trying to
Is that
G up his troops.
just a thought here? He's wearing a cap. Is that going to be a Gloucestershire cap, I wonder? I think it's technically, obviously in the old days you had capped and uncapped players, but I think now the cap is awarded when the player makes their debut. Chopped away for Hanscom. He's going to get 4 all the way down to the third man boundary. Leicester score advances closer to their first target, which is notionally 219 to avoid the follow-on. But they will be, I'm sure, thinking much bigger than that, albeit maybe in kind of instalments, if you like. Scoreboard on the ground has caught up. Was a little bit in arrears temporarily when the situation with the alarm occurred. If you've been with us within the last 20 minutes or so, immediately after the dismissal of Colin Ackerman, what turned out to be a false fire alarm went off. Play was stopped. Spectators came out of the pavilion onto the Hammond roof and also down in front of the Thatchers as well, until it was checked out and declared that all those services on sort of on standby in that kind of situation could be stood down. And it was Peter Hanscom who walked out to bat when play resumed.
Zafar, that's well bowled. Turns and bounces. South of France end here, looking
probably warmer than the south of France, frankly.
looking more Saint-Tropez than St Werburgh's. Oh, Hill's missed that one as well.
He looks far happier just nudging onto the leg side than trying to play that cut. He's played a couple there off Zafar.
Zafar pushing him back.
That wouldn't have gone over the top of the stumps, I don't think.
No. Zafar coming around the wicket.
I'd maybe like to see a silly point in here. Put him under Hill's nose. Stop him from going forward.
As well as the short leg?
Yes. Stop him from nudging forward for that back pad. Pinning him on the back foot.
It's only Zaffa's 9th over.
Defended. Take the man out deep backwards square and encourage Hill to go across the line. Encourage him to sweep.
Which we know he does pretty well.
Which we know he does, but he will take on the shot. And sometimes you have to dangle the carrot a little bit. I'd like to see that. I mean, I don't know if it will happen, but it's just a little thought.
There are Zaffa's figures, 0 for 32 from 9 overs. Because we're on an extended day today. 56 overs remain in the day. So it looks as though they've made an adjustment for a loss of 2 overs by the looks of it for that alarm incident, the false alarm incident. And Graham van Buren just having a bit of semaphore with his fielder at deep backward square. So they've got a deep backward square and a long leg, and they've dispensed with the short leg for, at least for Hanscom. Danny Lamb is on the clip at mid-wicket, but it would need to be pretty forceful there. It's not really a catching mid-wicket, more on the single. Price in, and Hanscom lost that, and the fielder lost that in its flight. It's gone all the way for 4 and down in front of the club office, but I'm not convinced Ajit Singh Dale knew where that had gone.
No, he didn't pick it up at all.
I don't think he'd have stopped it because it was literally bisecting the 2 fielders, but he clearly didn't see where that had gone when it left the bat. Ollie Price warming up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that. I'd like to see Ollie Price.
Would be a 7th different bowler if he was to come on. Obviously had a very good season so far in the T20. Brother Tom into bowl, and Hanscom defends. First class wise, he's only got 2. He's only basically got 2 first class wickets, and yet he's got 10 in the T20, I think.
Yeah.
10 in one
this
season. 10 this season.
Mm. He hasn't picked one up at home this season.
Respectful forward defensive again. So he's taken 10 wickets for 114. So 10 wickets at 11.4. Which in T20 isn't bad at all. Constant chat between Graham van Buren and his bowlers.
Price got a bizarre wicket last year at Cheltenham, actually. James Bracey caught the ball in his knees.
Back of a length from Tom Price, and defended again by Australian Hanscom.
It's in the game against Hampshire, and he caught Nick Gubbins down between his knees. And no one, including yours truly commentating, knew where the ball had gone. Do you remember that one, Ian?
I do remember it in a sense that Bracey was the only person I think who was appealing, because he knew the ball hadn't gone to ground. Price in again, and again Hanscom defends.
But bizarrely, I could see Bracey's hands in the air, and all of a sudden he's gone down in between his knees, and he's actually sort of like laid an egg, isn't he? And caught it down in between.
We have haven't seen Ajit Singh Dale since lunch, so in a bowling sense, he is on the field. So if they're thinking about Ollie Price, then maybe Ajit is also the next cab off the rank. Again, back of a length, Hanscom happy to go up and try and play it off the back foot and punch it away, but no real purchase in the shot. Zafar hands his cap to Paul Baldwin, and he's going to continue from the pavilion end. Tea today at 4 o'clock, so an hour of the afternoon session to go. And Leicestershire, we were bounding along this morning, I've basically crawled along in this first hour after lunch. They've added 42 in probably about an hour's cricket, because we've lost 2 overs for the incident with the false alarm.
Zafar's going to continue from the pavilion end. Coming around the wicket. To Hill, drives to mid-off, and they can take a quick single. And they get through.
Chris Dent's pretty accurate normally from that position. He can't believe that's missed, I don't think.
It's Van Buren.
It's Van Buren, sorry. Thrown to the bowler's end.
A bit risky, that.
Perhaps Hill thinks that Hanscom can play the spinner better than he can.
Zafar to Peter Hanscom, who defends solidly. Hanscom's on to 21. A miserable time at Middlesex. He was Middlesex captain. He was actually a very good captain. He was innovative, thoughtful. As he cuts that one. Lamb
Dirtying another shirt with a stop.
theatrically fielding there.
You're saying miserable in terms of runs?
Yeah, I mean, he just got worse and worse for him on the runs front, and that's defended off the back foot. And I don't really know what happened, but all of a sudden he was no longer captain, and he'd moved on. But he was a very popular man in the dressing room. Zafar. Hanscom defends that one.
The sun has just gone in, and you know that it's a very strange thing to say, but that is actually quite welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And the Gloucestershire fielders might just
I wouldn't
be relieved for just 10 minutes or so if...
I wouldn't get your hopes up, Ian.
No.
I'll give it about 30 seconds. It's
Really?
a small cloud. That's the end of the over. 178 for 3. Here it comes.
Yeah, I knew that was only a fleeting chance. So Hill needs 3 for his 50. Came in at the fall of the first wicket. Sol Budinger. He's trying to police this response to Gloucestershire's 368 all out, which took, well, until almost the end of the second day, but in reality, of course, we lost something like 5 hours cricket over the first 2 days, and that ultimately may end up being a decisive factor in how this game plays out. But you know, sometimes you just have to make the most of the available time, don't you?
Yeah.
The question is whether either of these sides will really push to do that. Leicestershire, of course, above Gloucestershire in the table at the moment because of that win at Headingley back at the start of the season. Tom Price to continue from this Ashley Down Road, and there's Hill with that sort of trademark half turn of the bat. Plays it to deep square and he'll pick up one more. So at the start of this round of games, Leicestershire played 63 points, Gloucestershire played 42, and then Derbyshire and Yorkshire below them, both of whom have played only 5. In this round they're playing each other, as we know. So that game unlikely to be a draw, you'd have thought, the way it's going. Clipped away by Hanscom, straight to mid-wicket. Danny Lamb's got some dust in his pants there. That's what it looks like anyway. Just
Dusty Danny.
Sorting out his clothing there. He's fielding not on a used wicket end, but almost on a used wicket from where he's looking at the batsman. Price down the leg side. No evidence of bat, I don't think, on that, so it'll only be one leg by, I suspect. Graham Lloyd with the signal. Just to, in terms of that game between the bottom two, Derbyshire 410 for 7 in their second innings. Remember, they're a long way behind on first innings, in fact a long way behind on 4 down, so to lead by 168 is going to give them something to bowl at, still with 3 wickets in hand.
Yep, certainly will.
And
they want a few more though.
Yes, but that's a tricky sort of chase, isn't it, in the 4th innings? Unless, as here, the pitch appears to be getting easier. Price to Hill. Now he might get 2 for that. It's a down to deep, wide, long leg, and Hill will come back for 2 that brings up his half century. So 50 for the Leicestershire captain, applauded from the players' balcony, and 50 for him out of a total of 182 for 3. As you can see, 108 balls, and I think, I will just check it's 6 fours, I think it's still 6, it is. Waits again for Price, and that's the same shot. It's just like looking in a mirror. Only 1 run this time. If you had to look at his favourite shot, and I think we probably saw this a little bit with Chris Dent in that long innings he played in that double 100 against Surrey. There were a lot of just efficient singles, low risk singles, all frequently in that double 100 he made, and Hill here is kind of adopting the same strategy. Just
yeah, he definitely is, and this game is meandering.
183 for 3, 54 overs gone.
53 left in the day, so we're halfway through the day. So, say if
T is fixed at 4, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same. If Leicester do score at double the rate.
At what? Double the rate?
At, you know, they get 360 odd or whatever, then they'll have to go some to set a game up tomorrow.
Because we're going to end up with about parity, aren't you, at the end of the day?
Maybe a little bit more, perhaps. Leicestershire might get. Yeah, I don't know. It depends how tired Gloucestershire get, but the game is.
In essence, you'd be heading for almost like a club game on a weekend, a timed game. You've got 96 overs. Who fancies Who fancies setting a game up?
Zaffa in, and that's played firmly towards Miles Hammond. Hits him and comes back to Bracey. But it'd be nice if one of these sides did decide to set something up, because just having a look at Zaffa's follow through there, because you can't get relegated and they're mid-table, and it'd be nice to set something up here. Defended.
Because the next time Gloucestershire play a championship match, in fact the next 2 games are both away at Headingley and at Leaders Durham, they'll be using a different ball.
Yeah, it will be. You'd be using a Kookaburra, won't it? Zafar. Defended by Hill. Ian's having a swig of his blackcurrant. Plenty of liquids needed on a day like today.
Please say the visit to the dentist was successful this morning.
Good news. Defended again. That's good news.
Yeah,
did it cost you a fortune?
You know, it didn't. I was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, last Friday's game was a bit of a struggle. His tooth was very tender, but it appears there's no lasting damage.
And defended again. That's the over.
I'm no medical man at all, and I'm unclear why there would have been the discomfort on the outside of a tooth, but
is this a tooth or a tooth?
Well, I would say a tooth, you see.
You'd say a tooth?
Yes.
See, I would say tooth. James Healy also calls it a tooth. Tooth. Tooth.
But anyway, it was it did calm down a bit over the weekend, but I was advised by James 39 from Bristol not to cancel my appointment because you don't, as I'm non-medical, you don't know what might be lurking. Anyway, basically sort of got the all clear but keep monitoring just in case message this morning. We are going to see Ollie Price. I had visions of me turning up with a face that looked like I was Dennis the Menace sucking a gobstopper, but that wasn't quite the picture, I'm pleased to say. James might be able to get us a picture of Dennis the Menace sucking a gobstopper, actually, because that would be quite funny. Anyway, Ollie Price is going to have his first bowl in this game. It might even be not far off his first bowl in Bristol this season. He's only bowled 16 overs.
He bowled against Sussex.
He probably did, yes.
None for 31 off 7.
That was the game where he's taken his 1 wicket so far in red ball cricket this season. So the off spinner, I'll give you the feel. He's got 6 men saving 1 and 2 close catches. So only 1 man out at deep square. Price in. Oh, and James Bracey takes that tight to the off stump. Price is trying to bowl wicket to wicket here, you would think. Hanscom plays back and gets it wrong. Then right. He's very much in the game, but Hanscom can work that away to Zafar on the deep mid-wicket boundary for 1 run.
Yeah, we have just put the word TOOTH into Google Audio. Who does not say tooth?
Ollie Price from the Ashley Down Road end. Oh, and that's slashed past the first slip. It's going to run down to the boundary at third man. It's a chase for Ajit Singh Dale, but he won't cut it off. And one more boundary to the Leicestershire total. So here is the official pronunciation of those things that you have in your mouth, most of us.
Tooth.
Well, there we are. But so perhaps it's a West Countryism.
Well, James Healy doesn't, you don't get more West Country than Jimmer.
Price in once more and played quietly into the.
And James Healy calls it a tooth.
Tooth, as in Huth, former Stoke City defender. Price in once more, and
you do say book and cook.
Yeah, you see that we come back to the wonderful variations of the English language. Again, off the back foot by Hill, doesn't time it though. So if you were away in Devon and you were putting jam and cream in whatever order on a baked product, would it be a scone or a scone?
Scone. You?
See, there's a what do you call it? A building. It is a building in Scotland, and it's called the Scone Palace.
Don't worry about what the Scots say. All right? Don't worry. You just concentrate on your own game, son.
Yes.
Don't worry about the Scots.
And my own teeth.
So you don't call it a test. You don't say, if someone knocks your pint over in the pub, say, I'm going to knock your teeth out, sunshine, or anything like that, do you?
Spin from both ends now.
Yeah, Zafar coming around the wicket to Hanscom, who defends that.
So Leicestershire need 31 to avoid the follow-on from here.
It's warm. Zafar as... Oh, he could be in trouble here, Hanscom. Oh, he was gone there if Zafar had hit that directly. Suicidal run there. He's pushed it back at Zafar, who's gone running across. And I don't think he was even in the frame if Zafar had hit.
Awkward one though, because he's trying to pick it up with his left hand and spin and throw in one movement. I agree, not the best bit of running.
Short! Oh, that's a great bit of fielding there by Tom Price. Save 4 runs.
We've seen that aggressive cut a couple of times from Hanscom, haven't we?
That was Hill. There's Hanscom. Yeah, that's the one that he wanted before without Zafar running across from him.
Because I think Hanscom might have played one at the other end, actually.
Yes, he did, yeah. Ollie Price.
Yeah. But Hill has forcibly cut Zafar a couple of times, but he's had to be very patient for the opportunity.
Hill defends. 191 for 3. Hanscom 24, Hill 56. Defends again. So that completes the 57th over. There's 50 remaining in the day. There's just over 40 minutes to tea. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and the main man, Ian Randall.
Steady. Just let you in on something here. 30 seconds before play started in the afternoon session, James down the night all wrote down a score, runs only, that Leicestershire would have at tea. At the moment, I think Mr. Healy might be closest because he had the lowest total, interestingly.
Yeah, he did go 230 for 8 though.
Yeah, but
I think you should lose 10 runs in our sweepstake for every wicket that you're out. I mean,
Ollie Price, that's just bounced a bit on Hanscom. He's picked up a single out to Ajit Singh Dale at point, but to just adjust the shot.
what did you go for, Ian?
Well, I went 260
For
4.
I think you might be there or thereabouts.
I think they'll do well to get to 260 from here in 40 minutes. And not timed. He'll, I think you used the word docile earlier, and because it is very difficult for the bowlers to manufacture very much here. Hill gets his trademark single out to deep square.
It's placid, isn't it? It really is.
I wonder if it hasn't played out as Gloucestershire thought it would. Cry of no from Hanscom as that went straight to Tom Price at mid-wicket. Zaman Akhtar just doing some limbering at mid-on. Forward again, drawing the batsman forward, Ollie Price. Trying to do that as much as he can. Ajit Singh Dale also getting potentially ready for a bowl. Oh, and he's bowled him. Played on. Hanscom has fallen to what has been lately the golden arm of Ollie Price, and Gloucestershire have got a fourth wicket. He's played it down into the ground.
Does that come off his boot?
And may just be the off bail that's been dislodged. But I would say, and the way this game was quietly progressing, that's a bonus wicket. 193 for 4.
Jim is 230 for 8 on.
He does have a happy knack at the moment of splitting partnerships up, doesn't he, in whatever format?
I think he's a wonderful cricketer, Ollie Price. I really do. I really think he's just getting better and better. And I think if he continues along this trajectory, here we go. So we'll look at it again. I think if he continues along this trajectory, higher honours may come calling.
Yes. Introduction into the attack. Only his second over, and Lewis Kimber coming in. Yes, Hanscom can't believe that he's dropped that down into his crease, and it's rebounded onto his off stump.
I wonder if that's like revs on the ball though. You know, sort of revolutions on the ball, and you play it down there, sometimes it spins backwards.
Ollie Price.
If so, credit to Ollie Price there. Huge seagull just flew across our path there. Thought it was a stork.
Price's introduction disrupted a stand that had put on 42, and it tends to have been a game, certainly say Gloucestershire wise, accepting that big stand for the 9th wicket. There'll be a lot of stands that have got sort of 40, 50, 60 range, and then somebody has made an error and 1 wicket's gone down. But they haven't gone in clusters.
Zafar will be bowling here to Hill. Just plays that one out to point.
There is Kimber's coming at number 6.
Yeah, Kimber. Brother Nick is at Surrey. One there. So he's Kimber. Got 60 odd here in the Royal London Cup game last August. Both Nick and Louis came from Lindham CC up in Lincolnshire. So Scunthorpe lad. Hope he's not a Scunthorpe fan because they've had a miserable time in recent years. Scunthorpe United. 3 England captains. So that just goes backwards. There's a little bit of indecision.
Okay, you're going to ask me to name the 3, are you now?
You know this one, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I've not heard the question before, but I think I might know the answer.
Yeah, 3 England captains.
Ray Clements?
Yeah.
Kevin Keegan?
Yeah.
Ian Botham.
Correct. Short and wide from Zafar and Kimber. Flashes a cut. James Healy went to the same school, Buckler's Mead. Kimber is off the mark. Works that out to Zaman Akhtar at mid-on.
I think I'm right in saying this is his first championship match of the season.
Kimber?
Yeah.
I was very impressed with him last year in the Royal London Cup. Thought his innings was quality. Zafar almost sneaks one through. Lewis Hill. So is it Lewis and Louis at the crease? Is it? Is it Louis or Louis? Lou. As in Macari.
Yeah, see, I've got a very good friend of mine has got a son, Louis,
Okay.
and it's pronounced Lewis.
Okay. But some sort of Americanise it, don't they, and call it Louis.
Does that tome on James Healy's desk tell us how is his name pronounced? No, apparently not.
James, can you put in Louis into Google?
So, the stand breaker in the last over, Ollie Price, to stay with his off spin from the Ashley Down Road end, and Kimber defends his first ball.
I'm sure we won't get the same response as we did out of Sol Buddinger when we asked him how you say his surname. He said, I'm not really sure, mate.
Price to Kimber, forward.
I mean, Sol has been on this planet for 20 plus years. Surely he should know how you say his surname by now. It was a good laugh, actually. He was quite a nice bloke.
Price wheels in once more. All that caused a jumpy defence from Kimber. Price and Zafar on. Gloucestershire are going to make up any deficit on overs pretty quickly. Price in, that's tossed right up, and Kimber slams that away for 4 through extra cover. There is a gap there, and he found it, even though he'd not been in very long. Jake Wilkinson says Scone Palace is not pronounced in either of the 2 disputed ways of the lovely little baked jammy cake. It rhymes with spoon.
Scone Palace.
So I suppose, yes, if we were in... Maybe
Where is it?
Well, it's in Scotland. So perhaps if you are in Scotland, you see it's a schoon. Ollie Price in. I don't know whether that's a tongue-in-cheek one from Jake, but we'll We'll accept it in the spirit in which it's sent. And Alex from Winterbourne says, I might have missed the cut-off yesterday of emails. Any clue to the answer? Yeah, well, that was the question about the last time 3 career bests had occurred in the same innings. And I think, Alex, what we did say was we try and look at it during the winter and we give you an answer in February. And the other one he's just posed, actually, is which main home ground is the largest by green area in the Championship? And do teams set fields accordingly? Well, you would have said the Oval, wouldn't you? Probably.
Not anymore. I don't think it is anymore. Zafar. Inland Hill defends. I don't think the Oval is anymore. I think...
Is it perhaps one we hadn't really thought of?
Your Ajit Bowl, maybe?
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Oh,
I mean,
it all goes cutting.
I do have a theory that in one-day cricket, Hampshire put the wickets slap bang in the middle and put the rope back, so that you don't get lots of 4s and 6s.
Hill wants a single.
I think the cry was wait.
Yes. For some reason in the Durham game, for some reason they made me commentate in Scottish, didn't they? Oh, there's a shout there. It's got outside the line. I think I started talking about Zafar Gohar.
Again, Ollie Price, just in case that.
Oh, that's sharp work by Bracey. That's really good work there. Let's have another look at this. Down the leg side. Jack Russell's watching at home. I know he sometimes watches the stream. Oh, that's gone. That's going to be 4 runs down there. Thick edge. 4 runs. Jack Russell's watching the stream. He'd have enjoyed that bit of work there from James Bracey.
Do you think that was a deliberate shot from Kimber, by the way?
No. I think it was a thick outside edge.
Ollie Price is asking a few questions.
Yeah.
Which is all you can ask your spinners to do. Zafar as well, although that last one was chopped away, as Dan said, for 4. So 203 for 4. Leicestershire closing in on the follow-on target, which is 219. Overs gone. Graham Van Been will be thinking at this stage about not over bowling some of his quicker bowlers, because he'll want them for the second new ball.
I think he might just stay with spin now until the new ball's due.
He'd have all his seamers fresh at that stage with 27 overs. Would that be right?
He also won't want a monster final session.
No. James Bracey asking for the stumping. After a attempted big hoik away by Hill.
Bracey's looking absolute class here.
Only one man out still. The leg side. Good stop. Tom Price with a sharp bit of work.
That's his birthday present to his brother for yesterday, saving him 4 runs.
Get on 62. Because Ollie bowls tight to the stumps, doesn't he? So doesn't need to turn it a huge amount to really be in the game. Again, driven back to him by the Leicestershire skipper. End of his over, and a good little stint this for Ollie Price and for his captain. He's picked up an important wicket, and he's taken 1 for 12 in 4 overs. Might just be a thought. Maybe Danny Lamb briefly, but I don't see necessarily Ajit Singh Dale or Tom Price bowling again until the new ball is due.
Yeah, I think it's a day for spin. Zafar. Kimber nurdles that one into the leg side. They get a single.
Trying to plan the rest of your day and thinking, well, how long's the cricket going to go on for? Well, tea at 4 o'clock today, and I would have thought we're probably going to have about 38 overs perhaps.
Yeah, maybe 36
after tea. So could be here till 6:45 very easily.
Defended.
You're trying to think about, well, when should I prepare the salad? Well, could be a late one.
Now, if I'm just tossing that one up a little higher, trying to tempt Hill, but doesn't have anything to do with it.
Gloucestershire wrestled the initiative back in this afternoon session, haven't they? Because I think at 135 for 2 at lunch, you just said that Leicestershire were in the advantage position, but there's not much in it now.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's why you keep your spinners on. I'll tell you what, you don't want to be batting last on this. Let's have another look at it. There. Drifting in, spinning and bouncing away. That's the end of the over. 23 minutes to tea. 44 overs. They might get 6 in 23 minutes. Might even get 8.
If the 2 spinners are on, it might accentuate things a bit. Elsewhere, Somerset chasing 468 to beat Essex are 42 for 1. These scores in the First Division. Surrey chasing 501 to beat Kent, 76 for 1. Hampshire trying to manufacture a defendable total at Southport against Lancashire, 296 for 7. They lead by 64, and Notts a long way behind against Warwickshire, 86 for 3. They still trail by 330, and they just need that to make Warwickshire bat again. Ollie Price, 1 wicket to his name. Again defended by Kimber. So all 4 wickets in this innings have fallen at the Ashley Down Road end. Price in, that's worked away by Kimber for a single up to mid-on. In the Second Division, Derbyshire have got their lead over 200 against Yorkshire at Chesterfield, but the last pair are together. 453 for 9 they are. The lead is 211. Glamorgan against Durham. Durham all out in the end for 630. Another single up to mid-on, this time by Lewis Hill in that little clip that he likes into the onside. So the lead was 240 over Glamorgan, who are 27 without loss, looking really to save that game. and Sussex are 207 for 5 against Worcestershire second time round, so the lead there 145, but only with 5 wickets left. All those games heading towards tea, as indeed we are here. Kimber gets a single hit, a little bit short from Ollie Price, walked into the leg side, and Tom Price does the fielding. Hill, quite a square stance. It's an open stance, that's a better description. Cry of no, as it finds one of the 4 men in the leg side trying to save one. Dent is at short mid wicket for the mistimed clip, but Hill and Kimber have made something of an art form of deflecting the ball behind square on the leg side for 1 run. There have been repeated examples of that today.
Yeah, Matthew Maynard told me once that he loved those ugly singles, he'd call them. Full defensive, thick inside edge, and it ran past backward square for a single. So he loved those ugly or dirty singles, I think he might have used the phrase. Here's Zafar around the wicket as he bowls to Hill. If Leicestershire do have a duty to set anything up here, then Hill, you know, being the captain out there, he'll be the man who could do it. It's just a slight misfield there by Danny Lamb. Goes for 2.
Miles Hammond has gone from the slip cordon to short mid wicket and now to short fine leg. Oh, that's probably for the mistimed sweep, is it really, do you think, as much as anything else?
Yeah, possibly. Zafar's attacking his leg stump. Can Gloucestershire winkle 1 more out before tea?
So 2 in the morning session and 2 in the afternoon so far.
Oh, that's play and miss. Because if they get sort of down to the last 3, they'll fancy their chances with Wright, Hull, Parkinson. Defended by Kimber. But Rayhan Ahmed is a good bat.
Again,
Likes to get on with it.
Again, a dasher from what
Yeah. Scriven can bat as well.
Understand.
That's just gone nowhere. 2-12 for 4.
No timing from Kimber there at all.
I'm not even sure if he even hit it. I think it might have come with Bracey's sort of fingertips and just dropped down.
One of our
Ollie Price 1 for 16 or 5.
sorry, Dan. One of our regular spectators here in Bristol is the gentleman who always comes with a scorebook. He doesn't do a scorebook in a modern way on a electronic gadget. He does it old-fashioned scorebook, pencil. I'm not sure if he coloured pens or not, but he's one of the Hammond roofers, and we saw him at lunchtime, and he said very warm up there today. It was certainly a day for a large cone of ice cream at 1:15.
You've got to be mad to go up there today. It's the sort of day where you get under one of those big Korev umbrellas.
And you don't move.
On the Korev terrace. No, you don't move.
So Ajit Singh Dale is going to actually come on before tea. Slightly surprised. Ollie Price, 5 overs for 16. 1 wicket. But Ajit's probably only going to have maybe 3 overs at most here. And then that might be it for him until the second new ball's due. Anyway, here he is. That's outside the off stump and hit off the bottom edge by Hill. Attempted throw at the
hit him.
bowler's end.
It's going to get 5.
It's hit him on the bottom.
Hit him
And
on
it's
the bum.
it's going all the way to the boundary up the Ashley Down Road end. Umpire Graham Lloyd signals the 4 and then puts his hand up to signal 5.
You won't mind a bit of that.
So just going to have
One way of getting 5 to your total, isn't it? Off your buttock.
a chat with Kimber, but it was a sharpish single. Probably was one there, but equally the throw was very much on as well. And
He's rubbing it.
there'll be a bruise there later. So Leicestershire need 2 to get past the follow-on total. Singdale in, Kimber pulls it, say past Charlesworth. It does go past Charlesworth. He probably saw 1 or 2 other things flashing before his eyes there. And the deficit is now, as you can see, exactly 150. Is Charlesworth okay? He's just gathering himself at short leg. He would have a certain attitude of mind to field there, I think. However much protection there may be, you've got to a really steely determination. Singdale in, very short bouncer read by Hill.
No ball.
And called as a no ball, so the follow on saved with an extra. Hill on 72 now. So he does have 1 century in the championship this season. Just the 1 slip Gloucestershire are down to. And Singdale trying to get a little bit of movement in the air by going a bit wider of the crease, but with a ball that's this old, it's difficult to manufacture that. So slip, kind of a very fine gully and a point for Ajit. Big gap through the covers, which is only really being patrolled by Van Buren at extra cover. No one at mid-off. And that's gone straight down the ground. That may race away. Tom Price is on the chase. He's going to be beaten by that one, I think. He hauled one in earlier, but he can't do so there. And Hill picks up 4 more. And you can't really blame Ajit here for striving for a wicket.
No, what does make me think though is that when the new ball is due at 80 overs, it will be shared between Tom Price and Zaman Akhtar.
Possibly, yeah, that's not a bad call. Short, and Hill misses out on a pull to mid-wicket. Taken by Bracey. I mean, you're looking at that Leicestershire card. Any chances Gloucestershire have made, they've taken. There hasn't been a bad miss anywhere. There hasn't been a, you know, you would say that a run out that should have been made that wasn't. Basically, everything that's come their way, they've clung on to. Singdale running away from our commentary position, but towards you on the screen. Bracey gets ready to put the hat back on to keep to the spin of Zafar Kahar in the next over. So 2 wickets this afternoon for Gloucestershire. Leicestershire have added 89 in the session so far, if my maths right. 89 for 2 net. We have had a 10-minute or a 2-over interruption because of a false fire alarm. That still feels quite slow though from the batting side in these conditions.
Zava driven up to mid-off, no run.
As you say, Dan, they may be able to quicken that pace in the final session though, because A, there'll be a harder ball that may go faster off the bat, and B, you've got the fatigue factor.
Quite possibly. Kimber punches that one out into the offside. No run. Oh, that's a leading edge. Falls just short of Chris Dent.
Kimber looked comfortable playing that at all.
It's cut away. It's going to get just the one. Combination of Price and Lamb. Keep them down to just a single.
Conscious that Hill looks much the better set at the moment.
Ooh, nearly sneaks through. Hill's defences.
Do you think the bounce is starting to be a little uneven now?
We've seen a few missed cuts, haven't we? Which is often a telltale sign. I just can't see there being enough time in the game for either side to set it up for the other side. That completes the over. 40 overs left in the day. 225 for 4. It's 13 till the new ball is due. So 67 overs gone. Lewis Hill being the mainstay of this Leicestershire innings with 76. And he's supported at the moment by Louis Kimber. We saw a rather attractive 59 from Rishi Patel earlier. Sol Budinger, he went for 21. Colin Ackerman also went for 21. And Peter Hanscom chopped one on, played on to Ollie Price, the man with the golden arm, for 25.
At the moment, Price's 85 remains the highest score in the game. Ajit Singh Dale in, and it's let go by Kimber outside the off stump. Yes, if it is getting flatter and flatter, and Leicestershire think that Gloucestershire can't see a way of giving themselves enough runs to win the game, then they may be forced to bat slowly and long in the belief that their bowlers for 2 sessions might just be able to do something on the last day. I mean, we saw that a little bit in the Surrey match at home last year, where taking wickets was just so hard. In a sense, why would you put your bowlers through another 2 sessions unless you thought you had a chance? I mean, they do have 2 spinners, but they need to be more effective than they were on days 1 and 2. I think that Ollie Price has probably had as much joy as anybody. Worked onto the offside by Kimber. Chris Dent with a diving stop.
But Bristol's been like this for a while. I mean, do you think possibly the square might need relaying?
Well, those of you who know your Bristol will know that basically half the square was relayed in the 1960s, and the other half has basically, I think, been here since the ground was first played on.
Do you know which half?
Now, I always believed that the half nearer the Kennington Avenue side of the ground was the half that was relayed. I think I'm right in saying that. Kimber nearly gets into trouble by going back to Ajit Singh Dale. Usual umpire signal, 2 to go in the over. But Leicestershire have achieved first base. They know that Gloucestershire will bat in the 3rd innings. The question is when that 3rd innings will be. Yeah, the rain time out of the game is going to be the decisive factor here. Ajit again outside the off stump, 2 wide. Kimber's not interested in having a look at that. It's not looked entirely settled. He's only made 11. He's got to start again after tea, assuming he gets through the next 5 minutes all right. But it's been Lewis Hill who's kind of dominated the day once Patel was out. Patel played some very attractive shots in that first hour. Singh Dale staying over the wicket. And Kimber on about the 3rd bounce up to Tom Price at mid-on. So there'll probably be 2 more overs before tea. One from Zafar and one from Ajit. But the 2 wickets to fall this afternoon have both come at this Ashley Down road end. Zaman Akhtar removing Colin Ackerman with a catch from Ben Chancellor that slipped just before that false fire alarm, and then Hanscom. It was say bowled by Ollie Price in the book, but in essence it was played on, and he made 25 and Ackerman made 21.
Zafar coming in around the wicket. He sort of dances into the pitch, doesn't he, Zafar? He doesn't run in.
It is a light-footed approach, isn't it?
Yeah. Defended, no run.
I think Hill is just making sure he's going to be there at 4:20 when the players resume for the final session, which will mean 37 overs in the final session of the day.
Yeah.
So it's something like a 6:45 finish.
Oh.
James Healy's total of 230 at tea is going to be very close. To
Yeah,
be fair, Dan, you had 238, so you weren't far out.
What was I, 238 for what?
5.
Okay. See, I think you should knock 10 runs. You should penalise Jimmer. 10 penalty runs per wicket difference. Defended. So I think if you say someone's going to be 8 down on this pitch, you are wildly optimistic.
Well, I suppose Leicester might look at this a different way and said they've scored 202 in the 2 sessions today.
Yeah. Maiden.
If they add another 100, then they'll be fractionally behind at the close of play, basically getting to parity. More conversation between the 2 batsmen, but it will be.
Yeah,
go on, Dan.
I'm not blaming Leicestershire at all. I think it's a combination of, a wicket that's where the ball's not really coming onto the bat. It's it's been 3 and over right through the match, hasn't it? It's also
It was more than that for a while this morning while Patel and Budinger were in.
Yeah, when the ball's newer, it helps.
So, you know, it may be that rate may go up again if, as and when Gloucestershire take the new ball, which will be 10 overs after tea, so around about 5 o'clock. But they'll hope it will deliver some success for them. So Ajit Singh Dale to bowl the last over of the afternoon session. And I don't think Kimber's going to play anything, doesn't have to here. We've seen two good slip catches today and taken in different ways. The Ollie Price one, that second slip, in real time, very casual, but took it really well. That was low, and the high one was to Ben Charlesworth. And that sneaked past Ollie Price's right hand all the way along the floor to third man for 4, and it was a no ball. So Ajit overstepping in this last over before tea. Never a chance to Ollie Price. It scuttled along the ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure Ajit's quite at his best today. Just come back from injury.
I just wonder whether I mean, you don't know how much yesterday took out of him either, do you, from a batting point of view?
No, you don't. But I think he's been a really good bowler this season.
Strive in once more, pushing Kimber onto the back foot again. Leicestershire won't get to a first batting bonus point by tea, but they might have thoughts of getting close to a third by tonight, by the close, particularly if Hill can stick around. Singh Dale passed on by Lloyd short, and Kimber doesn't time that. Gets off the bottom edge of the bat and it dribbles out.
Yeah, almost pulled it onto his stumps there. Got to be careful on these slow wickets. He threw the shot early.
I'm sure you'll have umpired in a few Saturday afternoon games down where sides may have looked at us, thought, oh, slow pitch, right, we'll bowl the same guy for 20 overs from one end and the same guy from 20 overs from the other end. And if the rules allow that in the leagues,
they used to. I just used to get bored in. I used to open the batting and try and see them off play properly, and after about 6 overs, chip one to mid-off.
Singh Dale in, short once more. Kimber again lets that go. Gets the bat one out of the way. That didn't get much above shoulder height, did it?
No.
Even with Ajit really trying to, use the Jimmy Connors grunt to get some extra pace out of that delivery. So 2 balls left in the over. Tom Price at mid-on. There is a short leg, but not that close to Kimber. And tries to fire that up past Van Buren, but can't really time it. And the Gloucestershire skipper Fields at mid-off. Leicestershire started the day 23 without loss. They lost the 2 openers in the morning session, both to Zaman Akhtar in one spell, including a wicket with his first ball of the day, first ball of the match. 135 for 2 at lunch. Hill had 34 at that stage. So he's added 42 this afternoon. And he's lost 2 partners in that time. Oh, and another no ball from Ajit. So he's overstepped twice in this over. He's lost Ackerman and Hanscom. One again to Zaman Akhtar and one to Ollie Price. See Ajit's figures 0 for 62 currently. Kimber defends off what will be the last ball of the afternoon session, so slightly later than planned. We go to tea at 4 minutes past 4. Leicestershire 233 for 4. They've passed the follow-on. They trail by 135. Gloucestershire have 1 bowling point. Leicestershire still shy of a batting point, but they may make more progress towards that end after tea. We'll be back with you just before 25 past 4. But final thoughts on an afternoon, Dan, in which Leicestershire have added 98 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slow burner, hasn't it? It's got to be said. I don't know whether that's sort of tight bowling or maybe the ball not quite coming onto the bat, but it's I don't know where the game goes from here, to be honest with you. Be interesting to see whether one side or the other wants to set it up and actually force a result. Would be nice, because they're both sort of, you know, in Division 2, probably not going to go up in Division 2. They can't go down out of Division 2, so it'd be nice if one side or the other actually set something up, went positive and went a result.
Well, we'll see how the evening session unfolds and how close Leicestershire can get to that Gloucestershire first innings score. Join us just before 4:25.
Welcome back to the final session here at the Seat Unique Stadium as umpires Paul Baldwin, who's just playing a little bit of football there with Graham Lloyd. Graham Lloyd, no doubt, an Accrington Stanley fan, like his father David Bumble. Leicestershire going to resume on 2-3-3 for 4. Louis Kimber on 15. Lewis Hill on 76. And my name's Dan Whiting. I'm going to be taking you through to the end of play with my co-pilot, Mr. Ian Randall. Ian, nice tea.
Yes, very, very welcome blackcurrant and water during the tea interval.
Yes, it's been a warm one.
Leicestershire, as you can see, 135 behind, 37 overs left in the day. So I think their target will be parity plus, hopefully, from their perspective, by the close.
Yeah, I think so. And Gloucestershire's
target, I think, well, it's got to be to try and bowl them out.
Got to be, isn't it?
They've got to have a burst from somebody with the second new ball, which is 10 overs away.
They can winkle one out before the second new ball and then maybe grab a couple early with that ball. You know, all of a sudden then Leicestershire is 7 down. And as I said, the last 3, Leicestershire bat deep, but then the last 3 can be a little bit rabbit-esque, can't they? And so I don't know about Josh Hull, but let's hope he's not a ferret that goes in after the rabbits.
Batsmen on their way. Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill, 76, not out. He's made the nudge behind square for a single, an art form today, and very effective it's been for him. In a sense, I suppose almost every player probably has 3 or 4 shots that deliver 80. Even like someone like Sir Alistair Cook would have 3 or 4 shots that would deliver 80% of their runs. And you know, Lewis Hill knows where those areas are.
Yeah, Alistair Cook, you know, you'd see him in a test match and he would play within his limits, wouldn't he? He would know his game and not try and, you know, do anything flash play outside that game.
And you know, Lewis Hill is kept within those boundaries today, and that's why he's still there.
Zaffar's going to go over the wicket at him with Ben Charlesworth at silly point. Just putting his box in. Very important part of your cricketing equipment.
Just trying to see if there's anything in a footmark from the right arm over the wicket bowlers, because Josh Hull hasn't really roughed things up much. As the only left arm we've seen in the match.
Zaffar, first ball after tea. Hill.
Rinse and repeat.
Nurdles one around the corner. If I had £1 for every time I said Hill has nurdled one around the corner, I'd probably have £77.
He's not quite
done
that, but it has been a very effective shot for him.
Yeah,
very effective.
Zaffar's going to go back around the wicket to Kimber with Charlesworth going into short leg. 2 slips in place, Ollie Price and Miles Hammond. Pleasant shot, driven up to mid-off.
Hammond in particular, very close there. Probably 3 strides from keeper Bracey, that's all.
Defended. We haven't had a wicket fall in this innings from the pavilion end at all. Again, pleasantly driven, but no run.
Quite a twiddler. He's a twiddler of the bat, Kimber, isn't he? In between deliveries.
Twiddler or a twirler?
He's probably a twirler. Yeah, a
twirler.
Twirl's a good description.
Kimber backs away, gives himself a bit of room. Can't get it through the covers though. It's Danny Lamb.
I'm sure the talk of the Gloucestershire supporters this morning would be, well, we want to see Zafferbolt on this pitch. It's not helped him much so far.
No, it hasn't. Driven.
How much of that, Dan, I wonder, is because if there is any spin, it's slow spin.
Exactly, so the batsman has time to adjust. So when the ball comes in, you've got time to actually, because the turn is not sort of fast turn. It's not the turn that we saw, say, in the Durham game up here, which is more, produces better cricket in a way, where we saw Axar Patel pick up 10. That wicket was further over towards the mound stand, so as you're looking at the camera here over to the left, over towards the city of Bristol College, the Durham wicket was. Let's see if we can get that view for you. And that produced faster turn, and Axar Patel, sorry, Ajaz Patel, sorry, Axar Patel plays for India, doesn't he? Ajaz Patel for New Zealand, and Durham, he got 10 wickets in that.
Saman Akhtar is going to bowl. It's a little bit surprising with the new ball 9 overs away. Maybe he will bowl up to the new ball, and we will see then Price and Singh Dale with it. But Saman's got 3 wickets today. What can he do with an ageing ball at the end of 2 pretty warm sessions in the field? But he will be freshened up by a 20-minute breather. So here he is, and that's driven but not timed up to mid-on. Good stop by Tom Price. Hill didn't get that as cleanly as he wanted. Was that, I think, a request from Graham Lloyd to one of the fielders there. I think he had a pair of sunglasses and asked the fielder, did he want them? I think the answer was no. Akhtar outside the
good
off stump
carry
again.
Good carry through to Bracey.
Quite wide that.
Yeah.
I had a cause to look at 1 or 2 of the predictions from some of the broadsheet writers at the start of the season last night when I got home. Here's Akhtar in, and again outside the off stump and let go by Hill. And I was surprised. I hadn't recalled it this way, but there was a dominance of Durham to be thought of as probable champions in the 2nd division, which actually might turn out to be quite very good judgment.
Yeah. Ryan Campbell doing a very good job up in the northeast.
Saman Akhtar in from the Ashley Down Road end again. That's let go by Hill. There was one writer who said that Gloucestershire would win the 2nd division.
Was there?
It will be an exciting finish to the season if that is to be the case. Remember,
well,
the remaining home games are 2 at Cheltenham and 1 here in Bristol against Derbyshire.
Cheltenham produces results.
It does generally. It does generally. Akhtar in, and that's cut away past Charlesworth. He's let that run, and the return comes flying in from
Hill. That was tight from
Chris Dent down
Hill
in front of the clock by the players' pavilion. They did get back for 2.
Yeah.
It's quite a long boundary out there, to be fair.
Yeah, it is.
the man with probably the best arm in the club patrolling it. I guess what was that?
We've had a lot of spillages and drops here in the last few days. James Healy's just almost dropped a laptop. I've dropped
The clanger.
a drink, a bottle, but it was had the lid on it. Ian Randall dashed a cup of coffee all over our paperwork.
Yes, that's your coffee. As you know, I don't drink coffee, so
Yeah, it was my coffee.
yeah, it was your coffee, which
Yeah.
was even worse. Yorkshire's victory target at Chesterfield is 212.
Okay.
Derbyshire all out 453 in their second innings. Still might be an interesting game there tomorrow. So how Derbyshire can get on tonight, I suppose, and Yorkshire might break the back of that.
Let's see what Zaffa can do. That's gone up in the air. That's gone over the top of Danny Lamb, though, and goes away for 4 runs. And
You probably heard the cry of catch it.
you do wonder also if that is a statement of intent from Leicestershire.
That's conscious. This is the last few overs with the old ball.
Kimber defends.
He didn't feel to me as if he was totally in control of that shot.
No, nor me.
It was sort of outside. It wasn't the outside half of the bat. He got most of it, but not all of it.
Oh, that's a leading edge out to mid-off. He goes quite hard at it, doesn't he, Kimber?
Safa's feeling that luck is not with him today at the moment.
There's an arm ball there from Zafar. Can only hit it out to Graham Van Buren, who's quite deep at mid-off, and they get through for 1.
Kimber's played quite a lot in the V, hasn't he?
Yep,
By and
he
large,
has, yeah.
Outside of that area, he doesn't look quite so comfortable. But in that sort of area between the stumps and mid-off, he's played a lot of shots.
Zafar going over the wicket. Hill going for a sweep. I think he will take the sweep on. It's quite a dangerous shot to play out of the rough, though. Miles Hammond's round the corner looking for that top edge. Just nurdles one around to Akhtar.
Yeah, there is a gap there. So you've got Miles Hammond for the mistimed sweep, and then Akhtar is at deep backward square. So effectively, that's the safe shot, just for a single.
Yeah.
Which is what he's been doing for most of the last 4 hours. 80 to Lewis Hill, and these two came together when the last wicket went down. Ollie Price's wicket went down. Ollie Price's dismissal of Peter Hanscom. So 49 they've added so far for the 5th wicket. And Gloucestershire down now just to the 1 slip. Akhtar in, and again a hand off the bat from Hill. Can't pierce the field though. Charlesworth is at point. Thanks for your interaction on the emails today. If you maybe have got in after a day out, or perhaps been working and not able to follow the cricket as closely during the working day, we appreciate that some people can't do that. Chopped away once more, but again straight to point by Hill. Then you can send us an email during the play. Attempt to discuss or answer points or questions that you raise. Quite happy to do that. There is our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. And perhaps you might have a thought about tactically where this game is going.
Oh,
Oh, sorry,
he's
Hill
fallen, he's fallen.
slipped. He's just about going to be okay. Hill slipping as he set off for that single. I wonder whether at one stage he might have seen Kimber retreat, but he didn't do so. And in the end, Hill was okay. We had this discussion, you know, scone or scone, etc., earlier on, and Jake said in Scotland you would pronounce it to rhyme with spoon, so scoon. And he says, my credentials are this: I'm half Scottish and have lived here for a few years, visiting Scone a few times when I was living in Edinburgh. It's near Perth. Scone is quite an important spot in Scottish history, he says. Defended by Kimber, and was historically where Scottish monarchs were crowned. There is still a replica of the Stone of Destiny there, which is still used for coronations today, including at Charles's recently. It slots underneath the main coronation throne. Ollie Price indeed is a wonderful cricketer, he says. All the best, kind regards. Jake, thank you for that.
What a nice email.
We are suitably admonished for our pronunciation.
They like little things like that. They like sort of, you know, what was it? A coronation stone?
Yeah.
Yeah. And have you ever been on the Royal Mile at Edinburgh where you're supposed to spit on the heart of Midlothian?
Are you?
Yeah, you're supposed to spit on the heart of Midlothian.
This is from Tom, I would think it is. The Rain Stop Play blog. Boy, what a hot one, he says. I've just moved to the seats in front of the small scoreboard, my third seat of the day due to the search for shade. Akhtar in, and again Hill defends. Hats off to the players and umpires for their efforts in this heat. It would be nice to get a clatter of wickets in this last session. Yes, we did make that point about the umpires earlier on today. It is just as warm for them as it is for the players. And Alex from Winterbourne says, traditionally, is Bristol seen as favouring pace or spin? Question mark. Personally, I'd say pace. I'm not sure about that. I don't think you would say Bristol was amongst the quicker wickets in the country.
No. And it's always had a reputation for not having much bounce in it as well.
I think there are a few grounds in the country, Leicester would be another one, where the words slow and low were in the same sentence.
Yeah. Zafar. Cut. Oh, and it's gone straight through Danny Lamb for 4 runs. It's hit straight at him.
I think he's looked up before the ball's arrived.
Yeah, he's held his hand up and apologised there. Yeah, Worcester, when the sun comes out, can be slow and low and flat.
And
Worcester's a funny one. It's one of those look up, not down at Worcester. You know, it doesn't matter what the pitch is. If it's a grey day at Worcester, it will do things. And if it's the sun's out, it's slow and low, and you get on your front foot on it.
And I know you've said that Hove can be quite flat.
Hove's flat, Cardiff's flat. Danny Lamb is going off the field here.
I wonder if he's damaged a finger there, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's caught one on the end of the finger. Maybe he's cut.
So there will be a need for a sub-fielder. So Lamb's going off temporarily.
I think that's Ben Wells, isn't it?
It's 72, it certainly is.
Yeah. Zafar. That's gone through Wells now as well.
On that same strip.
On that same strip.
But he doesn't have a finger injury. At least not at the moment.
Zafar must be... I mean, he could have bowled 2 dot balls there. He must be doing his biscuits, as they say. Defended. Yeah, I think you're supposed to spit on the heart of Midlothian. Maybe like someone was winding me up and just got me to spit on something Scottish and sacred, perhaps. I don't know. Oh, that's well bowled. That brought out the 250.
First Leicestershire batting point.
Yep. Driven back, Zafford defends. Zafford's down to stop the ball going for one. Oh, the heat's got to me, and I don't know what I'm saying. The heat's got to me.
Kimber's bat doesn't sound too bad, but he's not getting it in the sweet spot yet, is he?
Oh, I thought that had got through him. Oh, that was dangerous. That was right off the stumps there. Let's have another look here. I thought this had bowled him. Bracey, Zaffa, Price, all in disbelief. So we have got 5 overs till the new ball is due. And it'd be nice if this game moves on a little bit, perhaps, with the new ball.
Yeah, 32 overs left in the day. Leicestershire might be thinking of, could they get to 400 without really pressing the pedal too much here on the run rate?
Jim's got a rather sexy sandwich. Brie, bacon and chilli chutney.
Been in the bag for 2 days.
Oh, it's been in his bag for 2 days.
That's probably not.
It's the Brie
Not what we want to
sweating.
hear.
Is the Brie sweating somewhat?
Here's Ollie Price into the attack, and very good stop. That could have prevented 4. Dive from Chris Dent, who's in the wars now. Extra cover. Kimber just starting to try and put bat to ball here a bit. It's worked out, but straight to the fielder on the leg side. That's Tom Price. So someone next to only had 2 overs after tea. Ollie Price into the attack. Once more cut away by Kimber, but straight to Ajit Singh Dale at backward point. Play will go on tonight till, well, pretty close to 7 o'clock, I would have thought. With catching up overs from previous days lost. Kimber goes back.
Good arm ball there by Ollie Price.
Price just trots in of about 4 strides. And then Kimber goes back into his
that's a
crease.
shot.
That's well timed. He's got that away past the dive of Tom Price. It's going to go all the way to Michael Klinger, corner for 4.
That was lovely.
Not played with an awful lot of force.
Great shot.
But this in his first championship outing of the season. A useful innings from Louis Kimber. Again, works that into the leg side as well. Steered into the deep. Zafakar will keep the ball because it's the end of the over, and he will continue, I'm sure, from the pavilion end. If you, as they haven't been with us all day, Leicestershire started 23 without loss. There are their partnerships. As you can see, 4 of them, all pretty useful. And then Gloucestershire have just nipped out 1 wicket. And that's been kind of the balance of the game overall, in fact. Aside from that 9th wicket stand yesterday, it's been toil for the bowlers. And not easy for the batsmen either, to be fair. It hasn't been one way you can just get in and play all your shots because the ball's coming on. It's not.
Zaffa. Kimber defends. Lewis and Louis. No John Lewis. No newsreader Martin Lewis. Lennox Lewis.
We have a Lennox Hasty though, don't we?
We do, yeah. Congratulations to Cameron Hasty in the office. Oh, where's that gone? Has that gone through to Bracey?
It has.
Yeah.
Again, it's turned past the outside edge there.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations to Cameron Hasty in the office, who has had a baby boy. If you're listening in, Cameron, from all of us here, we hope you're getting some sleep, mate. That's a nice shot there, and that's well fielded there by Graham Van Buren. Saves 3 runs. They come through for 1. Yeah, he sure he'll be a Gloss fan. Sure he'll probably have a cricket bat in his hand already, knowing Cameron. Zaffa's coming over the wicket. Wide ball. Now this is what we spoke about yesterday, right? They do this when the spinners come on, yet Hull, that's just whacked into the offside. Hull bowls short and has bowled, I think, 3 in a row yesterday down the leg side. Doesn't get pinged for it. Yet we've seen there's obviously a new directive amongst umpires so that spinners don't go negative and start chucking it outside leg stump.
Zaffa's trying to find a foot mark there, isn't he? Maybe on the 3rd follow through stride of the bowlers from this Ashley Down Road end. So if he can turn one out of a foot mark.
Hill kicks it away. I'm getting my hills and my holes mixed up, and I've had too much sun in.
Should wear a hat, Dan.
Yours doesn't seem to be your son's hat today, Ian. It's the white cap
we are getting into trouble with our pronunciations now. Terry on the email says, I can't believe you mispronounced the Coronation Stone. It should be pronounced as if rhymed with spoon. So it's a stoon. It should be pronounced as a Coronation Stoon. Terry, thank you for that. Price again, flicked away and straight to brother Tom at mid-wicket. So this is over 78. I can't think Gloucestershire will not take the new ball straight away.
No.
Leicestershire did yesterday. Price from right close to the line of off stump of Kimber. Last wicket fell at 193, so 65 for this stand. Ollie Price just asking Graham Van Buren if he can make a field change.
Yeah, this is good from Price here. What he's doing is he's offering him the covers to drive through, hoping to spin one back through his gate here. Just brought Chris Dent across from extra into a short mid-wicket. Oh, he's handled that. He's handled that. Is that obstructing the field? Let's have a look at this. He's deliberately handled the ball here. The umpires are on now.
Here's a rerun.
Let's have a look at this. What's he done?
Yes,
that's obstructing the field.
He has certainly gone to the ball with his glove.
The ball is live. He's gone.
And Kimber is out. Ollie Price has asked the question, and Kimber can't believe he's done that. But there's a little bit of history in a way here, because that has not happened in a first-class game for a very long time.
Yep, the law changed back in 2017, and it was handled the ball. It's now become obstructing the field, so the law has changed recently. Handled the ball is now obsolete, but it's come under the law of obstructing the field. And the ball is live there.
So Kimber, for 34, has to walk, and he knew what he'd done. That was the.
He's just had a brainstorm,
Yeah.
hasn't he?
The only part about that, he's played the ball into the ground. It's bounced up, and
I don't think that goes down to the bowler, does it? It's just obstructing the field.
I think that's what it will say in the
Yeah.
in the book. And that wicket, again, just as we've found in this match, stands get to a certain stage, and then one wicket goes down. But Ollie Price certainly was cute enough to ask, and the close fielders also questioned umpires Lloyd and Baldwin. They then conferred and informed Kimber of their decision. Rian Ahmed is going to be the new batsman.
Well, we've seen it. I've seen it on television before. I don't think I've ever seen it live. Graham Gooch did it once, didn't he? And I think Michael Vaughan did it once in India. And it was bizarre. He's just had a brainstorm because the ball is still live there. He should have just... I mean, I don't think it was going to go and hit the stumps. He could have just covered it with his body. But he's just bizarrely picked it up when the ball's like up in the air.
And he didn't pick it up cleanly. It wasn't in his hand.
No.
But he did go to pick it up.
That is a bonus, especially just as a new ball is due.
So, Rian Ahmed is the new batsman. Ollie Price to bowl to him. And Ahmed punches that back down the ground.
Sean Dixon, we think, was the last one in the UK. Sean Dixon now at Somerset.
Price in, and Ahmed tries to play it through that gap which has been left at extra cover, and he's found it all the way, and it will go to the rope for 4 runs. So Ollie Price trying to tease the striker, whether that be Kimber, who has now departed, or Rian Ahmed. And I wonder if James can perhaps we have another look at that replay at the end of the over, because that's kind of one people are going to want to look at, other than Louis Kimber, probably repeatedly.
Andrew Hilditch did it.
Ollie Price in, and Ahmed always squeezed that away on the bounce. Good stop by Ben Charlesworth. That slips. So the end of the over, Danny's quite right, it doesn't go down as a wicket to Ollie Price, but Gloucestershire do get one more in the wickets column, and here it is. Apparently innocuously, Price bowls this, and then Kimber goes to stop the ball. It drops to the floor, but as you can see, Charlesworth and Ollie Price and Bracey have all asked the question of...
It was, the ball's live. The ball is live
of the umpires. We'll just wait and see if we can see Kimber's reaction when the umpires go to walk towards him. He's waiting at the moment. South's going to bowl next over, and now he turns and walks away. And he can't believe what he's done.
If the ball is dead, you even ask the opposition's permission to pick it up. You don't just pick it up. And that's bizarre. Andrew Hilditch did it for Australia against Pakistan in 1978 at Perth. As a non-striker, the throw came in and he's caught it. And Pakistan appealed, which went down rather badly, as you can imagine. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through from Zafar as well. Mahinda Amarnath did it against Australia in 1986 at Melbourne. Graham Gooch, as we spoke about, that was against Australia in 1993. Hill just nudges one into the onside. I think about a second. Gooch was a similar one, but the ball was going back and going to hit his stumps, and he just smashed it away with his hand.
See, that wasn't going anywhere.
Steve Waugh's done it as well against India. No, it wasn't. He has no need to do it. Steve Waugh's done it against India in 2001 in Chennai. And Leicestershire have been involved in one before against Derbyshire in 2014 when Cheteshwar Pujara did this as Ahmed faces Zafar Gahar.
So Pujara in his Derbyshire days.
Yeah. Ahmed pushes that into the offside. Well, that's woken us up, hasn't it?
It might have woken the game up a bit too, actually.
Yeah.
Just before the second new ball.
Defended. The last one I can remember, we spoke about it on Friday night when Sean Dixon came here with Somerset, and he was playing for Kent at the time, and I think he was the last batter to be given out, handled the ball in 2016, and then I think the law changed in 2017 as that nearly plops up to Charlesworth. That completes the over. Now the new ball's due, but the law changed in 2017, so it's now obstructing the field, as opposed to the law of handle the ball is now obsolete and comes under the remit of obstructing the field.
So if you've been with us for part of the day, or all of the day, but you've joined us just in time for the clock to tick round to 5 o'clock, a little bit of cricketing history has occurred here at Bristol today, and Ollie Price is going to bowl the last over, we would think, with the old ball.
Oh, there's one left. I thought new ball was due.
Well, it will be in 6 balls' time, and I'm sure Gloucestershire will take it.
Yeah. GVB has just thrown something to the umpire which looked like a ball.
Ollie Price in then, and worked into the onside by Hill, but not past Tom Price. I think Ben Wells is still on the field for Danny Lamb. So he's at deep square leg. Lamb's had to go off. It looked like he caught a ball. Well, he didn't catch a ball. A ball went past him, but may have just flicked a finger rather painfully. Leicestershire 5 down, and Hill will take his own personal score to 83. Ahmed will go for his shots, will he not?
Yeah, I think so.
That's the reputation he's got.
Yeah, I think so, and I think Scriven will as well.
Ahmed's stance is quite open. He priced the ball to him, and that's driven using his feet straight down the ground to Van Buren. We haven't seen much use of the feet from anybody today. Maybe he's going to adopt a different approach. Not there. Defended out into the leg side. Slip on the short leg, and Rayan Ahmed goes straight down the ground, and that's going to go on the full into the sight screen for 6. So he clearly felt that was one to be attacked. The boundary is quite short straight. There's the replay, and it thuds into the sight screen just down to our left, to the right of where sight screen is, bottom right hand corner. And here is the expected change. Tom Price to be reintroduced, and I imagine that will be a new ball straight away from the pavilion end. 270 for 5. I'm just looking for Paul Baldwin's signal. There it is. New ball being taken, and still 27 overs left today. Leicestershire 98 behind, so yeah, even if they score at the pace they're at the moment, they'll be very, very close to parity by the end of the day. And if Ahmed sticks around for 40 minutes, it might get a bit interesting.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, just finished work at 5 o'clock. Big talking point here in Bristol is Louis Kimber has been given out, obstructing the field for handling the ball. In bizarre fashion as well. He's just had a brainstorm. Didn't need to do it.
His body was
covering the stumps.
Yeah, covering the stumps.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Price. Oh, that's got just outside Hill's edge. They'd like to remove Lewis Hill here.
Yes, Kimber's in him. He batted for just over an hour. So he got 34. He'd done the hard work, and then kind of almost given it up really there by just a thought process that I'm sure he can't explain. Graham van Buren just making another field change. Miles Hammond is coming into the gully.
Oh, that's nipped back. Oh, it's mix up here. Oh, Tom Price diving. And Hill should have gone there. Hammond threw the ball in. The ball's gone out to point. He's thrown it in. And Tom Price has come back. There's lack of communication there with Ben Wells coming forward. It should have been Wells's really to come forward and take the stumps.
See, I'm not even sure that even if Price hadn't been in the way, that ball would have hit.
I don't think it would have hit, but Wells was coming up from mid-on there, and I think sort of Price came back and dived to get in the way. But he didn't know because his back was turned. Here he is. So that's played out to Wells. Let's see if we can have another look at this at the end of the over, maybe. Let's have a look now. So
let's see, where is Hill?
Hill plays it out to backward of square there. Ahmed calls him through. There's hesitation. Wells comes in from mid-on, and Price and Wells have a mix-up. Price couldn't see Wells there. Oh, that's just missed off stump. That's a leave and a half. It's starting to happen here, isn't it? Look at this.
It's very, very, very tight call. Maybe only after you've been in as long as Hill has can you make that judgment. 4 hours and 20 minutes he's been in.
Yeah. Looking for a single there. Who's going to come on this in? Akhtar or Ajit Singh Dale?
I would have. Akhtar's bowled 2 overs since tea. Ajit bowled briefly before tea. I think Ajit probably initially. Even though Akhtar's got 3 for 22 in 12 overs today.
Bit of cloud coming over now as well. Wonder if that might make the ball hoop around a little bit. It's actually quite pleasant. Price in. Hill plays that one square. Ahmed wants the single.
Hill screams no. 2.72 for 5.
You could see a mix-up and a run-out here, couldn't you, between these two?
I can see anything happening now. I am.
No, it will be actor. No, it's going to be Ajit.
I think we might be on the odd social media channel later on, Ian.
What, for the obstructing the field?
Yes.
I think not about us. Louis Kimber's going to be on the social media channel, and he won't want to be.
No.
I think what we can say here is that Rian Ahmed is going to go for it if the ball's in his half here.
Yeah.
It looks to have come out with that kind of approach. So Zaman Akhtar's just going back out into the offside. Two slips to the goalie. They've got Chris Dent going out to the backward point boundary again for that chop or cut. Singh Dale from the Ashley Down Road end. That is wide outside the off stump.
Given a wide.
Given as such. So Leicestershire are now 95 behind. 26 overs left in the day. That's for parity, of course. I'm sure that their aim at the start of the day would have been to bat all day and then kind of see where the game was at. And the 5 wickets have taken some work. Ahmed takes his hand off the bat as it goes out. Square again to Chris Dent. I'll just pick up one. So still to come, Tom Scriven, and then probably, I would think, Wright, Parkinson and Hull in that order. Wright's not had a bad year with the bat, actually, for someone who bats at number 9. He's made a 50 already. And averages don't tell you everything, but he's got 283 runs. Again wide from Ajit, but it's not signalled a wide. So if you consider he will probably bat at 9 with 283 runs in 6 matches. One or two of the Gloucestershire batters aren't too far in excess of that themselves. So, and that's a specialist batter. So he's had a pretty good time of it. Ahmed, chunkily built. There we go, a big flail of the bat. If he middles one of those, it will race away, but he's prepared to go for his shots, as Dan indicated. The front foot wasn't quite where he wanted it. There wasn't far enough across. Steaming in once more, and that's cut away powerfully but straight, reasonably close to Chris Dent. He'll just take one. Ahmed advances to 12, 275 for 5. Reminder, Gloucestershire's last 3 home games in the T20, all in a pretty condensed period. Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday. Tickets available. Saturday evening against Kent, and then Tuesday against Hampshire, and then Sussex is the last home game on Thursday. That's a good trajectory from Singh Dale, tighter to the off stump to Lewis Hill. Draws a bit of encouragement from those in the slip cordon. Just started the day at a rate of knots, with brisk half century from Rishi Patel, and it's been more measured since then. That gear might change with Ahmed in and a new ball as well. And he squeezes a single out to Chris Dent at backward point. End of Ajit's first over with the second new ball, 276 for 5. And Leicestershire with 25 overs today left. That will take them to 107 in the innings. There would be 3 overs tomorrow in theory if they were close to a batting point threshold, but you would have thought every chance they would get to 350 tonight if these two hang around for any length of time, because whilst Hill may accumulate, I think Ahmed probably might be dealing quite extensively in boundaries if he puts bat to ball down.
Yep, certainly will. Tom Price. Oh, he's tickled that one round the corner. Ajit's quite fine though. And
that was an inadvertent shot.
Yeah. Played that off the stumps. It's probably going over, but 5:15, 277 for 5. Ahmed's on 14. Hills matched the equal top score of the game, made by Ollie Price. Here's his brother to see if he can offer some brotherly love and keep Ollie Price as equal top scorer in the game.
Yes, just looking at the other scores, pardon me, in the second division, you could make a case for 3 wins for teams in these 3 matches. Yorkshire 48 for 1, chasing 212 to beat Derbyshire. Obviously they have play tomorrow there, as well as for the rest of tonight.
Tom Price approaching the crease. Hill again, as he's done for most of the day, gets across his stumps.
The Morgan fighting hard at Durham, but they're 104 for 3. They're still 136 behind. Obviously they're batting in their second innings.
Don't lose too many games when you get 390 in the first dig, do you?
And at Hove, Sussex 268 for 6, lead Worcestershire by 206. That could be a good finish tomorrow. Interesting chase on the 4th day.
Oh, that's got to be close. That has to be close. Oh, let's have another look at this.
Paul Bulbin says no.
Going down the leg side, maybe? Yeah,
yes.
Possibly. Yeah.
Certainly worth a shout, though.
Definitely worth a shout.
It was full, but you could see why umpire Bulbin didn't give it out. Hill's grafted hard for this 85.
Price. Hill can only find some actor at mid-wicket. He has grafted hard. He's a gritty character, isn't he?
Has been it.
Leading from the front as captain.
It's an example of all those words that perhaps you don't always like to hear about cricketers. You know, concentration, application.
I love hearing that about cricketers. I do. Oh, that's the other one from Price. Goes the other way.
And
good over.
And knowing your own game and where you think you can effectively make a contribution. That's what Hill's done here. Gloucestershire striving for a wicket that would give them their second bowling point in the match. 3 batting already secured. Well, thanks to our email contributors throughout this hot third day, whether you've been sort of having the cricket on in the background or joined us intermittently through the day. Graham van Buren just asking Ajit to wait because he brought the point fielder up. Singh Dale in. Punchy drive from Rian Ahmed out to Zaman Akhtar, who's at cover. Yeah, Chris Dent's been brought in from the point boundary to just save the single there, really.
Just looking at the Kimber thing, I still can't believe it. I'm just flabbergasted.
He's just completely lost his train of thought there for a moment. Singh Dale full and pushed, but not with any great force out into the offside. And again, Zaman Akhtar.
Do you know what? Though, sometimes if you're in a net, if you've had so many nets, yeah, and like you're just used to sort of the ball's there, bounces up, you catch it and you throw it back to the bowler. And I wonder if he thought he was in that sort of mode as not in sort of game mode perhaps.
And we did say this is his first championship game of the summer.
Yeah.
But I just think it's just a split second thing, isn't it?
I mean, it happens probably in cricket once every 5 years. Maybe it happens a bit more around the world, but...
Singh Dale in and almost played on.
Maybe it happens a little bit more around the world that we don't get to see, perhaps, in this country. But I can't remember too many.
Well, I think you said, was it 2016, the last one in the UK?
Yeah.
Dixon's?
Sean Dixon's, yeah. Yeah,
So
I can't think of anyone who's been out obstructing the field. Dixon was the last man officially given handled the ball.
Ajit Singh Dale winds himself up once more. That's a nice shot, though. Ahmed's creamed that.
Wow.
Away. Pass cover point for 4. And, I mean, this young man got into the England Test side in the subcontinent during the winter as a leg spinner, which is fair enough. But he was kind of a bit of a... He's, I think, renowned as a bit of a free spirit with the bat.
They chucked him up the order, didn't they? I think he got 11 or something.
From 3 balls or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that wasn't even a half volley. He just leant into that off the front foot and pushed it through the covers.
Raced away. Graham van Buren, captain, chief ball shiner. And the biggest red stripe on the back of his trousers of any of the Gloucestershire team in the field today. Oh, that didn't bounce much. Ajit Singh Dale gets one that just scuttles through.
Grubber.
That didn't get up a lot. Fortunately, from Ahmed's point of view, it was well outside the off stump. It's a bit of a trudge from Ajit Singh Dale back to his mark. His 14th over in the innings, bowled a couple last night, so 12th today. That's a push at by Ahmed, but not to make contact. So the end of the over, 281 for 5. Leicestershire in reply to the 368. Here's another look at that Ahmed delivery where he took the bat away, really. And there's the deficit, 87 with 23 overs to go tonight.
I just sent a text message to a gentleman called Tim Caldecott, who did my level 1 and level 2 umpiring courses, and just thanked him for giving me the knowledge there that I knew what I was talking about. And he said he's just umpired not only Louis Kimber but Nick Kimber as well recently. Tom Price. Hill drives and takes one hand off the bat. We've seen that on numerous occasions today, and I'm wondering if that's why, there's no power going into his drives, perhaps. I know you should use your dominant top hand to drive, but surely you're taking some of the power away by removing the hand. Maybe he doesn't want to chip it in the air, perhaps.
As you can see on your screen, nearly 200 balls faced.
Price. Oh, they want that behind the wicket. Tom Price isn't interested. I didn't think that here. I thought there was a gap there between bat and ball from here. Tom Price not interested at all.
No, and that's a telltale sign when the bowler doesn't go up.
Price to Zafar. Zafar was lying down. I don't know if he was stretching. Maybe.
I think he was stretching.
Maybe doing a little bit of yoga.
23 overs, 4 maidens, none for 64. Zafar today. He's bowled more overs than anybody else. Wicket takers. Zaman Akhtar, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 22. And Ollie Price, 8 overs, 1 for 32.
Tom Price to Ahmed, who fishes outside his off stump. We've seen the ball beat the bat on numerous occasions today, but only Budinger has feathered one through to Bracey.
I did see a lovely tweet on was it on the first day? It was yesterday, I think. Yeah, during yesterday's play. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Oh, a great bit of work by Graham van Buren there. Saves 4 runs. Tell you what, Ahmed can drive. No doubt about that.
He can. And it was a social media post, and it said that one team in the field had beaten the bat 16 times in 38 minutes and hadn't taken a wicket.
I'd probably be, if I was bowling, I'd probably be appraising the batsman's technique somewhat. Oh, that's imperious. Rayhan Ahmed. There's a touch of the Vivian Richards about that.
What did I say? A bit of a free spirit as a bat.
Yeah, very much so. Look at this.
It was outside leg stump, mind you, but he soon put it in. He was onto it.
Yep. Right, drop us an email if you let us know your thoughts about that dismissal, because that is a big talking point here in this game. There's our email address. Let us know what you think. Drop Ian Randall the difficult questions.
That thing of going to a sporting event, you don't know the storyline, you don't know the plot, but there's always a chance of you seeing something that is a talking point for your journey home, whatever it may be.
Yeah. Unless you support Barnet Football Club like me, and then you know that you're probably going to lose.
22 overs for Gloucestershire left in the field tonight. It'll feel like a long day in this heat. Cut away again by Hill. Down to backward point, backward square leg. It's his big area for scoring. And 87 off 200 balls he's got. 9 4s in there. Not many of them cover drives.
None, I don't think.
That's his area that's kind of blocked off in his mind. I wonder if James can have a look at that wagon wheel again. Have a chance to get another look at that, because after 200 balls of an innings, you've got a much better idea about where a batsman really is scoring his runs. Must have been look at that perhaps at the end of the over. Singh Dale to Rayan Ahmed. That's down the ground, but not quite past mid-on. Danny Lamb's back on the field now, I'm pleased to say. Has he got his fingers strapped in any way? Doesn't look to have. I suppose, is it possible he might have dislocated it?
Possibly. Possibly. Sometimes when it just flicks the end, it, you know, bends that top joint back.
Anyway, he's back on the ground, and Singh Dale to Rayan Ahmed works that into the onside. There will be one to Lamb there. It's just to his right.
I don't think he's got any strapping.
No, doesn't look to have. Again, the change for Hill. Fielder dropping out to deep point, and Ahmed just the one orthodox cover fielder. It's paddled through by Hill, a bit of a jumpy shot, but he's worked it away through mid-wicket, and that will go for 4. That wasn't out of any real textbook either. That was improvised. The bounce didn't get up as much as he thought, but he corrected it. And would you call that a paddle down? Was that
Yeah, he's just sort of manoeuvred it, hasn't he, through mid-wicket.
Into the 90s he goes. Crowd on the Hammond roof will be grateful for some cloud cover at the moment. And he's done it again. That's too short from Ajit on that occasion. And Hill, on this docile pitch, has climbed into that. He's repeated the earlier shot, and he's getting Leicestershire very close now to a second batting point. And there was just the risk, wasn't there, Dan, of this with the second new ball. It does travel faster with the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Gloucestershire will be coming into the 6th over with it, looking to try and stop the Leicester skipper getting his 100, but it feels like he's going inexorably towards it at the moment. There is his wagon wheel with the shots played, and as you can see, a large number of them are either behind the wicket or not really very far in front of it. Almost, you might say, only three scoring shots. Really very far in the V, and really only one drive through the offside that's brought him any runs at all.
Tom Price bowling to Rayan Ahmed. Robert Jensen, who's an umpire, quite senior umpire actually, does a lot of national county stuff and sort of some quite high profile club games. He has just seen the obstructing the field dismissal. He had something very similar with Matt Carter of Notts a couple of weeks ago. I think he's starting to do second 11 games now, Robert Jensen. So, yeah. Oh, that's gone fine, and that goes down for 4 runs, 1 bounce.
.300 up for Leicestershire.
Yep, 300 up, another batting point. So Leicestershire have got 6 bonus points so far in this game. Got a couple of guys just walking around the ground. I think Dominic Goodman Price just... Oh, that's got to be close. I think he's got some bat on that, though. No, the umpire's given the pre-signal to the scorer. It's a leg by, but angling down the leg side. Look at the Gloucestershire staff just having a little meander around the pitch. Is that David Payne? I don't think so.
Is Matt Taylor in the glasses?
Hill takes a quick one to Zafar. Oh, he was gone there, I think, if that was a direct hit.
It was a no ball.
Let's have a look at this. Oh, I think he was gone. He's played with fire a little bit, hasn't he? Pardon the pun, because we did have an alarm earlier on, but...
a false one.
A false one, yes. But he's played with fire a little bit with some of his running today. Lewis Hill. Price to Ahmed. Squares him up a little, but he plays that out to the Gloucestershire skipper Graham Van Buren at mid-off. This wicket looks very flat now, doesn't it?
It does for the quicker bowlers, for sure.
Yeah. Price. So that's just tickled around the corner by Ahmed for single. He'll retain the strike. No, it's not the last ball of the over because of the no ball.
I wonder if that might... I mean, Leicestershire, I'm sure, are just going to try and get as many as they can here, but if they got to the close tonight, kind of parity, 3 wickets in hand, what they need, well, they need runs and time, don't they, on the 4th day?
Yeah.
They might find it a struggle to actually get both.
Price to Hill. And that is 100 for Lewis Hill. An innings of grit, of substance, of concentration. And he gets a warm round of applause, not only from his teammates, but from this sporting Bristol crowd as well. Because he's battled hard for that.
Yeah, nearly 5 hours for his 100, just 10 minutes short. And in the end, 205 balls and 12 fours.
Something's going on here with the umpires. I don't know what's happened. It's a
bowling change coming for Gloucestershire.
Something's happened here with the umpires. I don't know if someone has gone straight down the middle of the track, perhaps, and has found the ire of Graham Van Buren.
So Zaman Akhtar is going to be coming into the attack. Just a brief burst
That
from
was
Ajit.
also the 50 partnership as well.
Ajit Singh Dale. So he's bowled 15 overs, no wicket for 80 in this innings so far. And Akhtar has got 3 wickets. Comes in balls, so that's sharp. And has he got a glove? He has. First ball of a new spell for the 2nd time today. And Zaman Akhtar has removed Rian Ahmed with a sharp catch taken at 2nd slip by Ollie Price, diving forward.
Great catch, and what a brute of a ball.
It's the 2nd time today he's done that. Come on, a fresh spell and a wicket with his first ball. 309 for 6 and it's a second bowling point.
What a brute of a delivery in. You wouldn't want one of them too many times in your career, would you?
And you'd only got that bounce from a reasonably new ball just in its 8th over.
Yeah. He's got something special about him, this lad, I think. I really do. I like the look of him. And I really hope he gets that fifer that he deserves, because he has been the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers. Going back to Lewis Hill, though, I mean, it's been a knock of real concentration and graft, hasn't it? A real gritty innings. Captain's knock, and he deserves the plaudits.
I wonder if James can actually look at that partnership graphic again. Here's another look at the wicket. And, true, Rian Ahmed is not the tallest, but that was angled in. It was following the batsman.
Good catch from Ollie Price.
Good catch from Ollie Price. Yeah, that partnership graphic would make an interesting read in terms of the Leicestershire totals today. Look at that. No really big stands, but 5 useful ones. 66, 66, 42, 65 and 51. But what Gloucestershire haven't been able to do is to get 1 wicket and then really follow it up with very quickly. So Tom Scriven in at number 8. Well, Gloucestershire should be thinking, can we get a first innings lead here? It's only 59, the deficit.
Still 20 overs in the day as well. Another couple of wickets now, and the cat will be amongst the pigeons. If Gloucestershire go out and play positively, then you never know, there could be a result still in this game.
So Scriven waits for Akhtar. Just hurries him a bit, but he gets in line. I think you're right more on all these things more often than I am, but I think I said at some point earlier on that it might not be the worst thing if Leicestershire got bowled out.
No, I think it would move the game on.
And then it would the emphasis would then be on Gloucestershire to say, right, is there a way, do we think, of setting a target which gives us a chance to taking 10 wickets? Akhtar in, and Scriven works that down to long leg where there'll be just one for him. And I go back to that game at Cardiff earlier in the season where Gloucestershire got themselves in front, and I know they were behind the game in that match, but the target they set was 341 in 46 overs, and that just said the pitch is too flat. We don't think we can take 10 wickets on it, and it may be the same here in a way. Possibly. But so the one attitude would be, can we take 10 wickets? And the reverse of that is, come on Leicestershire, if you want to win the game, you've got to bowl us out. Outside the off stump, let go by Hill.
But I think if Gloucestershire want to win this game, they have to remove the glue that is Lou.
Yes.
Because he is, the mainstay of this Leicestershire innings. Lewis Hill, the skipper. And Leicestershire, in turn, will also think, right, if we can get another 150 here or whatever, we could make life very difficult for Gloucestershire. Yeah. Bowl them out cheaply and possibly chase down 50 tomorrow evening.
So the off stump there. Sam Akhtar's over has not continued with that brutish start, but certainly Rian Ahmed unable to cope with that short ball. 4 for 23. His figures. And he's been economical too. He had a good leave. Anybody's going to judge where his off stump is at this point in the day. It's Lewis Hill. Applause for Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, Zaman Akhtar has been absolutely outstanding today on a docile surface. He's bent his back and he's actually extracted life out of this extremely placid pitch, and he's the only one really who has.
James Carroll's been in touch, watching from Delaware, USA. Just wanted to say howdy, he says.
Howdy.
Have a great day and go Gloss. And Mark Kidger's been on the email. He said, I had the sound off with my daughter recording a video conversation and was puzzled by what had happened initially. I've just played it back with the sound on. Dan called it brilliantly. That was very odd. Sadly, he said, my money is on a draw. Regards, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
I think
Tom Price. Scriven.
The draw would probably be favourite.
I'd say so. Yeah,
here.
if you were, you know, you had a spare couple of pennies and you wanted to go down to your local turf accountant, I think that that would be the shortest price at the moment. Thing is, Mark, I've luckily enough done a level 1, level 2 umpiring course, so I was glad to see I learned something on it. Defended by Scriven. Got a very sort of low centre of gravity when he bats, isn't he? He's down, like, sort of crouches down. Not as much as a man once of this parish, Gilbert Jessup, who was known as the Croucher, whose building we're actually in, or the flats is named after him. 310 for 6. Oh, Price probing. Oh, misfield there by Dent, of all people.
News of a target in the first division. Lancashire are going to have to get 140 to beat Hampshire. They've bowled them out second time round for 371. They are 3 without loss at Southport. In fact, 3 for 1 now at Southport. Zahir Abbas has got to Phil Salt out. So Hampshire will...
Zahir Abbas? Mohammed Abbas?
Mohammed Abbas. What did I say?
Zahir Abbas.
Oh, that would be something. He did take a first class wicket, but no, Mohammed Abbas.
He's such a legend. I bet he still could at 74. Tom Price to Scriven.
And you can bet your last pound that Hampshire will fight tooth and nail with those 140 runs.
Yeah, they will. Southport can be quite flat, though. There was a big high-scoring game with Somerset last year, which was a board draw. I think Keaton Jennings got 300 there, didn't he? I seem to recall. Maybe I'm losing the plot. Maybe he didn't.
Can I check that?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty sure he did. But Scriven just defends. But Hampshire will battle. Lancashire need that win because they've had a lot of draws this year and they are only just above the relegation zone, so they could do with a win. Hampshire are a funny side. They've probably got possibly the best bowling attack in the country, but their batting can be very brittle.
Never, ever doubt Dan Whiting. 318 he got.
There we go. There we go. It's because I do a podcast covering county cricket. And you got a 300. I just didn't know where. I thought it was against Somerset.
It was.
Yeah. And Somerset got a load. Did James Rue get 100 perhaps?
So Lancashire 624 for 9 declared.
Yeah.
Somerset 446. Goldsworthy got 130. And basically there were runs all down the order. Rue got 70. And then second time around 213 for 7, so they survived.
Held on.
Zaman Akhtar with 4 wickets in the locker from the Ashley Down road end, worked by Hill into his favourite area on that wagon wheel. 1 more to the total. Leicestershire 311 for 6. They trail by 57. That last run will tick up on the board.
Boys from Bishop Stortford tuning in on YouTube, watching one of their own. Well, let me tell you, he's been the pick of the bowlers, chaps.
Akhtar in, and Scriven gets that away. And he'll pick up 2 runs. Chased by Chris Dendaway towards the mound stand.
Stortford have had some decent players over the years. A chap called Tim Smith still going for them, I think. He's played for Hertfordshire.
Akhtar running away from our commentary position. Again, Scriven would like a single, but Van Buren moves across from mid-off.
I think Smith's approaching 70 now, and I think he's still playing in their second 11. Still picking up wickets.
What's he bowling?
Dibbly dobbly, he's got to be well in his 60s now. Yeah.
Akhtar gets that off the glove, and it, for the first time today, that flies into the leg side with no short leg in attendance. I wonder if that might change the plan.
Yeah. You do wonder if it's after the horse has bolted.
Yeah, I get that.
But I'd have one in there, definitely, because you've seen the lift that he gets from nowhere. I mean, you saw it with Ahmed, so there's no reason why it shouldn't lift into the body, and there's only one place it can go, really.
You used the word slow burner earlier on today. There was a phase in the play in the afternoon where Gloucestershire didn't seem to know where the next wicket was coming from. So what they tried to do was just dry the runs up and force a mistake. And ultimately, they've kind of been not ultra defensive on the day. They've been, you know, Graham Van Buren has juggled his field, nothing too funky, but juggled his fields. At times he's just tried to check the run rate, which has never been really rapid other than in the first 40 minutes or so. And then they found that there has been a chink in the Leicestershire armour from somewhere, often forced by Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, I think he's attacked. I mean, he's had 2 slips into Zafar Gahar for the majority of the time. Maybe they bowled for that obstructing the field we saw earlier. I still can't believe that. No. I'm all discombobulated, Ian.
Scriven waits, so that was an attempted, I think, short ball from Akhtar, but it didn't get up at all. Tried to bowl the leg cutter, do you think?
It's just all sort of wide. Throwing it out there and seeing if he wants to drive him, maybe. Possibly attempting the leg cutter. I'll come on to that after.
Akhtar got a high stepping run. Oh, and that's pulled by Scriven. That's gone all the way for 4. He got hold of that. Charlesworth tried to get something on it, but he's so close in there. It was never likely. It was dragged down and pulled away for 4. 317 for 6 in reply to 368.
Bishop Stortford have been back on YouTube and saying that's Sir Tim Smith to you, Dan, which I do apologise. So sorry, Sir Tim. Hope you're having a good day, gents. And just to reiterate that your lad, Zam Akhtar, has been superb today.
4 for 13, 14 overs he's taken. And we are going to see Zafar fairly early with this second new ball, just 10 overs old.
Doing his yoga again. It's the half lotus. Terry Blake introducing him.
Still got probably at least an hour's cricket left here tonight. 17 overs to go.
Probably over. No, maybe with Zafar and Ollie Price on maybe an hour. So that'll probably take us through to 7 o'clock. Zafar tosses it up.
I don't think Hill is going to be tempted by very much, do you?
No, he hasn't been all day. Here's Zafar bowling to him short and wide. But Charlesworth's happy about that. Silly point.
Chris Dent, fortunately, was behind him at that shortish cover position. He's on the single.
See, the turn is so slow, the wicket's so slow that Hill there, as he's done all day, has got time to adjust, wait for it and then put it away. The margins when the wicket is slow like this for a slow left armer are so fine that, you know, he's either going to be over pitching or too short. He's got such a small margin to work in for a good length delivery. Here he comes. There's Scriven. Bunts it out to mid-on. We're just making him reach for that a little.
We are seeing a little bit of uneven bounce though.
Yeah, we are.
Well, there's enough.
This is the 4th day this has been used, albeit that's just played into the offside. He could be in trouble here. He's just got home. Pushes the ball out. I think that's Miles Hammond out there, who's quick across the ground. Throws it in, but I think a direct hit there. Hill may have been in trouble. Yeah, we are seeing this is the 5th day this has been used, albeit... Sorry, the 4th day it's been used. Tomorrow will be the 5th day it's been used, albeit one was for the T20 against Somerset on Friday night, which we saw 37 overs in the game. And then we had the first day here curtailed by rain, and we had 36 overs on the first day. So they're not really, I would suggest it's probably a, you know, a 3rd day pitch, isn't it?
Akhtar looking for the 1 wicket that will give him 5 in the innings. Short, all that's hit.
It's hit him on the head.
Scriven on the head. He might have to just have a... was it head or shoulder? He's saying shoulder, I think. Top of his right shoulder. And
because he hit Hill in the throat, didn't he, early on, which was a painful blow.
And Hill just having a chat with his partner at the moment.
Let's have a look, see if he's all right. He looks fine. He's taken off his helmet, so maybe his shoulder took most of the sort of cushion the blow a little.
That seemed to be the inference from the conversation. One of the
but they have to change the helmet now out of protocol, don't they?
Derbyshire players has come out with a drink.
Do you just call them Derbyshire, Ian? You're going to get...
I'm sorry, Leicestershire.
The East Midlands will be gunning for you.
So,
you'll be as popular in the East Midlands as I am in Somerset.
Yeah. I'm talking about range of knots and all that. Can't be doing that.
I think Scriven's all right. I don't know if we can see that again. We wouldn't show it if he was poleaxed, but he's all right. We'll have a little look here.
Slip cordon at the back of your picture. Look pretty relaxed, but this is a further delay. But it's been quite a slow-moving day in many facets. Script, I think, is going to be okay to continue. And maybe there's just been an opportunity for a drink for Lewis Hill as well. Leicester started the day 23 without loss, so they've added 296 for the loss of 6 wickets. Centurion Hill been in for most of it.
But again, that's like the tennis ball bounce that we've seen that actors sort of got, and some have lifted quite quickly, but that sort of was a bit more loopy, wasn't it? I wonder if he was through the shot too early there. Let's have a look. I wonder if he's got his bat round. We're going to have a look at it in a minute. I wonder if he's got through the shot too early, perhaps.
More work from the ground staff with the front foot area by the looks of it. I don't know whether the umpires are going to call for the mallet again. It's just those areas right at the where the front foot lands. You don't want to have movement there. And there was some work done right at the end of play yesterday. I think Graham Lloyd has gone to have a word with the ground staff and see if they can once more come out and just do some running repairs, or temporary repairs to that front foot area. So you're asking which end, and it's different from last night, because last night most of the work seemed to be done at the pavilion end in terms of where the bowler is. Now here we're looking at the Ashley Down Road end, and where Ajit's putting his front foot, and they want to, we can hear that sound, as I'm sure you can, with that mallet that's trying to flatten that area out so that there's less of a hollow for the front foot. You don't want an ankle injury or anything occurring because of a literally wear and tear on a hollow that's been created by the bowler's front foot. The ground staff just doing what they can, and here is the delivery. Scriven on strike.
He's got through it early.
Yeah, he's tried to pull that, and he's just indicated it's caught him right at the top of the shoulder, almost where the neck and the shoulder join, I think, muscularly. But this breather will enable him to gather his composure once more. And the ground staff have done what they can with that foothold, and that presumably pretty heavy mallet. Scriven's going to be okay. I think he's not put his head guard on yet, but as soon as the ground staff are off, the field will be underway again. Ben Charlesworth just coming back into second slip, and Akhtar once again from this apartment's end of the ground sees Scriven just play that pleasantly out for a single, get off strike. I'm sure the umpire will ask him how he is when he gets to the non-striker's end. Took 2 wickets in the Gloucestershire first innings. Lewis Hill with the area square of the wicket well marshalled by Gloucestershire fielders. Defends against Zum Akhtar.
A chap called Nick Clayton on Twitter sent me a message saying he thought it was harsh on Louis Kimber. He thought that the ball wasn't going to hit the stumps and no fielder nearby. Well, the ball wasn't going to hit the stumps, but the ball is still live there. even when the ball comes to rest, you ask for the permission. You ask for the permission of the fielding side, whether even you can pick it up. Just don't touch it. Don't touch it with your hands and you haven't got a problem.
That is unfortunately, though, what Kimber did. And certainly all the Gloucestershire fielders knew the law, because 2 or 3 of them immediately appealed. Actor in short and down the leg side. It's a good take by a sprawling Bracey, one-handed.
But again, that just died, didn't it, on Bracey? He's kept very well today, I think, James Bracey, especially standing up to the spinners. I can only think of one lot of 4 byes that have gone through, but he's been very sharp behind the stumps. I think he has improved in the last year considerably.
Looking down the overs bowled today, Danny Lamb's only bowled 8, which is you might say yes, he's a 4th seamer, but that's still not a great workload. Almost a leg stump Yorker there from someone after trying to find it anyway, but wasn't accurate enough. And Bracey with another diving take, end of an elongated over because of that stoppage for Tom Scriven, and Actor very wide of the crease with that last ball, not as tight as he's been for much of the day. 15 overs to go on the day. Leicestershire 48 behind, 6 wickets in hand. I mean, the aggressive thing to do here would be to get to 350 and declare and get Gloucestershire in tonight. But I don't think it's going to happen. Do you?
No, not with. Well, it's still 18 for their bonus points. They're not going to throw away bonus points.
No, I think
Zafar to Scriven. Defends that.
So, do you think they will feel they can get another 80 in 14 overs and 5 balls? Get 400?
It's just defended. 80 in
14.5. Plus
17.5.
Plus 3 tomorrow, correct.
Yeah. Scriven just nurdles that one into the onside.
They have to get very close to that tonight, obviously.
Ajit Singh Dale doing the fielding at mid-on. Yeah, I think that, I mean, that would be a real aggressive move, wouldn't it? That would be
What, to declare?
to declare, what, 450? 70 ahead? If they think they can get 130 and 18 here, maybe.
I just wonder whether you declare at 350 and do what you do what the opposition least expect.
No, I don't think so. Not when there's bonus points, because with the money being on the draw, I don't think Leicestershire will be throwing away any bonus points here at all. I think they'll bat to 110 and see where it takes them. Zafar Gahar around the wicket. That's gone aerial from Scriven. The ball is racing away and Chris Dent can't catch it as it goes down to that marquee where he's offering some much needed shade for the players' families down there.
And my guess would be they would 400 is not an impossible target from here, which would be 4 batting points, wouldn't it? And then the question would be, how many wickets have they got in hand? If they were 400 for 6 at the close, then I think you're talking about them batting on and trying to make it awkward later tomorrow.
That completes the over. 326 for 6.
That's the thing about a coach and a captain in a 4-day game. You've sometimes got to wait a long time before the actual frame of the game becomes clear. And it probably isn't clear yet. People are saying the draw, and based on the number of the amount of time it's taken to take wickets, that's probably correct. But just a chance that it might break up tomorrow. Doesn't look like it. Ollie Price for Zaman Akhtar at the pavilion end. Price with 1 wicket in this innings, the only other one to a bowler. 8 overs, 1 for 32 at the moment. Balls to Hill. That followed him a little bit.
Yeah.
Rather than go inside the line and turn it into the leg side, he backed away, which was an unusual way to play it. Slip on a short leg, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 3 saving 1 on the leg side as well. Ollie Price, there is a man out, that's tossed right up and caught and bowled. Hill goes. Ollie Price does the trick, as he so often seems to. This was a very gentle little lob back from Hill, tossed right up, and Ollie Price takes the important wicket of the Leicestershire captain, who's done a great job for his team today. He's made 103, but he is finally removed, and now maybe there could be an opportunity for Gloucestershire to wrap this up this evening with into the tail.
We were speaking about that one-handed drive and Hill getting no power out of it, and again he's just ballooned that back up to Ollie Price. Took his bottom hand off the bat. I don't mean to demean anybody who's got 103, but it's he can't get any power into the drives by taking one hand off the bat, perhaps. But it's a really good innings, fighting innings, skipper's knock, and he's actually got his side into a position where I don't think they're going to lose this now.
Chris Wright is the new batsman. So,
but Ollie Price does the business again, doesn't he? He makes things happen. He creates theatre.
Just throw him the ball. He can be a stand breaker for you. He's clearly blossoming as a batsman. He's a good fielder. And I think at the start of this season, if you'd have asked somebody about Ollie Price's impact in the team, most people would have said we expect it to be with his batting rather than his bowling, based on what we'd seen so far. But in this game, on a slow and almost a feather bed pitch, you might say, he's taken 2 wickets, he's scored important runs, and he's clung on to his catches as well. That's tossed up, steered away by Chris Wright, who's the new batsman, and he and Scriven now together to try and get Leicestershire at least one more batting point, you would have thought, but the chances of a big lead might be receding for them.
And he's a good laugh as well. We had a little jape with him the other day about something that we couldn't possibly mention on air, but with him and Tom.
So Scriven now on strike, forward and steered out into the offside. I go back to that earlier point about the declaration. Gloucestershire won't want to bat tonight, will they? I don't think. Not when you've not when you had a long day in the field.
No, they probably won't, but I think, you know, let's spin it around. Let's look on it as an opportunity where, say,
Ollie Price in once more and Scriven a long way forward.
say they get 8 overs or whatever, they could look on that and possibly look to maybe extend their lead by 50 tonight. And if Gloucestershire want to sort of make the running here, you know, they'll have to give it some tomorrow.
Oh, undoubtedly.
You know, and if they can get, say, 50 tonight and 220 tomorrow, 270, and possibly have a lead of maybe 20, they can set Leicestershire 300 maybe off 55.
Yes, I don't know whether that would be enough to tempt them. That would feel quite a lot, I think, on this pitch.
270 or 55?
Yeah, that might tease them a bit more. Often you have to dangle the carrot, don't you?
Talking of teasing, here's Zafar Gahar, the master of tantalising batsmen.
The master's been outdone by his apprentice today.
Yes. But there is only one sorcerer. Loved down here in Bristol, Zafar. Right, defends.
Tom Wade on Twitter, what have we just witnessed there?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, he says. That's to do with the
With the Louis Kimber.
The Kimber dismissal. Which, if you weren't with us earlier, the scorecard will say obstructing the field.
Oh, that's got to be out. Yes. Right. Tries to sweep Zafar. Misses a straight one. And is absolutely plumb LBW. So.
Quite a big stride in there, but I would say that was probably hitting leg.
Is there a twist in the tail here? Right departs for one.
We were saying if Scriven and Hill stay together, Leicestershire might have had thoughts of getting 400. Now, they might be grateful to get 350.
You see, I think with Parkinson right, although Leicestershire bat deep with Scriven's a good bat for a number 8, their 9, 10 and 11 leave something possibly to be desired.
Well,
they could possibly all bat 11.
Yeah, here is Parkinson. So Leicestershire need 23 for another batting point. And the deficit, though, is only 41.
I was saying that Wright averaged 18 last year, but that was aided by 7 not outs. Parkinson averaged 23 actually. So he's no fool with the bat. Or maybe I've done him a disservice. Josh Hull didn't play last year.
Well, yesterday, Gloucestershire's 9 and 10 put on a century partnership. And what Parkinson's got ability batting wise, we'll see. Dan's just giving you the numbers there. First wicket for Zafar in the innings, and he's 26th over.
Here he comes. Ooh. A little bit of cloud cover come here now in Bristol. It's a nice relief, isn't it? It is a nice relief after today. It's been roasting here. Here's Zafar to Parkinson, who nudges that out. That completes the over. 327 for 8. Scriven's on 14. Parkinson has yet to score.
So we've had 4 wickets since tea in this last session of the day. We didn't start until about 25 past 4, so that's not by any means a full 2 hours yet. But in that time, Kimber out, obstructing the field. Rian Ahmed caught by Ollie Price off Akhtar. Kimber out for 34. Rian Ahmed for 28. Lewis Hill caught and bowled by Ollie Price for 103. And then Chris Wright, LBW to Zafar for 1. Just give you the numbers of Wright's, of Hill's innings. 219 balls, 12 fours. Here's Ollie Price into bowl to Scriven on 14. Looks to have composed himself after that blow on the top of the shoulder from Zaman Akhtar. Price in towards him, Scriven goes back.
It's a dangerous game going back on a wicket.
Dan frowns at me as he looks at that decision from Scriven to go back.
Bounce is getting more and more erratic here, isn't it?
Price in once more again, Scriven back but won't take a single. To Chris Dent. 11 overs after this in the day. To take 2 off if
they might be looking for the single here.
Last 2 wickets did go down, and they will take 1. So Scriven only exposes Parkinson to 2 balls in the over. Slip and short leg. Only Price again from close to the stumps. Oh, and worked past the short leg fielder by Parkinson for 1. That was in the air. It would have been a real reflex catch. Look how close Charlesworth is.
Tough.
Didn't get a hand on it. Didn't get a touch on it at all, I don't think. Price doesn't take long to get through his overs. Oh, that's short, and that will be 4. It's pulled away quickly onto that. Tom Scriven, the first really real long hop that Ollie Price has bowled there.
Ben Charlesworth.
End of the over.
Ben Charlesworth sets himself very high standards. There was a game where he came on as 12th man. I think it was the Sussex game, where someone's absolutely nailed one into his knee from about a yard away when he's at short leg. And we were joking with him the following morning. I said it's a drop catch, isn't it? I apologise actually for saying it's a bit harsh. It was a drop. I put it down as a drop catch. And he actually said, well, technically it is.
Those 2 slips are very close now for Zafar.
Here is Zafar. To Parkinson. Don't pick it up, Parky. Don't pick it up.
Interesting. He just I think there was an exchange there with a little grin between the two, and said, "Right, I'm just going to play a little dab out here."
Forward defensive.
You're not going to appeal that I hit the ball twice, are you?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
So Charlesworth now at Silly Point.
Zafar, turn. Parkinson lets it go. Price and Hammond there, waiting for that edge. Charlesworth at Silly Point, also waiting for the bat pad, like that. But preferably not having bounced into the ground from a Gloucestershire point of view. Danny Lamb, backward point. Oh, that's a leading edge. That goes out to Lamb. Tom Price at cover point. Chris Dent, extra cover. The skipper, Graham Van Buren. In fact, it's Ben Wells who's at cover point. Tom Price is at mid-on. And just backward of square on the onside is Zaman Akhtar. Oh, that's gone. Parkinson's edge to Ollie Price, and he doesn't drop them. And Leicestershire have succumbed to triple Nelson. Parkinson departs for 1.
Little gentle edge. Ollie Price pouches those in practice every morning, you would think. And your point, Dan, about the Leicestershire tail crumbling a bit might be right. They still need 17 to get to a third batting point. They're 35 behind, which I suppose in the full scheme of the game may not be that much.
We were only speaking 15 minutes ago, weren't we, about, are Leicestershire looking at 400 or maybe even 450. That's maximum bowling points there for Gloucestershire as well. So they have picked up.
And there now has to be a possibility of Gloucestershire batting tonight.
Oh, without a doubt, there's still
10 overs to go.
10 overs or 11 overs?
10.
10.
10 to go.
So 11, well, 10 point.
So it says 10 on our screen, so
Oh, if that's over.
which I think
Yeah,
it
that is over, yes. So it's 10 to go. So 2 would come off, wouldn't it, for
Yep.
the change of innings? So, you know, if they can winkle out Hull now, or Scriven, or whoever, pretty quickly in the next over or so,
we might have a 5 overs.
might have 5 overs.
5 overs for the openers this evening.
They've got a lead of 35. If they can whack, say, 35 or 40 off that, all of a sudden it's 75 to go into tomorrow with. You never know, do you? I think they'll go positive at it.
Well,
Why not? They've got nothing to lose.
Yes,
They've got nothing to lose.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's a question of how many overs would they need to bowl Leicestershire out? How many would they feel they have to give themselves? What's the runs and wickets runs and overs equation?
I'd love to see Actor get this, though. He deserves a fifer.
So Ollie Price with a caught and bowled off his own bowling and a slip catch in the last couple of overs, but he's been removed, and here is Akhtar in, and that's pulled by Scriven. Hull is a left-hander, but I wonder if he's thinking, well, I've got to try and get these 17 on my own now, because I'm not sure that Josh Hull's going to contribute too many at the other end.
Exactly. I think the carnival might be about to begin in Tom Scriven's mind.
Cut away. Good stop by Chris Dent. Pete's been on the email. I've been out weeding vegetables on the croft all afternoon, he says, in the baking sun in northwest Sutherland. Any chance you could show that wicket again? Here it is. Louis Kimber just losing his concentration there. Scriven, short ball from Zaman Akhtar, hooked away out to Zavakahar in the deep, and he'll take one and leave Josh Hull on strike.
It's interesting, they've had a problem with the footholes at this end, at the Ashley Down Road end, and I wonder if Akhtar's going to come around the wicket now because it's a little bit fresher on coming around the wicket, isn't it, than over the wicket, and he's faced with a left-hander. Yeah, it looks like he is.
It's his 5th first-class game, Josh Hull, so there's a fairly small sample size on his batting. I tell you what, the bat looks pretty small in his hand. Akhtar around the wicket. And clips that pleasantly into the onside, and Dent, as usual, even at this stage in the day, keenly onto it, tries to throw the stumps down at the bowls and doesn't hit.
They might know each other, these two, because Akhtar has played for Cambridgeshire in the national counties, and Josh Hull's from Huntingdon, which is in that county.
Hull crouches and defends out on the offside. 3:34 for 9. And Gloucestershire's having secured all 3 bowling bonus points. Pete, hope you caught that replay of the Louis Kimber wicket.
I'm sure you'll see it again.
Yes, it may well drop up. Hull waits for Akhtar. Oh, that's very short. It's outside the left-hander's off stump, and that's the end of the over. So it keeps Scriven on strike, which I'm sure from a Leicester point of view was what they wanted. So this looks like it's going to be pretty evenly poised at the end of the 3rd day. Really was a question, think of whether Leicestershire could bat all day today and get to somewhere close to parity. They're not far off, but they're not quite there yet, and they still need 16 to get one more batting point. Scriven I would suggest it's got to get most of those.
Yeah.
Can Zafar wrap this up? From a Gloucestershire point of view.
He's got an in-outfield here. He's got a couple of catches there at slip, but he's got the long on. He's gone deep himself, Van Buren. As
he's going to try and dominate the strike here.
Yeah, he pumps that out to deep cover to Ben Wells and turns down the single. He's got a long on. He's got a deep mid wicket. Out. Out? No? It's gone to first slip. What's happened there? It must just be turn. Let's have a look at this.
Only Zafar really asked, to be fair.
Gone away for 4 runs. There. From Scriven, clever shot. Reverse sweep. Runs down to the Jack Russell stand. Below us to our right here from the commentary position. Oh, that's well bowled. Now, does the field come in? What's this, the 4th ball of the over now?
No, 1 ball left.
1 ball left. Field's got to come in. Say to Mr. Scriven, right, you hit it over the top and leave 6 balls at hole for Actor. And he's cut that away for 4 runs. It's a good shot. You can bat this, lad.
Leicestershire inching up towards that batting
No,
point.
it's 2 balls. There's 2 balls.
The screen said 5 gone. I thought before that last delivery.
I thought there were 4. So he plays that one down the ground but can't get it past mid-on. So he's frustrated there, Scriven. So Akhtar is going to have 6 balls if Josh Hull bats well.
Or you can squeeze a single from somewhere. Scriven's just having a drink. 6:30 would normally be around about the time we would have a close, but various stoppages today, false fire alarms.
It's been a strange day, isn't it?
And injuries to certain players, including Kimber at the non-striker's end. Right, Akhtar wanting 1 wicket for 5. Hull plays that out into the offside. He's got a long reach, Josh Hull, isn't he?
Yeah. And we've seen 320 for 10. Or for 9, sorry, today.
Yes, that's about right. 319 for 9. Akhtar around the wicket, and Hull judges where his off stump is and lets it go.
But we've had false fire alarms, we've had a obstructing the field dismissal, we've had runs aplenty under blistering hot sun here in Bristol.
A couple of games are at the close. The First Division, Somerset 172 for 4, will need 294 more tomorrow to beat Essex at Chelmsford. That's in the First Division, and Hull squeezed that out behind Squirrel on the leg side. Didn't know where that had gone. It's fielded by Ben Wells, who's still on the ground, we think, for Danny Lamb, who may have dislocated a finger or done some sort of a hand injury in attempting to field a ball on a worn wicket with the plastic practice wickets. Akhtar, oh, that's very wide outside the off stump. and given as a wide by umpire Lloyd. So that's the only game that's not in play currently in the first division. In the second division, it's close at Chesley Street, Durham. 630 all out. Glamorgan 390 and 159 for 4, so they're still 81 in arrears. Akhtar to Hull, pushes at that, but pushes down the wrong line through to Bracey. Dan made a kind of a throwaway line about Surrey getting 500 to beat Kent at Canterbury earlier on. 235 for 3 they are.
Oh no.
266 more to win. Full day tomorrow. Akhtar to Hull, again it's wide outside the off stump and let go.
There'll be a big crowd in at Canterbury for that tomorrow.
Yeah, there'll be a good crowd at
Bill.
Southport too. Lancashire 46 for 2, needing 94 more to beat Hampshire. And also in the second division at Chesterfield, Yorkshire 141 for 4. They need 71 more to beat Derbyshire. That game between currently the bottom 2 in the table, but both have played a game fewer than the other sides. Akhtar in, Hull defends. So 7 overs to go, so Gloucestershire will only bat for 4 tonight if a wicket falls in the next over. And Leicestershire needs 7 to get the 3rd batting point.
If they got the 7 off this over, I think they might declare.
Well, you're coming around to my way of thinking now, you
I
see.
am now. Yeah, now there's 9 down. Maybe not at sort of 6 down with Hill going well, but I'm thinking now at 9 down, it would be a funky declaration, but why not?
The deficit is only 25. There's not much in it.
Zafar to Scriven, who plays that into the offside, turns down the single. Because with Hull at the crease, are they going to get 50 off 9 overs at the end?
I doubt it.
Doubtful. Zafar throws that one up. Scriven defends. Bit of cat and mouse going on here.
Gloucestershire won't want to bat.
That's chopped away. That's Danny Lamb on the field there. Done well. Scriven comes back for 2 though. He's definitely saved 4 runs. So Wells must be on 4. I think he might be on for Ajit Singh Dale. I can't see Aj anywhere on the field, can you? Oh, that's well played. Played that late, Scriven. Goes out to Lamb. Turns down the single. And now the field comes in. I'm just looking for Ajit. I can't see him anywhere on that field. Zafar, he's going to go over the wicket. Charlesworth has dropped to sort of backwards, square leg, long leg. Miles Hammond is on the 45 round the corner. Tom Price is in front at square leg. Let's have a look here. Zafar tucks him up a little. Ollie Price doing the fielding. First slip. That's gone out and only goes to Tom Price. So, another 6 balls at Josh Hull.
I wonder if this is an indicator of how this pitch, this very slow pitch, has played. Leicestershire have got 3 batsmen who have got to 20 and got out. 4 batsmen, in fact, who've got to 20 and got out. Or go further than that. They've got 6 scores between 21 and 34.
This is a good move here from Graham van Buren. He's bringing Ollie Price back into the attack. Off spinners love bowling at left-handers.
I wonder if that's an indicator that it's it's not too difficult to stay in, but to actually score at any pace is not that straightforward.
Well, we saw as soon as you try and drive the ball, it doesn't really go anywhere, does it? And that's due to the sluggish nature of the track.
So 6 overs to go tonight.
I'd like to see a silly point in here as well.
So Gloucestershire know they would only bat for 3 if a wicket falls in this over. Price then to Hull, round the wicket, and Hull clips him into the leg side for a single. Leicestershire eke out 1 more run towards the 350 that's got to be their target here. Their players are in their whites on the balcony. I wonder if there's I suppose they have to be ready in case a wicket falls.
Yeah, or are they going to go at 350? I think Scriven's going to go for it because Leicestershire would love to have 2 or 3 overs here.
Always down the leg side. That might go for 4 byes. James Bracey couldn't take that. There's a chase for Zafar. He's not going to haul it in, and it goes for 4 byes. And Leicestershire do get their 3rd batting point with the last pair together.
Nothing from the balcony.
No, so I think they're there only in case one of these 2 should get out. Price to Scriven, who just works that into the leg side. Price with 2 wickets and 2 catches today. Scriven can't beat Zafar at short fine leg.
2 balls left in the over. Where's the field? Yeah, the field's coming in.
Scriven's job, I would argue, is almost done. He's got the batting point. I don't really think he can manufacture too much more out of this with Josh Hull. It might be proved wrong. Seven men saving the single. 3 on the offside, 4 on the leg. Price in, that's tossed up, and Scriven says, no, I'm not going to be tempted. 1 ball left in this over. Can he squeeze the strike again? And that's gone down the leg side, and he's out. LBW. So Ollie Price finishes with the 3rd wicket. Graham Lloyd raises his finger. And yes, that was going on to hit probably about 3 parts of the way up middle and leg stump. And Leicestershire are all out for 350. And I think that means that Gloucestershire will have 3 overs to bat this evening with a lead of 18.
Yeah,
well, they've done well in the last session to take 6 wickets, I think, and to be ahead at the end of first innings here. Ollie Price finishes with 3 for 40, Zaman Akhtar 4 for 33, and Zafar Kahar 2 for 82. Those are the wicket takers Leicestershire were 309 for 5, so they've lost the last 5 wickets for 41. And Scriven is left 30 not out. Sorry, Scriven last out for 30, as you were. And Josh Hull not out 1. With the bowling figures in full, Tom Price 19 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 74. Ajit Singh Dale 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 80. Danny Lamb 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 21. Zafar Kahar 29 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 82. Ben Charlesworth 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Zaman Akhtar 17 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 33. And Ollie Price 11 overs, no maidens, 3 for 40.
So the question is, Ian Randall, is there enough time left in this game for either side to force a result?
So we've got 99 overs. We
Yeah.
have 3 overs tonight.
Yeah.
And 96 overs tomorrow. And I think the side bowling last would probably want 50 overs. Possibly more, actually, to bowl a side out, to give themselves a chance of bowling a side out.
Yeah.
There may have to be you and me bowling in the morning.
So contrive a result.
Maybe there might be a chat
Yeah.
at
Possibly.
the close tonight about...
Or do they go, does Graham Van Buren think, right, he's got a lead of what, 18 at the moment?
Yeah.
Does he think, right, maybe if I can get 260 off 50, that'll give him 280 and then leave 49 overs.
Yeah, but I don't think that would tease Leicestershire, you see.
49 overs to get 280?
No, I don't think so.
5 and a bit and over?
I think it's got to be more tempting than that. And
the flat nature of the wicket as well.
Will I think dictate some of it. So the question is there effectively some numbers discussed where both teams kind of feel happy with what they might be left with, or do Gloucestershire just, a bit like they did at Glamorgan, say, we have to work hard to get into this position, we're not going to give it up and give you, Leicestershire, the chance of winning?
Yeah, it's been a fascinating day's cricket. I mean, we have had, what have we had? We have had 330 runs, 10 wickets, we've had an obstructing the field, we've had a false fire alarm, it's all gone off at Bristol.
And Zaman Akhtar has taken a career best.
Yep, 4 for 33.
A career best him for the second day running.
Yeah.
18 not out yesterday. And interestingly, the heavy roller is being used.
I thought he was superb. He was really the only one all game who has extracted any life out of this pitch, hasn't he? And a couple of those balls, the one he hit Lewis Hill this morning in the throat, and the one that he hit Scriven on the head as well, and the one that he got Rian Ahmed, who had to glove off to Ollie Price at second slip, were venomous deliveries.
So Ollie Price today, 3 wickets and 3 catches. And
So
if you
add to his 85,
and his 85 yesterday, that's what you want from
yeah,
one of your rising stars of your team.
he's a quality cricketer. He really is. I've got so much time for him, for Ollie Price, and I think that we are witnessing somebody who, as I said earlier, could possibly go on and play at a high level.
So with only 3 overs tonight, who did Gloucestershire send in to open the innings?
Charlie and Dent, I think.
So
Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent, that's who I'd go for, because, they're your openers.
I think Leicestershire will give Chris Wright 2 of the overs, don't you?
I think so.
That's the most likely scenario.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'm not sure Josh Hull would have the other one. If I was,
I think Scriven might have it,
I wonder whether Scriven might have it.
or maybe Parkinson perhaps, or Rayhan Ahmed. Would you give it to one of the spinners?
Men all round the bat.
Three overs for Gloucestershire to bat on this third day. So they'll start with a lead of 18. Not much. And it almost becomes a tactical one-day game. The sort of thing that Dan would umpire on a Saturday. 100 overs. Is it 53 and 47? Is that?
That was the old time games. Now
Yeah.
they're just a flat 50-50. So they're just a... It's going to be Charlesworth and Dent coming down the steps.
But interestingly, the light roller was used when Leicestershire wanted to bat. Gloucestershire have used the heavy one.
That looks like a very heavy one as well. It's like a steamroller, isn't it? That?
Yeah. That's quite sizable. There's one they use at the Cheltenham College ground that is built a bit like that. And I think Sean would take that out on the open road, even though it has got a yellow light on the top, yellow warning light on the top.
I think you'd go through the tarmac in that. It's so heavy. I think you'd end up below the Gloucester Road.
Well, the line's just being marked.
You wouldn't be going downhill down Park Street in it, would you? I don't think it would stop. It's like James Healy, Jimmer on the scooter down there, which lost all control. And he nearly ended up in the drink down at the waterfront.
If you are around tomorrow, obviously our coverage of the fourth day will start at 10:45 or thereabouts. And 96 overs tomorrow, of course, is the regulation. It doesn't apply on the fourth day. Even any time that hasn't been caught up by the end of day 3, you lose. So 96 overs tomorrow.
We could be on for a fascinating day tomorrow. It could be a dull day, but this game has given us the unexpected, hasn't it? And I'm wondering if it's all bubbling up to a wonderful finale.
Well, there has to be some aggressive batting. So I think aggressive batting or friendly bowling to get us into that situation. I don't think the pitch on its own will allow one of these teams to be skittled out. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think they might be spun out, you know, fourth innings. Do you think it might really, because we've seen it take more and more turn as the day's gone on, and you wonder if Gloucestershire can set something up here, whether, as we called him earlier, the sorcerer Zafar Gahar and Ollie Price's apprentice might spin them to victory.
I think the only way that is possible is if Leicestershire really go for the target. I said earlier, I think necessarily staying in perhaps isn't too awkward. Scoring at any kind of rate probably is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, you know, both these sides, mid-table Division 2, they can't go down. What have they got to lose by setting something up?
Not very much, I would argue. But this will be a test for the positive captaincy or the thought processes of the two teams. So Leicestershire with 3 overs tonight to see if they can just nip out one of these Gloucestershire openers. Chris Denton, Ben Charlesworth out in the middle. I'm sure Chris Wright didn't think he was going to be bowling tonight, but there was always that chance when those late wickets went down in a little bit of a pack of card collapse. So right to Charlesworth it will be from this Ashley Down Road end. And it's all about survival this evening for these two. I don't think they'll be chasing anything. We could see that half a dozen textbook leaves here from outside the off stump from Ben Charlesworth. Dan?
Yeah, I think so, but Wright does bend it back into the left-handers, doesn't he?
Yep, he'll be bowling over the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end. Comes in and bowls, and Charlesworth does exactly what we think. Actually, was that called as a no ball? think it was. Yes, it was. So Gloucestershire underway.
I think the memo has gone out to Mr. Kimber. He's allowed to handle it now.
Right. Short. Oh, and Charlesworth gets that high on the bat. Pops up on the offside. Rian Ahmed. It's just hit an orthodox gully there, so he's not in that close. Patel, Ackerman, and I think Kimber in the slips. Charlesworth waits for Chris Wright, and again outside the off stump, he's not going to play at anything he doesn't have to, I don't think, here.
No, he'll want to be there in the morning, and then Gloucestershire can set something up if they so wish.
I think we pretty soon find out if they did want to do that. That'll be pretty evident in the opening overs, I think. Right. Again, same line, same outcome. Charlesworth gets his bat well out of the way. Right to Charlesworth, who stands tall and defends. It's close at Hove. Sussex 359 for 6 in their second innings. They lead Worcestershire by 297.
It's probably stumps everywhere, isn't it?
Not quite. Stumps at Durham, where Glamorgan trail by 81, 4 wickets down. Yorkshire will need 65 more tomorrow, but they're 6 down against Derbyshire. And Charlesworth lets that go. Good carry through to keeper Peter Hanscom. So tomorrow Yorkshire will require 65 to win with 4 wickets left at Chesterfield. Lancashire will require in the First Division 92 with 8 wickets left to beat Hampshire. Those are the chasers.
Somerset
will need to bat a long time. Right in, Charlesworth gets well in line and plays that out on the offside. So just the no ball in that Chris Wright over. Yes, Somerset 172 for 4 will need 294 in theory to win against Essex. That feels a long way off. Surrey will need 254.
Yeah, we're going to see Parkinson
to beat Kent.
With how many wickets left have Surrey got?
7.
Oh,
it's a big ask, that.
It is a big ask.
501 to win in the 4th innings.
Canterbury can be flat though at times. Yeah, we're going to see Parkinson. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handers, trying to exploit that rough that's been made there. He's got short leg. He's got Rishi Patel at leg slip. He's got Colin Ackerman at slip. He's got a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Here he comes, bowling these cutters as Dent tickles one around the corner. Ahmed's quick though, and they only get a single. What a day. It was just drifting, wasn't it? And then all of a sudden it's exploded into life. That's down the leg side there. Good take by Hanscom. It's exploded. That obstruction of the field from Kimber.
That is
the catalyst for...
That is your takeaway moment from the day, Dan, isn't it?
Massively. Charlesworth just
plays that to mid-wicket. Yeah, because I mean it's such a rarity in the game, isn't it? So, but we've seen some really good stuff. We've seen Akhtar, not forgetting the fire alarm. Charlesworth defends, plays that back to Parkinson, one of the twins from Bolton. Brother Matt, falling out the England reckoning a little bit. That's down the leg side. That's going to go away for buys. Just the one, I think. Yeah, one bye. Scores on to 4. Parkinson has been bowling like this all game, isn't he? Quite a long run up and bowling sort of cutters. There's Dent, plays that to short leg. That completes the over. So we've got one more left in the day, and Ian Randall will take you through to close.
22 then the lead. It basically becomes a one innings match in one day, this, between these two.
Bring it on.
But whether either of them really wants to chase the win, we'll only really find out in the morning.
I think they'll have a look. I think Gloucestershire will have a look though in the morning. They won't just throw it away, because you lose 4 wickets in the first sort of 10 overs or whatever. You're really up against it then, aren't you? So I think they'll be maybe a little bit circumspect and have a look.
Right, in all that. Swung a bit into Charlesworth, who defended. I think the chase and the potential target, that was a no ball by the way, might be a bit lower than you think. It might be 230.
Oh.
230.
Oh.
230 in 50. You've got to give Leicestershire the feeling that they might win.
Yeah. You've got to be prepared to lose.
Otherwise, they won't go for it.
But the other week at Lord's, Stephen Mullaney set Middlesex, I think it was 250 off 50 or 48, I think it might have been, and that was considered an over-generous declaration.
Right, last over of the day. And Charlesworth, oh, that's a sharp single, but there's good answer of the call from Chris Dent.
Can you imagine if there's a run out? Oh.
Would be a lock in the dressing room.
Oh.
And brings Dent down to face Chris Wright for the first time. 4 balls to survive. Can Wright produce a magic ball at the end of the day? It's sharp bit of fielding on the bats by Rian Ahmed, chopped into the gully by Dent. So I'll just briefly recap the day. Leicestershire started 23 without loss, and they've occupied almost all the day with their first innings, all out for 350. 6 of those wickets falling after tea. Lewis Hill made 103, batted for nearly 5.5 hours, and Rishi Patel, a pretty attractive 59 at the top of the order. Bits and pieces all the way down. Tom Scriven last out for 30. Bowling figures for Gloucestershire, the wicket takers: Zaman Akhtar 4 for 33, Zafar Hart 2 for 82, Ollie Price 3 for 40. You'll note that adds up to 9 wickets. The 10th though was not a run out. Louis Kimber given out, obstructing the field, having played a ball down by his stumps and then inexplicably blocking the progress of the ball with his hand when he didn't need to. And the last wicket falling when it did. Left Gloucestershire with 3 overs to bat tonight with a lead of 18. And that lead, as you can see, is 25 with 1 ball to go. James Healy's electronic gadgets have survived the day. Hope yours have as well in this heat, if you've been with us all day. This, unless it's a no ball, will be the last ball. Right to Dent. And it is a no ball. So Wright's bowled 3 no balls in 2 overs.
As Del Boy would say, Ian Randall, you must be a physic.
Saul Budinger is the fielder you can see at short leg. So we'll right overstep on this ball. No, he won't. And Dent will defend. And that concludes day 3 here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Gloucestershire lead by 27. There is 1 day to go. And it's a question of how creative I think the 2 teams want to be for this match. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. Final thoughts from you, Dan? You loved the obstructing the field, didn't you?
I love that, yeah. I mean, I think it's just been a fascinating day's cricket. We've seen, what, 340 runs or 330 odd runs, 10 wickets. It's been a really intriguing day, and I hope tomorrow that this actually reaches a conclusion, and whether that, you know, the sides have to actually set that up. I hope that there's a positive result one way or the other, and I hope it doesn't just fizzle out into a stalemate and a draw. But I think it's been a really, really good day's cricket. Credit to Zulman Akhtar, 4 for 33. Credit to Lewis Hill as well for that battling 100. And I think both sides have gone at each other hammer and tongs. And I can't wait for tomorrow. I think it's going to be a fascinating day.
As the board might suggest, there may not be much between these 2 sides. And tomorrow, will either of them be able to force a victory? Thanks as ever for James for all his hard work on the cameras. Thanks to you for your company and your emails. We've been put right on a few things, notably our pronunciation of the place in Scotland that rhymes with spoon.
Yes.
And we'll see you tomorrow at 10:45. Enjoy your evening. It'll be sunny wherever you are, I'm sure. Goodbye.